Little Princess Lodi Lucia was roaming around the mansion when she suddenly tripped over an ancient book. It was as if she had chosen the right person to open the seal. The content in this is also extremely interesting. It foretells that 8 years from now, a black-haired princess with the same name as her will die of a strange disease. Then a white-haired girl named Delia will replace the princess. No one in the kingdom would suspect this because the existence of the black-haired princess was hidden from an early age. That's what I'm talking about. Hoo-hoo, I'm just a kid, I don't want to die. The more Lodi Lucia thought about it, the more she realized that it was true, ever since she stepped into this mansion. The little girl was just looking for her mother but accidentally walked into an unexpected sign and ended up here. Immediately a man appeared with black hair and bright red eyes, exactly like what her mother described. Lodi immediately called out to her father. He still kept his cold eyes and asked the baby's name, then ordered someone to bring it into the mansion, clean the room and take care of it, not letting it die. Until the third day in here, Lodi was still pouting about her father's attitude at that time. It's true that I'm very grateful for adopting a lost child, but I don't like it. Lodi felt sorry for herself and remembered her mother. She said she would have to say goodbye to Lodi soon, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon, forcing her to have to stay with her evil father. As his name suggests, he is the head of the Brody family, possessing the strongest swordsmanship ability that all enemies fear. So every time Lodi accidentally saw her father, she would run away. She thought that maybe her father hated her very much. She was determined to live quietly according to her father's wishes so that she could quickly grow up and live independently. However, when Lodi accidentally knew the future through a book, she was extremely scared and did not notice the sound of footsteps behind her. Suddenly the book in her hand burst into flames and disappeared, and at the same time, Duke Brody's face appeared extremely terrifying. Under the Duke's questioning, the smart little girl realized one thing. It would be another 8 years before she logged out, so it could be said that her father couldn't harm her now. The girl immediately confidently confessed that she was looking for an important book, but when she looked up, she only saw the Duke smiling and complimenting her on how interesting she was. Then she immediately introduced herself to a pink-haired woman who wanted her to become Lodi's nanny. "Hello lady, from now on Veronica will take care of you, please help me." Lodi realized that this beautiful girl was not mentioned in the book, but with this friendliness, she happily agreed and turned on the sparkling leaf filter. The days that followed were wonderful when Veronica played with her and sang lullabies to bed at night, until one day she got tired of playing. When it was time to eat, her father never came down to eat with her. Veronica immediately reminded her that it was okay to eat first because the Duke was very busy. She immediately became excited to eat alone and not sit with her father. Yet as soon as he sat at the table, the Duke immediately appeared. Clearly he did not want to miss the opportunity to meet his little daughter. Indeed, this father is not as scary as Lodi mistakenly thought. From the first day he saw those eyes and black hair, he knew that she was his daughter. But I can't be happy when I don't know its existence. In the following days, Brody tried very hard to get close to his daughter, but she always ran away. She probably hated him very much. The closer she got, the more panicked she became, so it was best to approach slowly. Indeed, this method was very effective as Lodi gradually got used to her father's caring gestures, and even proactively ran to hug him every time she saw the father and son talking happily. At this time, Lodi held up the book and said, "Veronica, please read this book to Lodi." Veronica saw that, felt shy and thought it was cute, then complied with her request. Lodi thought to herself, sometimes she also wants to be a baby because Lodi doesn't get to be a baby to her father. She also told the other person that she only needed to read 10 pages if she was busy. Veronica happily replied that she was very knowledgeable. Of course she knew that she was her father's retainer, not an ordinary maid. Why is such a talented person next to her? Maybe Veronica likes her. Right now Veronica is still focusing on reading stories to Lodi. Suddenly the little girl said that she was not a bad person. Listening to the story of demons and humans, Lodi said she knew from the beginning what was the problem. Veronica couldn't help but be surprised, because originally that was something only we knew. Even though I was afraid of Brody, there was no sign to suspect that he had the family's blood. I thought he was naturally human, so I didn't find out. She said that this was an era where they hid more carefully, but there were still people who could recognize it. Then she continued reading. The scene at this time is as peaceful as the scene when Lodi was still living with her mother. Suddenly, the little girl thought maybe her mother was a winter witch. Then the girl shook her head. No, her mother doesn't fit the image of being as cold as winter. It's only winter in the forest, so I've never experienced it before. My mother lives with brighter summers like I read about in books. As for how quickly time had passed, she immediately put the book away. Veronica immediately picked up Lodi and said, "Yes, today is the day Brody invites her out." The girl was surprised when she heard that. Lodi immediately wore a lovely outfit. Veronica said that this time she would buy more beautiful clothes for her. Lodi feels that outfits like this are fine. When she heard that, she said, it was something she had already worn. It was the first time the young lady went out without wearing a new shirt. The girl felt no problem. Next, Lodi was carried away by Veronica. She said that Lodi could tell the Duke where she wanted to go. Suddenly, the two of them heard a few maids over there saying bad things about the girl. He also criticized her for being shameless and not her biological child. An angry Lodi then told her to drop herself. Then the girl went straight to the two maids and said, "What are you talking about so excitedly?" Lodi cannot be ignored. The little girl smiled and asked the two of them to tell her. Perhaps because she is also worried about whether she is her father's biological child or not. Although the maid knew Lodi was her father's daughter, she always shunned her. They always feel like they have a higher status than that. But Lodi is no longer a child. The girl asked them to say it again. The group of maids couldn't help but talk to each other worriedly. What should I do? It's okay. Just a kid. The person next to him immediately replied, with Veronica there as well. The girl with freckles on her face immediately replied, "I don't say anything special. You don't need to know, miss." In her heart, she thought to herself, it just kept quiet even if she ignored it for a while, so it must be okay. At this moment, Lodi's face was cold. She knew they had ignored her in the past. It's just that Lodi doesn't want to use his father's position to solve the problem. Even if Lodi is not her biological daughter as they say, the owner of this villa acknowledged and took care of Lodi. The girl asked if they had everything? Or are you people looking down on Proteum? These words made them immediately kneel in surprise. No, but in my mind I wonder if this is that kid? She quickly said that they were wrong. That moment was the threat she usually first felt from the Duke. Do they just think of Lodi as a child who only knows how to stay silent even when ignored? What do you think? The girl looked arrogant and said, "Okay, I will go to Dad." On this side, the Duke was waiting for her. He felt confused when she came out late. The little girl walked over and said, "It won't be like that anymore." She secretly thought that she must not let him get angry, and on the other hand, the Duke was thinking that the girl was wearing the same outfit as last time. After that, he told them to go quickly. Before leaving, she looked back at Veronica. Why didn't she come with her? The Duke continued, "It's just the two of us going today. Veronica has work to do." So she immediately reached out to greet Veronica and thought that she would definitely invite Veronica to go with her in the future. Lodi got on the carriage and couldn't help but be excited because this was her first time riding a carriage. Before, she never thought she would be able to get out of the forest. Every time she goes out like this, it's truly magical. Lodi wants to know more about the outside world. Then the girl secretly looked at the Duke again. Since then, her father and Lodi have become closer, but because her father is always busy, this is the first time she is staying with her father. Only the two of them have dinner. Suddenly he asked the girl, "Are you still okay?" Lodi replied, "As you see, if you are curious, can you come see Lodi?" Honestly, if it wasn't for my mother's job as a maid in the past, wouldn't my father take good care of me? I feel like I have to explore. That's right, in the past, Lodi considered people like his father in a simple way. It's because Lodi's mother said so. If so, what about father? She was startled. The question she had thought about when she first entered this house was, how does my father intend to treat me? Why does he keep me in the villa? There's no way Mom would lie, but what about Dad? She directly said, Lodi doesn't know if she is her father's biological daughter? These words made the atmosphere become gloomy. At this moment, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise, feeling like she was digging her own grave. The Duke immediately said, so you think I'm not your biological father? Why is that? I think it's because my father is not my biological father that he acts like that. But, the little girl clutched her skirt in her hand, Father did not know that you existed in this world but that you were adopted by someone and called me Dad. Just so you know, why don't you come see Mom and me during that time, as the maids say you're not Lodi's biological father. The Duke immediately said, I didn't think I would look so stupid that I wouldn't recognize my own blood. Seeing that, the girl quickly waved her hand and said he was not stupid. Then he said that he knew her mother, sometimes Lodi, and her mother looked very similar. Lodi remembered her mother and thought her father had made a mistake. Next, they arrived, and as soon as they entered, someone eagerly ran out to greet them. He asked and talked about everything, then decided to lead them inside. The girl couldn't help but frown, and would rather wear comfortable baby clothes than lots of jewelry. I wonder if my father will scold me. The store owner immediately spoke up, our store's costumes have magic so they are very comfortable to wear. Here are the outfits I chose for you. Miss, please try it on once. Next, no matter what outfit she wears, the boss will compliment her. Everyone says that the outfit is wings, but that is changed from today because the lady is an angel. Hearing that, the little girl wondered. That rack of clothes were clothes for the girls of the family called Devil Stars. Over here, the boss continues to choose summer clothes. The girl just felt very tired right now. She didn't want to try on clothes anymore. She just hoped her father would use telepathy with her. At this time, the father also very kindly told the girl not to try anymore. Lodi immediately planted them in her heart. The shop owner immediately asked, so which outfit will you choose? He immediately said directly that he would take all the clothes she had tried on. Is Lodi too surprised to hear that? So after that, the boss immediately woke up and said he would go prepare right away. At this time, the girl immediately went to the Duke and said that if she bought them all, it would cost a lot of money. Hearing that, the Duke also stopped. Are you talking about money in front of me? On this side, Lodi remembered the conversation with the teacher. The teacher instructed the girl to exchange some items for money. Tell Lodi to save money because everything has a limit. Father and son looked at each other and then he said, take it all. Seeing that, Lodi couldn't help but be surprised. So they quickly arranged the outfits that the girl had tried on. In the end, she still had to follow her father's wishes. Lodi sat on the chair. Since the hour is over, I can go now. The boss on this side didn't forget to continue praising how cute the girl could be. Is that the child the Duke adopted? Hearing that, Lodi couldn't help but get angry, be careful of your mouth. On this side, the Duke directly recognized Lodi as his son. The boss heard that and immediately apologized. But at this moment his tone became slower. She noticed that his mood had changed for the worse. He said, who said my biological daughter was adopted? Next, they returned home. As soon as she got home, Veronica rushed out to greet her. But now that the little girl was in the Duke's arms, he signaled silence. Seeing that, Veronica also lowered her voice. She followed behind and wanted to help the Duke. He immediately refused. As she walked, she asked questions. Suddenly the Duke remembered something and asked, I have never seen someone so happy going out the door. Veronica immediately replied, because she is the daughter of today. It might wake her up now, so I'll change her outfit later. At this time, the girl was gently placed on the bed. He said softly, good night, daughter. After the door closed, black smoke began to appear floating on the ceiling. A low voice rang out, new kid, something has entered the castle. Brody hid it in the mansion to let that person know. I own that Brody has a new baby. At this time, a gray-haired boy immediately caught the black smoke and said, I have to try to confirm that. That's a lot. Piles of documents piled up on Brody's desk. Veland said to a devastated Brody. That's because you postponed it and went out with the young lady. The Duke's hand held a piece of paper. Even so, this place is too much. Having said that, you still do it, right? Brody looked at the paper. I took over this position from my previous generation, so I just did it. You go out. Suddenly Veland's legs were a bit bare, making Duke Brody tilt his head and ask him, Do you have something to say to me? Yes, the master said he will be back soon. A gray-haired, sad-looking boy seems to be the master of this house. Brody looked at the mailbox propped up and said, I haven't received any news. Why is that so? Veland also wondered. Brody quickly rummaged inside the drawer. Let me see. Veland looked at the pile of letters being taken out and his face darkened. You didn't read the letter, so you packed it up like that. Do you hear me? Brody stopped when he saw a letter with green letters, so it turned out to be here. Holding the letter in his hand, Duke Brody looked at it and said, In short, as you said, he will return to the mansion. How do you know that? Veland happily answered him. Of course, the boss knew it would be like this, so he contacted me as well. Master is sure that you will not check the mail. You know me so well, I'll have to check next time. Brody said, holding his hand, suddenly thinking in his head. Do I understand my daughter well? Lately, whatever he wants to say, he just says it without hiding it. For example, when Lodi hugs Veronica tightly, don't take Veronica away. There's something strange about kissing it. Lodi asked the Duke if Papa really thought Lodi was his daughter. And Lodi looked startled and frightened, looking at her face as if she wanted to hide those words deep inside her heart. His hand began tapping on the table. Do you remember the day I went out with her? Yes, of course I remember. Brody clasped his hands together and asked seriously. What happened to my daughter that day at the mansion? Veland also said it honestly. I heard that the maids said some very unpleasant words. They said that since the young lady was not his biological child, he would not continue to raise her. Brody's face immediately turned black, his expression filled with anger. Really? Go deal with them yourself. Brody thought worriedly in his head. I was afraid that suddenly approaching her would make her run away, so I was always very cautious, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I need to let her realize that she is my biological daughter. Rumors seem to be okay. He considered it in his head and said it. What's that? Veland still didn't quite understand what the Duke meant. Brody continued. Don't humans always like dramatic stories? Duke Brody had a wife who loved him very much, but that wife left very early. So he hid the baby born in the mansion. There were many people who witnessed how much the Grand Duke loved her. That rumor soon spread throughout the capital. A few days later, Lodi was pressing her ear against a door. This is Papa's bedroom, right? The girl around her was quiet, there was no sound. As expected, Papa is here at this hour. Because right now Papa has to be in the office. Thinking like that, the female lead opened the door and walked in. So Lodi, come in. The place to visit today will be here. The scenery inside is truly magnificent. It looks gorgeous but doesn't give the slightest feeling of being inhabited. Lodi walked around, looking extremely curious. That's right, Lodi's Papa is not human either. Oh, there, on the wall hangs a beautiful, brilliant painting. It's a painting of Papa, look at that expressionless face. The heroine remembered the maid's words. Of course the Duke is handsome. Is Papa really handsome? The heroine's eyes glanced at another painting. It's a pretty big family picture. Whose family is this? In the sparkling classroom, the girl looked intently at a boy in the middle. Is this the only child with black hair? He looks so much like Lodi. If I were a boy, would it look like this? Although the eye color is different. Daughter, Brody's voice rang out, making Lodi jump. Wow, Lodi's heart almost fell out. The female protagonist turned around, still frightened by the attack earlier. Why wasn't this announced before? It's really fun to scare kids. Brody thought about it, and the female lead jumped up. Lodi is not happy. I didn't know Papa was in the room. Now let's get away quickly. Lodi secretly tried to leave. Brody immediately asked the girl. If you knew I was here, wouldn't you have planned to come in? Oh hey, that means. The female lead bewilderedly raised her head and asked. So Lodi can come in too? Brody spoke softly to Loti. Papa looks like he's scolding me right now? Don't stand right there anymore. Go inside. The formula very gently invited the little girl inside. Lodi came in and sat obediently. After all, what are you doing here? I just come naturally. There's no reason at all. Do you have to have a reason to come here? Lodi innocently asked Brody. There is no place in this mansion that you cannot go to. Really, the female lead was so surprised that she covered her mouth with her hands. Can I go into any room? Even if the room is closed. My room's door is closed, so why don't you come in? Is there any room you can't enter? Oh, is this being ironic about me or something? Knock knock, there was a knock on the door outside. Sir, I'm coming in. The lady is also in the stars. Velan suddenly brightened him. That's right, no wonder you told me to bring dessert. Lodi saw Velan coming with food and was a little excited. Papa asked me to bring food. Yes, probably thinking of the young lady, that's why. I obviously said I hate being called a brat. Sparkling cakes are displayed on the table. Velan has been forgetting it every day, so I especially skipped it. Eat it. Papa said let's go. Damien was startled when the jelly spoon approached in front of him. Take on. Lodi stretched out her nose. No Papa, who else? And me too. But the female lead ignored Velan. Velan had points deducted earlier, so he has no chance. My arms are so tired that I want to die, but why won't Papa open his mouth? Why? The girl asked. Are demons also picky about white clothes? No. Velan gasped. Did you know that day was evil? Damien was a bit naked but still slowly opened his mouth. Okay? He ate the piece of cake he had just been fed, gently wiping his mouth. The heroine is happy. Lucky. Now Lodi's hands are no longer tired. Many tried Damien. Knowing that, you should eat quickly for the young lady. Let to Thursday's hand hurt. Damien's face turned black and he glanced at Velan. He immediately panicked. I'm sorry. Suddenly Damien turned back to chat with the female lead. But why do you say it's a white-mouthed picky devil? What does my daughter know about evil spirits? Lodi quickly responded. A person without blood and tears. It's not incorrect either. Damien resisted. Or let me rule out Papa. Lodi smiled very cutely and said so. Velan quickly spoke up. Me too, exclude me too. The female lead giggled, then suddenly tilted her head to think. But really, that's all I know. The only information I have is that book. Papa is not the main character. There is also no word that says Papa is evil. The girl fell into silence. How much do I know about Papa? Damien changed his expression and spoke worriedly to the heroine. Papa, let me know. Lodi immediately raised her head. I really want to know. Velan suddenly rushed over and covered her hand. No, it's okay for our baby to know good things. Papa and Velan are not evil. It's all my family. Damien leaned back. Well, it's not much different from what I know. These are very aggressive people and often drink blood. Is the story of drinking blood true? Lodi got goosebumps. Besides, Valen rushed in to block the Duke's mouth. But there's no need to worry. Having said that, the young lady is afraid of us, so what can we do? Evil that you will see in your life. It's just the two of us. Lodi was stunned. They looked extremely bewildered. What did he say anyway? Damien's face was strangely dark. Duke Flotty is speaking. Besides the blood, Valen interrupted and covered the Duke's mosquito net, thinking in panic. That said, if the lady is afraid of us, what should we do? Valen quickly reassured Lodi Lucia. But you don't need to worry, the evil that you see here will only be the two of us. When Lodi Lucia heard that, her face stiffened and she wondered why. Valen was about to explain this, but then turned away without speaking and was a bit hesitant. Lodi Lucia realized that it seemed like he didn't want to talk about this as much as mentioning the devil. Suddenly a voice rang out, there was something called a barrier. Duke Flotty had just finished speaking when Valen turned around and looked at him in surprise. Are you planning on telling this to the young lady? Flotty would of course say that even if she knew, it wouldn't be a problem. As the person said, she met another devil here. But Valen believes that after all, the lady is still a human being, but that is a human thing, even if they die, it is impossible to predict. Hearing that, Lodi Lucia felt uncomfortable and pouted her cheeks. Do they think they will die soon? Valen noticed her and didn't understand why the lady's face became so ugly. In fact, she had long realized that the barrier was the place where the demon world and this place intersected. In ancient times, demons and monsters came to cause chaos here, a barrier was formed to repel them. Lodi Lucia recalls. It seems like the story Veronica once told about people who could see real ghosts happen before the barrier was formed, so if Dad was a demon, how could he appear here? The girl asked the Duke. If Father is still here, then it seems like there is some method. Duke Flotty immediately replied. That's right, of course, thanks to the method, the demons built a gate. Speaking of which, Lodi wondered if there was a gate, why couldn't the demons come and cause chaos like before? But only a few people can walk through it, and according to Veronica, Flotty's influence would be extremely great if he had that body. Surely asking permission to step through the gate would be very easy for Dad. That was also the reason the Duke was able to be in this world, because the gate was managed by the Flotty family. Without Flotty's permission, people in the demon world cannot come here. But even though that day he had a lowly background because he was born from a demon beast, he was the owner of the gate and had power not inferior to the Demon King. That's why, no matter where he is, Damien is called the Duke of Love. After a while, Lodi comfortably lay on the soft bed, feeling very hungry. After saying that, the little girl stood up and wondered why her father was in the room at this hour. It turns out Dad just wanted to work here instead of the study room. Oh yes, who is the baby appearing in the photo? The photo at that time was of a family with distinctive blonde hair, but there was only one child with black hair and red eyes that made her curious. Surely you will know that Lodi toddled up next to the Duke. Lodi wondered about something. Follow me. The little girl held the Duke's hand and walked to the front of the painting and asked. Lodi wondered who that was? The Duke looked up and replied, "It was me." After hearing this, Lodi asked questions and turned around to ask who it was, but that was unreasonable. I don't know if I can say this, but I thought my father suddenly appeared. The Duke just laughed at the girl's naivety. Even though there was no one to give birth to me, I had foster parents to take care of me. That made the girl suddenly remember the story her father told her earlier. Demons will be born in two main ways. The first is similar to humans. Demons will be born from the love between a man and a woman, but demons lack love emotions. So this case is very rare, so most will be born in the second way. Is born from a demonic beast, but the child who is not cared for by anyone will become ferocious like a beast. In the future, it will be even more difficult to have a guardian, so this region's luck is extremely good. Even though it is an evil child, it is still adopted by humans. Loti asked, so are they just your father and mother? The Duke explained. That's right, and this is my brother, My mother's biological son and also the heir of the Flotti family, and the question is, why could he become a duke? Back many years ago, when the former duke was lying weakly in bed, he said that the previous duke had no children or relatives at all. I've heard a lot about you from your grandparents. I hope you can forgive my inadvertence because of your weakened body. Just like the first 2 times we met when I was young, I want to ask you a favor. Return to reality. Since I'm a devil, the next successor should be a human, but I don't want Flotti to collapse. Hearing that, Loti also felt that tone and expression through her words, how much her beloved duke appreciated these things. Those who call him the monster duke don't know that this snail also has this much kindness. Dad actually loved Flotti very much. That's what the girl concluded after listening to the duke's story. And it was true that the duke laughed. Using the word love to describe it would be inconsiderate, Loti wondered. Even if the whole world collapses, no matter what happens, returning will be extremely difficult. I disappeared, but if something happens, where can I return? Scene change. Veronica speaks. Miss B knows her mother very well. She didn't go looking for anything, yet I made the effort to come all the way here. The Duke looked at the book on the table and realized it was a children's book. Veronica continued. Although our physical development is different, our mental development is extremely outstanding. The question, however, is different, Mississippi. I also want to find out why. Didn't I say that as a young lady is cute as a child, she is completely different from a demon world person? This made the Duke feel a bit doubtful that he was really like a child who, having to leave his family for the first time, didn't go looking for his mother. Stressed because of not being able to adapt to the surrounding environment to the point of falling asleep. But she didn't show any emotions, and after the recent incident she could even think about that. If a child doesn't have magic, he shouldn't be subject to any influence from the evil blood. Although she is not really mature, she sometimes has very mature thoughts, which is the influence of the demon blood. So the girl was somewhat happy, thinking that she wouldn't be able to see her mother again in the future, but how could she escape that forest? Loti lowered her head and was lost in thought when suddenly a hand appeared and touched her cheek. Family is just the strongest fence in the world. However, this is completely possible for memories that have been formed for a long time. I didn't have time to share with it before. Using blood as the reason, it would be a lie to say that she received love from her family. That's what the Duke thought. Like me, I hope that this is also a place where my daughter can return at any time. Loti felt it. It seems like my heart has been waiting for this sentence for a long time, even though I always pretend to be bright like the time I always miss my mother. Even when I escaped from that forest, I hoped that my child could be with his mother and did not want to be alone at all. There is not a day here that I don't miss my mother. After saying that, the little girl burst into tears and the Duke hugged her husband to comfort her. I don't say that to make you cry. Loti hugged the Duke tightly. I've been given permission to return here whenever I want, now I'm okay because I have a place to go back to, at least that's what she's thinking. The more she thought about it, the more she cried, causing the Duke to struggle to console her. Until one day, an uninvited guest arrived, a boy with silver hair and blue eyes like the night sky. A beautiful morning with bright yellow sunshine shining through the window. Loti woke up, she rubbed her eyes and said good morning to Veronica, but today was very strange. Suddenly the mansion is so noisy today. Veronica, did you hear the interesting story that Loti was told yesterday? Hearing that, Veronica was also a bit curious. Oh, what are you talking about? Loti recounted. There was a hidden woman whom Loti's father loved very much. He loved that daughter very much, so he hid her in the mansion. It is said that Loti's father knew more about such a romantic story. Why is there such a child here? Veronica feels that this story seems similar to the lady's story. She immediately asked the young lady who those queens were. Well, the weather is getting cold, so give them a break. But it seems a bit noisy today, Loti said Veronica in response. That must be the case, which is why I'm also cleaning up the whole room. Hearing that, Loti wondered, in case someone came when there was a guest room. Veronica looked stunned, not expecting that the young lady didn't know that. Loti was curious to know who it was, But Veronica just said that that person could be considered the lady's brother. Lodi was surprised that it was impossible, so she jumped up and ran away. There's no content saying that the adopted daughter has siblings other than herself. Go to the stairs and look down at a boy with silver hair. That's my brother who doesn't appear in the book. Velan introduced this to the young lady, who would become the little princess's older brother. This time the boy spoke up. It seems I can't believe that my father brought home a child and even called him a princess. Lodi walked down the stairs and felt that this boy had absolutely no good intentions but seemed even more hostile. But in the end, what did she do? Immediately, Lodi ran away. It quickly returned to night. Lodi sat on the bed and thought about why she ran away. At that time, I was the only one who believed that she hated her. But even when eating, the Duke can't go anywhere. That made the girl feel angry. Dad is busy, isn't it because his son has returned so he doesn't need me anymore? I just feel sad forever. Anyway, if I go to sleep and wake up, I'll probably be fine. The next morning, Lodi whined to Veronica and asked if Veronica was close to her. But I don't think anymore. If I go out and get some fresh air, the weather will probably be a little better. But who would have thought that a melon would just meet a coconut shell? The girl was about to run away when she appeared right behind her, playing with the hair in her hand while still talking. It's strange, Lodi immediately grabbed the boy's hand. So what should I do? The boy continued. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem like what my father likes. I don't like platinum hair more than black hair, blue eyes more than red eyes. But I don't understand why he is in this mansion. Lodi felt confused. What are you talking about that suddenly makes a guy look weird? From now on, people have been saying things that they don't understand at all. Those things have nothing to do with it because Lodi is the daughter of Lodi's father and doesn't talk to people who go here. Looked at his hand and mumbled. Saying that, it doesn't seem to be of any use, so why did Dad let you come here? Lodi tried to turn away but then suddenly rushed forward and poked him. Since just now, you've been talking about weird things about whether it's a hobby or a benefit. Lodi is my father's daughter for no reason. There seems to be a reason for being there, right? Immediately replied. Of course, because I'm special. Lodi thought about those words and sounded like I'm different from you who came here from the outside. The transition back to my room was the same as before, not even a speck of dust. The boy felt fortunate that he had contacted Velan in advance, but he did not expect that what he said was true. In recent times, my father has put the affairs of the empire first. As for the work of the demon world, I help, but recently the amount of work assigned to me has suddenly increased. I walked around nervously because this was the first time something like this happened. He wondered if something was wrong with his father. I hid my hand at the mansion in case a shadow appeared and spoke. It's a new kid coming to Flotty. Those were the things that happened a few days ago and now I'm sitting in my chair, sighing. Dad put all the work on me like this and when I returned, I saw a strange girl called a princess. Suddenly there was a sound outside and he quickly opened the door and ran to look. It wasn't a mistake, but where was he running to? That direction was just the main gate, but he was planning to leave the house just now because of that, right? Turn away. I want to stay here at all costs. Yet he had thoughts of leaving Flotty because of that, but now that the main gate was closed, even if he wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to leave. It would just be a waste of effort. It's also not something to worry about. Time passed like that and the rain outside was falling heavily. The boy woke up and looked out at the open balcony, wondering if that girl had returned yet. But then I thought this had nothing to do with me. If he can't get in, he'll get caught in the rain, so why worry about that? He is the one who took away his father's affection lying sprawled on the bed. If he gets caught in the rain, he won't die, but that child is a weak human being. If he gets caught in the rain, he will probably die. In the end, he decided to look for Lodi and Lodi was sitting under a tree. In the pouring rain. At this time, it was raining heavily, Lodi was sheltering under a tree. Staying here for a while, why am I like this? The girl wondered. I was very angry about what happened just now, but because I couldn't hit him, I left and tried to calm down. But right when she was about to return, it started to rain, making her feel cold. The mansion here was far away, so she decided to sit and wait for the rain to stop. Because she thought the weather would stop soon, she took shelter from the rain under a nearby tree. But at this point, when Lodi was so cold that she was squirting, the rain still didn't stop. It seems like the rain is getting heavier and heavier. The girl is starting to feel cold. Does she have to be here alone like this? Even if the girl returns to the mansion when the rain stops, she will already be back. Won't I be alone again? The girl hugged herself sadly. What should I do if the rain doesn't stop? Veronica didn't know she was in the garden, so there was probably no one there. Suddenly, a voice rang out and it turned out to be here. The girl raised her head and the person coming was the boy who was also wet. Just when she didn't understand anything, the boy threw her his coat. Looking at Lodi while silently thinking. Probably standing under the tree, that's why. Luckily, he didn't get wet as much as I thought. If the day my beloved father got caught in the rain and died, there would have been a problem. Then time passed. Sunset gradually falls. The rain had stopped completely. The girl ran after her while thinking. He's not much taller than me to walk that fast. Silently scolded the girl for being slow. He turned back to look at the girl. Finally, he sighed and slowed down. The girl had now chased him close enough to stand behind him and look at his back. There's more rain over there than the little girl. It's raining and he still goes out to look for me. Do you not hate yourself that much? Just like I once misunderstood my father. But right now, he said it decisively. I hate you. When the little girl heard that, she immediately became angry. So there's no need to continue talking. I tried so hard to be by my father's side. How could you get it so easily? At this moment Veronica ran over. Seeing that, he immediately turned around and left. Veronica immediately asked her why her whole body was wet like this. The person went out to garden. If it rains, you should go in. The girl just obediently followed her instructions. This side immediately turned around and said, I entered before. She looked at his back and thought, but she is the one who gets cold more easily. Then the scene changed to that night while in a dream, Lodi suddenly opened her eyes. The girl was startled when her best friend was standing in the middle of the hallway. Lodi is already sleeping at this time, so why is she here? The girl looked around. Looks like the hallway in the main building. Go back first. So Lodi tiptoed home. Suddenly, she heard the sound of someone talking. The girl couldn't help but go closer to the sound. Inside the gold speaks. So what is the main problem? What exactly is that little girl? She heard her father's voice. They are talking to the girl. The little girl remembered the story of her adopted daughter in the book, which made her very angry. Because I feel resentful when others have something I can't have. Feeling the same right now. Even though she knew that, his words made her feel pain. Inside, he still looked sad and continued. If Dad wants to play family games again, isn't playing with those children enough? Lodi was immediately startled by the family game. No, father, it is impossible to think like that. Hands clenched tightly. But even though her father doesn't see her like that anymore, she's still the one hated by her own family. Norms are called a family game. The girl immediately ran away absent-mindedly, but the Duke also saw her. The little girl was running to find a hand reaching out to hold her. Waiting for the Duke to look at the girl, he was puzzled. Lodi immediately hit the Duke and sobbed, I hate my father. Dad said this would be the place I could return to. But isn't there a saying that once a stone is rolled away, it knows where it will return to? Wait for the sad Duke to reply. I hope you can tell me why you hate me. The girl immediately responded directly. Father said this would be where Lodi would live. But Lodi's family did not welcome Lodi. The Duke immediately picked her up and kissed her. I said I don't welcome you's daughter. You said it's still by Han. At this point, the Duke understood roughly what the situation was. He told her not to worry about Bai Han. Hearing that, she felt like he was a father and could say such irresponsible things. At this moment, the Duke laughed and replied that I will explain the misunderstanding between us first. First of all, Bai Han is not my son. Strictly speaking, the boy is not an adopted child. It was difficult for the little girl to hear that. After that, the next day the girl still found it difficult to understand. Tim is not your son, but how can you not care? The girl took down her book and jumped off the chair unless someone disappeared. As for living together in the same house, it's no different. She asked herself while placing the book on the table. Veronica hasn't arrived yet. At this time, the 6 piles rang out. Lodi immediately jumped out of the chair and ran out. But the person opposite was Bai Han. He was also surprised to see the girl. At this moment, Bai Han immediately walked inside and closed the door. Bai Han exclaimed on this side. What, is she really your child? Veronica immediately asked. Why is there a problem? The boy couldn't help but ponder. Quite a lot of problems. He thought she was in the same situation as him. If I heard the news back home, I would be very surprised. It's a rare thing for demons to have children. Therefore, the nobles raised outstanding children and chose successors from among them. And then passed on his magic power to his successor. So does Flotty. Veronica and Bai Han are the ones chosen and follow Damien. Therefore, there was no way he would like a new girl to take his position. But from the beginning he was not the object of his jealousy. At this time, Bai Han realized his mistake and began to worry. Immediately ask where that person is now. So Bai Han immediately went to the library. The girl immediately opened the door and saw Bai Han. The two looked at each other in surprise. Lodi was confused when Bai Han came here to look for her. Bai Han politely asked me if I could come in. Hearing that, the girl silently nodded and stopped saying no. Next, the two people sat on chairs and talked politely. Bai Han said thank you to the girl. Lodi felt confused. It's true that Bai Han also misunderstood something. That's why after hearing everything he was so polite to me. The girl found it difficult to understand. After all the misunderstandings have been resolved, why is he still here? Bai Han suddenly said sorry to the girl. I didn't think it was Dad. Oh no. Today, the region has a biological daughter. I came here to apologize for speaking rudely. The boy stood up, facing the girl. Lodi was not used to it and quickly said. Get up. Lodi doesn't mind too much, so it's okay. At this time, all her discomfort for Bai Han had disappeared. Lodi continued. Even when Lodi said it was okay, even when he misunderstood, he still waited for the rain to look for me. At this time, Bai Han immediately said thank you for accepting my apology. I hope you'll forgive me before I leave. It was difficult for the little girl to hear that. It hasn't been long since he arrived and he's already gone. Why are you leaving? Did you just come? The boy immediately replied. Because Lord Damien said I needed to go back. The girl still couldn't understand. Bai Han immediately replied with a slightly sad face. You've probably heard it from Sir Damien. I only play the role of an adopted child for the sake of my future. The girl was surprised to hear that. Because my father belongs to the demon race, no matter how long I live, I must follow the human lifespan. If so, then in the next generation the ducal territory will again belong to the royal family. The boy continued. But Lord Damien has no intention of getting married to have someone to test his plans with. Because I'm human, that trouble is borne by me, who became an adopted child. Choose a suitable human, then nurture and hand over Flotty. But now that she's here, there's no need for Bai Han. At this time, Loti also understood and felt that she was somehow at fault. After all, Bai Han is considered his father's son, so he had to come. It turned out he was worried that he would have to leave because of me. The boy immediately replied. Don't worry. I probably won't be returning to the empire anymore. The little girl still didn't understand when she heard that. At this time, Bai Han replied that in the empire, I would be considered as having lost my life or died. So you won't feel uncomfortable because of me in the future. Hearing that, Loti was immediately surprised. The girl had no such intention. Even though she doesn't need siblings, I don't want to take away Bai Han's position even if it is an arranged position. Loti immediately reached out and grabbed Bai Han's hand. Don't go. Can you be a brother and live with Loti? The little girl wondered if she could have a son. At this time, Bai Han couldn't help but look away silently. The girl asked. Don't you like being Loti's older brother? The boy quickly replied. I do have it. But I'm not really an adopted child. Loti immediately grabbed his hand and said. What does that have to do with anything? Everyone knows you're an adopted child. Seeing him so confused, Loti deduced that maybe he really didn't like being his brother. I don't need to force him either. At this moment, the girl felt lost and looked up at Bai Han. Bai Han secretly thought that he misunderstood and hated him. Yet he still accepted me. Looking at the small hand holding his hand, he was just doing his role. Between my father and I, there is no concept called family. Even though he wasn't clear about that concept now, he really wanted it. So he immediately kissed Loti's small hand and replied. I lost. He smiled fiercely looking at the girl, his younger sister. Try calling it family. Can the boy get it? Now the next day, she suddenly heard that Bai Han had returned yesterday. She felt that he had broken his promise, not that he had agreed to be Loti's older brother. The father immediately told the girl that the boy had something to do, so he left. Loti still wanted to say something more, but he still seriously replied, she had to complete the assigned work, and above all, hadn't something happened between you and Bai Han? The girl immediately clasped her hands and replied sadly. That's true, but we've reconciled. She started thinking negatively again. Originally, Bai Han did not want to be Loti Yu's brother. At this moment, suddenly a black smoke appeared and a voice was heard. Not. The girl was startled and looked over, then panicked and hid behind the chair. Oh my god, I don't know what else, but it just reacted to Bai Han's story, right? The girl immediately cautiously asked me who knew Bai Han. The black shadow immediately replied. He is my master. It continued. The master likes Damien's daughter. The little girl heard that and wondered if that wasn't me. If Bai Han is me's master, then surely me can convey my words to Bai Han, right? It immediately responded. That's right. Loti thought for a moment then said shyly. Then please pass on the message for Loti. Saying that Loti was very happy when he became Loti's older brother, the girl smiled and explained. So there he was also Loti's brother. At this time, Bai Han also received a happy smile from him. Okay, my sister. Then a few days later, she was walking with Veronica. The girl asked them to play hide and seek. Loti will go find her. So Veronica happily ran away and hid. The girl was blindfolded as she came. Come in carefully. Saw you there. I'm looking for a house. She just started looking everywhere. At this moment, behind the girl suddenly began to rustle. Immediately ran over. As soon as the girl looked out, she shouted. Found about Veronica. Although she also felt strange. The girl had gone to explore the mansion many times but there was no way she couldn't find it. But the person who appeared was. He shyly scratched his neck and replied. Long time no see. The girl was immediately happy. What's the story? I heard you went back there. Immediately replied. Yes, I'm back again. Because I promised to stay here and be Loti's older brother. So he had to hand over his work to someone else. When the little girl heard that, she understood. That's why you returned home? That's hard to understand. Why hasn't Dad said anything to you? Then he asked why she was here alone. The girl said that she was playing hide and seek with Veronica. So she invited him to go search with her. Then Loti whispered something into the boy's ear. Can the boy use magic? Hearing that, she burst out laughing, making Loti confused. He immediately said that it is very difficult for him right now. Because here you can't use magic. At this point, I was worried and went back to ask Veronica. I heard that. What is the reason? Veronica immediately replied. Not all are unusable. But because he went too far, his strength was reduced by half. When the little girl heard that, it turned out to be due to a connection. We can go through the gate's path, but instead the power will be controlled. It was difficult for the little girl to hear that. But in comic books, demons do bad things with force. The back also spoke up. Therefore, most of the people appearing in the story are not demons. The girl immediately asked him if he had finished all the work. It's been a long time since I returned to the mansion. He comes to my room almost every day, right? Remembering the past days when I visited her room every day. It's very well taken care of there. Does he feel guilty about the first time we met? He also said he would bring a good car. The girl remembered that storybook. In the story, it will be Fruity's son. If even the main character's family is wrong, the book cannot be true. From the end, the world will be destroyed by magical beasts, which is too unreasonable. The girl immediately thought positively and left the book alone. Assuming that the main characters are not just me and my father, if they exist, as long as monsters don't appear, then there's no need to worry. The girl wondered again, if not a demon, then who? Those are people of mixed blood. The girl was surprised when she heard that. Being half human, they cannot restrain the power of demons. So this continues and will be embroidered into the brutality of the demons. The girl couldn't help but remember that she was a mixed-race child. Will she also become violent? Veronica repeatedly replied that there is no ghost over there, so it's okay. The violent person himself will not be in danger. Only people around are affected. When Loti heard that, try it and have fun. Just because I don't have a demon weapon doesn't mean I'm my father's daughter. But my family knows that. Accept yourself. The little girl asked, even if Loti doesn't have magic weapons, we are still family, right? Replied, of course, now you tell me I won't be your brother anymore. Veronica also said, it's natural. No matter what anyone says, you're still my lady. When she heard that, she was surprised and smiled happily. Look, people's hearts really are that greedy. At first, just being taken care of by her father made her feel satisfied. But gradually I wanted something bigger. Because of the book, she refused to live in silence, it was just an excuse. She wants to build this place where she lives in a very strong way. My proteum is Loti's home. Flotty calmly declared, crossing his legs. So today's noble meeting will end here. He wrote and thought to himself, even though it wasn't something he had to do before. But after solving the problem, I took over the reporting. Flotty cheered himself on, trying to get through today. Finally, he let out a breath and left work. I advised the assistant next to me to write down the results of today's meeting and report to His Majesty. The other person made a sound. Several nobles whispered to each other, but did not report directly that day. Looks like today ended earlier than usual. Someone knew the story and responded, probably because of the little princess that day loved like a golden jade leaf. That noble fell into deep thought, little princess, I think that's what I heard too. If we use a child the same age as the little princess, will we be able to create a relationship? Even though he was a bit scary that day, he's not a bad person, so he should be able to start a conversation. Taking this opportunity, if we can create a relationship with the Duke's family, our family can grow stronger. He was secretly pleased with things like this. Anyone who is sharp will succeed. Thinking about it, he smiled and approached Duke. Flotty was lost in his thoughts. After work today, when I return home I can see her face for a while. The aristocrat tongue found out that one day he would have to go home. Flotty turned back wonderingly. That guy quickly continued, you rushed back probably because of the little princess in that rumor. My daughter is about the same age as the little princess, so I understand why you want to leave so early. Flotty huffed. If you knew that, then don't hold back, it wouldn't mean anything. He thought carefully again, no, if that's the case then he probably knows children very well, so maybe try asking about it. Flotty's interest grew a little. The noble's name was fleeting, so the Duke revealed Tiny without hearing the ramble. Flotty turned away and didn't listen. Even so, these days he's not observant at all and is becoming more and more like a child. There's nothing to listen to, Tiny and doing some agio action would be so cute. Hearing this, Flotty's footsteps suddenly stopped. That's so cute. This question stunned him. Flotty raised his hands and asked authoritatively, do you mean it's cute for a girl to always pay attention? The noble quickly clarified, oh God, that's not what I meant. Flotty didn't care anymore, put his hands in his pockets and strode, I'll go first. I'm worried about whether the baby will notice or not. As soon as I entered the gate, I heard a voice saying hello that the owner had returned. Velan wondered going downstairs, what's going on? Flotty replied, nothing. Velan thought to himself, even though he said so, he seemed in a very bad mood. He was both wondering and worried as he watched. He was not the type to show such a bad mood that day. Today I also don't want to work. Flotty stood leaning against the window and sighed lately, spending so much time working and so little time seeing his daughter. He raised his hand and looked at Lodi through the gloomy Flotty door. Should he just finish his work or just leave? Velan suddenly wondered, where are you going, the demon world? He quickly stopped Flotty on the day he couldn't meet the little princess. Flotty walked away, nonchalantly asking again, is that so? He opened the door and smiled, but I didn't ask for his opinion. Veronica covered her mouth and shouted in surprise, Miss, there were hundreds of flowers blooming in her heart, so adorable. Hearing that, Lodi smiled brightly and raised her hand to reply, Veronica is also very beautiful today. Smiling and reminding, be careful not to fall to the bottom. Lodi responded obediently. Asked silently again, but is there a place like this in the mansion? Not before, but now. A few crunching sounds rang out. She approached and asked, what are those shoes? Lodi, who was playing happily, replied that the last time she went shopping with her father, the store owner gave it to her. Asked again, to her father, Lodi admitted, yes, she even went out to eat delicious food. Veronica hesitantly asked, what are you eating, miss? I'll ask someone to bring it to you. Her mind was also full of hidden questions. It was her first time eating, so she didn't know the name. Lodi just put her hands next to her mouth and recreated her expression when eating that dish, oh my. Oh, I'm dying, with shivers too. Veronica covered her mouth and smiled, you mean it's cold and sweet, right? Our Lady is so adorable. Lodi widened her eyes and nodded. Veronica stood up, so I'll tell someone to make it and bring it over. Stop it, no, let me go. Veronica refuses you, I'm up, I'll be right back, miss. Lodi looked over, I had felt it before. The little girl kept asking, seemingly a bit shy about Veronica. The boy smiled wryly, was it too obvious? Probably because you came to Flotty after Veronica. Lodi realized that Veronica was her senior. The girl tilted her head and asked, so how did I get to Flotty? Lodi comes here once, Lodi told me, let's say it too. He held his hands dirty and smiled sweetly, so that was it. Initially, it was to find his benefactor. Dimly remembered the benefactor's appearance and the vague words, come to Flotty. Lodi wondered, what about the intention of staying by her father's side, why did she do that? Answering her question, he thought that if he became his father's squire, you can get more information. Although I can't find it yet, it's not an adult, it has black hair and red eyes, I can't remember clearly. The boy smiled bitterly. Even though he searched so hard, he still couldn't find it. It seemed like that side didn't want to show up. Thanks to that benefactor, he met a good master and had a family. Right now, I'm satisfied. The wind blew Lodi's hair, she was stunned for a moment, her heart suddenly beat fast. At this moment Veronica suddenly appeared. What are you talking about so happily? Lodi turned around immediately. Veronica is here? Veronica replied, yes, I'm back. Is this what you said? Veronica offers 3-color ice cream that looks very special. Lodi happily, yes, that's right. She scooped a piece and put it in her mouth. As soon as she finished eating, her face looked brighter, it was so delicious. Lodi sat and enjoyed the weather, it was pleasant and gentle. The breeze blew gently, Lodi sat on the chair and dozed off. Seeing that, Veronica tilted her head and asked, Miss, if you feel tired, let's go in. Lodi woke up immediately. No, she just went outside and said, it's a beautiful day today, it would be a shame to go inside. I'll go over there and rest for a while. The girl ran back to the chair, turned back and told Veronica, if you want to come in, just come in. Veronica smiled and replied, the weather is nice so I will also stay out here. Lodi yawned and thought, she should rest for a while. Veronica covered her mouth, oh my god. She turned to ask quietly, is it because the young lady woke up early today? Glancing at Lodi, it was true, and she had been running around a lot since morning. Now don't wake her up, Lodi is sleeping soundly on the chair with her head tilted back. A while later, Lodi suddenly woke up, oh god, it's been a while? She narrowed her eyes and wiped her saliva with her hand. Lodi stopped raising her head, but she wondered, what is father doing? Flotty is kneeling on one knee in front of his daughter, what is this situation? He was embarrassed, his daughter was sleeping so soundly that she wasn't even aware that she was being carried. Lodi was surprised and was about to carry me. Exactly. She jumped down, Veronica had called her father. Veronica heard her sign and waved her hand and shook her head, it wasn't me. Sir Damien, why did you do this to me? Lodi thought to herself, she said no, so I have to ask directly. The little girl in her cheek asked her father, why did you come here? Flotty pointed back, just as I saw my daughter from the office. Lodi wondered, is that so? Why do you ask one thing and answer another? The little girl clenched her hands nervously, Dad, don't you have anything to do? Is the Duke just eating and having fun? Laughter came from the garden, Flotty was confused, there was no such thing. In our empire we are so busy that our eyes and nose are dark. Lodi wondered even more, but why did Dad suddenly see Lodi and come here? Dad, are you bored? Velan next to him raised his hand and said, even though he was busy with thousands of things, the Duke still came because he wanted to spend time with that little princess? Lodi doesn't understand, so what? Veronica continued, doesn't he want to be closer to the young lady? After all, Sir Damien's position has been regressing lately. Lodi looked back in surprise, Flotty replied, are you talking nonsense? Lodi sneaked a look. If you look at the things her father has done for her recently, Veronica's words seem reasonable. Dad keeps denying it, or am I teasing him a bit? Lodi is so happy, what should I do? It turns out Dad has no friends. Both Veronica and Veronica couldn't help but burst out laughing. Flotty angrily slammed the table. He was so upset that he covered his face and the tight people went away. Both of them were trying to hold back their laughter. Yes. Lodi grabbed Flotty's shirt tightly, or was she just teasing her father here? Flotty glanced back to hear Lodi say, did you really come here to get closer to Lodi? So if Dad walks around the garden with Lodi, I'll level up. Dad was busy all this time so he couldn't do anything. The girl said again, that's right though, number 1 is the secret of Veronica. What rank am I in? About the times of suffering, do you have that too? Flotty crossed his arms, except from above looking down like that? If so, then you suddenly raise Lodi up. If we want to get to the first rank, we will have to try very hard. Veronica on the side saw this and immediately spoke up. Mr. Damien cheated, listen to this. Damien immediately baited you and said, I don't know what cheating is. At this moment, a cheerful laugh rang out. Ahahaha, it seems like your rank is not in your head, or should I take this as a bribe? Flotty said. Damien immediately protested, no, the flowers in this garden are mine. How can they be your bribe? Lodi teased him when he saw that. It's Lodi's right to accept bribes or not, but Lodi likes it very much, so Lodi will accept it. As she said that, she immediately picked up the mustard flower in her hair. Veronica immediately spoke up, so when will I prepare a birthday party for the young lady? Lodi asked confusedly, do demons also celebrate birthdays? Happily explained, yes, starting today, it will be held. Hearing that, Lodi laughed loudly. Ahaha, what's going on? The girl also continued, I will also go check everything first. Lodi felt a bit confused, thinking, I don't know what day it will be. The girl hesitated but could choose a special day because before that day her mother had wished her a happy birthday. After thinking about it, Lodi immediately decided that Lodi's birthday was the day Lodi came here, the day she left for a strange place and was abandoned. Damien just closed the deal. Okay, I remember, and I'll make it a great day for my daughter. Is that possible? Lodi thought to herself. However, she was very grateful that Damien hugged him and said that if her birthday was on a good day, every day would be Lodi's birthday. It will definitely be like that. The hot summer passed with such excitement, escaping the autumn that quickly dyed Veronica's maple leaves red. Look, the leaves are so red, Lodi ran around and exclaimed. Yes, maple leaves are really beautiful. This is your first time welcoming autumn, right? Veronica asked. Spring, summer, and fall were all the first times that the forest where Lodi lived only had winter, so it snowed every day and was brutally cold, but the summer was too hot. Looking at Lodi's expression, Veronica felt a little exclamation, it's so cute, it's almost winter. Lodi complained again that I only wanted spring and autumn. Veronica thought that winter had the lady's birthday. Scene change, in the room, Veronica gently asked, Miss, what gift do you want for your birthday? When Lodi heard that, she was a bit bewildered. On her birthday, Veronica smiled and replied yes, I want to know in advance what she meant. She secretly thought, maybe on her birthday she will forget about gifts, so I can be her surprise. Doubt. Lodi thought for a while, then finally she happily said, I don't know. Veronica thought to herself, I have to ask little by little. She asked again, so on your birthday, what do you want to do most? Lodi immediately said honestly, I want to do it with my family. What specifically? Veronica continued to ask. The girl immediately said that painting a family portrait was like stepping into her father's room. Or go to foreign communes together, something like that. Veronica said softly, Mr. Damien would definitely be happy to go with that young lady. In her heart, she also secretly added that she would know immediately by looking at his attitude towards her. What about Veronica? Lodi asked again. Hearing that, she felt moved and thought, it seems that the young lady is worried that her work as an assistant will increase if the Duke is away. Veronica immediately smiled and said, Mr. Damien was only away for a short time, so my work wasn't that much. For her, it's okay to do a little more work. Our Lady is so kind. Lodi heard that and said, no, Veronica is also my family, Veronica is coming too, right? Hearing this, Veronica understood what Lodi meant. Ah, so I can also participate because I'm from the lady's family. Veronica grew up in one of the richest families in the demon world. She's always radiant, well done, Veronica. Although this doesn't mean it's a peaceful family. But for Veronica, who was more dominant than her siblings, this was not a problem. To Veronica, family is just people willing to stab each other in the back. She felt more and more depressed day by day and finally decided to leave that place. Therefore, for Veronica, family is an extremely fragile thing. But that definition has gradually changed. Many feelings are given without conditions. It's raining, come in quickly, Lodi quickly said with concern. That thing was like a long, steady rain. Yes, back to the present, Veronica shyly said Nanny is not in the family portrait. When Lodi heard that, she was a little surprised. Veronica smiled and said, "But if it's a picnic, I can go with you." A few months later, Veronica gently went to the bed to wake up Lodi. "Good morning, young lady." At this time, Lodi was still drowsy because she had just woken up. The little girl said in a small voice to Hung, "Good morning." Veronica excitedly continued, "Happy 4th birthday, my little lady." The servants outside started to talk again. Even though they knew that she loved the princess that day, they didn't expect it to come to this. Therefore, on her birthday, His Highness didn't even celebrate it. That's natural because that day I hated virtual peace. But I heard that this time the preparations were grand, right? Ever since that day I fired the guys who looked down on the princess and went looking for her all over the garden. At this moment, everyone was thinking the same thing. Surely, isn't the princess the one in power in the duke's family? Lodi was standing alone in the middle of the flower garden admiring the scenery and glanced at someone coming. The girl happily greeted by Han, "Is she here?" He immediately smiled and asked, "I'm not late, right?" Having said that, the boy came closer and placed a kiss on Lodi's cheek. "Happy birthday, Lodi, this is a gift." Seeing that, Lodi was immediately excited. "Can you open it?" "Of course it's okay," Bai Han replied. The gift was a lovely teddy bear. Lodi was extremely excited. Bai Han immediately asked, "Do you like it?" "Yes, I really like it," Lodi exclaimed. Lodi couldn't help but be curious, but there was a place like this at the mansion. "My birthday was in the winter. I heard that a few days ago they built some kind of building, but I didn't expect it to be a garden with flowers blooming even in winter like this, and as warm as spring." At this moment, the sound of footsteps approaching along with a familiar voice rang out. "So next I hope you will like my gift too, Dad, so where is the gift?" Lodi asked curiously. Damien then said proudly, "Right in front of that girl's eyes." Speculating, Lodi ran around Damien to search, hidden behind, "I don't know." Damien immediately softened his voice and said, "I mean this place, the greenhouse garden." Hearing this, Lodi suddenly realized, her insides were screaming frantically. "Yes, bang, you mean this place is considered a birthday present?" Damien saw that Lodi did not have an interesting reaction and asked a little gloomily, "Don't you like it?" "Because girls like flowers, I thought you would like this place." Hearing that, Lodi quickly said, "No, I like it very much, thank you, Dad." The little girl thought to herself, "The rumored evil duke is gone." Damien said again, "And I've already heard what Veronica said, there's one more wish." Lodi went from one surprise to another, dreamily wondering, what was that? Veronica was extremely pleased at this moment. "I did a good job," Lodi also gradually remembered before. "Oh, so it was normal." After her brain loaded, the girl confusedly asked, "Will you do it for me?" Damien immediately said comfortably, "There was nothing difficult." Lodi seriously said that if Dad says he's busy and then leaves, it's not okay, he understands. However, the decision at that time was something that Lodi would regret. "If I had known that such a thing would happen, I would never have wanted that birthday gift." Lodi now folded her arms and said seriously, "Her 4th birthday has passed quite a long time ago. Now Lodi is no longer a child." Despite saying that, Lodi is still a baby. Veronica was next to me and reminded me, "Young lady, after eating your snack, it's time to brush your teeth." Lodi felt warm inside when she heard that, but Veronica still saw herself as a little child. The girl repeated again, "Lodi is not a child." Veronica is confused when she hears that. Lodi eloquently declared that having a child, Lodi could do it herself. Veronica on the side couldn't help but feel emotional. "Oh hello," she still asked with concern. "Miss, you really don't need my help." Lodi thought to herself, "Of course." As soon as she opened the door, Lodi immediately saw Damien sitting on the chair. She immediately asked if Dad was here. "Yes, because I have something to give you," Damien said. Hearing that, Lodi couldn't help but be curious. "What is that?" Damien immediately said, "The artist who came here a few days ago has already completed his daughter's request." Lodi's eyes widened as she looked at the thing in her hand. She remembered that a few days ago, I had something personal to do and wanted to miss him. Lodi thought to himself, so he agreed to help me. Damien remembers you asking, "What is that?" Let's see, said Lodi as she opened the item. I asked her to redraw the picture of my mother's shaking legs to preserve her image while my memory is still clear. Dad, Lodi gave it to Damien. Didn't the girl order this because she wanted it? Damien asked curiously. Lodi thought to herself, now I fully understand what Dad said. What he meant was, is it okay if I give this to him? The little girl happily replied, no problem, I asked her to make it as a gift for her father. Lodi thought sadly, Dad also doesn't have any mementos of his mother, he has fewer memories of his mother than me. Damien stared at it endlessly, he respectfully brought it to his lips, thanking him. Lodi thought happily, it's lucky that Dad likes it. A butterfly suddenly flew in, the girl quickly exclaimed, oh, a butterfly flew in. Damien saw this and said softly, it seems spring has come, that's right. It's great to go out and play now. Damien was now awkwardly holding the wreath on his head. Lodi immediately said, how is it, beautiful? Veronica on the side also praised, yes, the young lady is very clever. Lodi was extremely pleased, of course, I will do it for Veronica too. The girl looked around for a while, I wanted to get more beautiful flowers to make for Veronica, but I couldn't find them. Lodi turned to Veronica and said seriously, later I will make Veronica's bust more beautiful. Being so concerned by the lady, she smiled and said, yes, I will wait. Looking up at the sky, Lodi squinted her eyes a bit. Is it sunny? It's too eye-catching. Under the shade of the tree, Lodi exclaimed a little, it's truly amazing, I can see the shadow of a tree like this in the mansion, it seems even more sparkling now. Damien from afar saw the little girl running around and asked what her daughter was doing. Hearing that, Lodi happily replied that if she stepped on the sunlight, she would die. Even though I don't understand, because my daughter likes it, I will plant a big tree in the garden. Seeing Damien say that, Lodi couldn't help but feel confused, isn't the greenhouse garden enough? On the side, I laughed out loud, ahaha, I didn't expect that Dad could tell jokes too. Why do you think I'm joking? Damien said seriously. Lodi heard that and exclaimed, it's too real to do this at this rate. The little girl quickly came closer and said, Father, Lodi prefers to watch together like this. Damien asked confusedly, must trees be very special to Lodi? The girl immediately replied that being with everyone was something more special than usual. So let's go again next time. Lodi thought to herself that compared to trees, I like that more. Promise, just like that, the two of them conspired to complete their promise. Suddenly Lodi jumped up, that's right, I have to find flowers to make a wreath for Veronica. The girl turned around and told Damien that Lodi was going to look for flowers now. Seeing that, he immediately held her little hand and worriedly said, let's go together. What if I lose my way? Lodi happily said, it's okay, Lodi remembers the way very well. Damien was still determined, no matter what he said, but of course he couldn't go alone. Also come in, I'll go with you, that should be okay, right, Mr. Damien? In the end, Damien gave in, okay. Lodi said excitedly, I'll be home soon so Dad, please stay here. Be careful, Damien said gloomily. Just like that, the two went into the forest together. Lodi thought to herself, we won't go far, but I still feel so worried, I've lived in the forest most of my life. Of course, this is different from the forest I used to live in, but nonetheless, I'm still confident that I won't get lost. Lodi suddenly noticed the front, there were so many tree branches piled up there. Seeing that, he immediately explained, well, because there are animals tying that tree branch together to make a nest. Lodi asked in panic, are they scary? Hearing that, the boy smiled lightly, no, they are very gentle in this forest, there are no wild beasts. Lodi was a bit thoughtful at this time. The tree branches are quite heavy, but building a house with this doesn't seem very good. Again, they tie many branches together to make a house. One branch is weak, but if many branches are tied together, it is quite strong. Plus, if you're close to them with saliva, it's even stronger. Lodi couldn't help but admire her knowledge, she knew everything. Hearing that, the boy humbly said, aha, that's not true, it's just that in the demon world there is also that so I just knew. Ah, Lodi, do you think this is okay? It suits Lodi. As soon as the boy said that, flowers appeared in Lodi's hair. The girl asked a bit bewilderedly, not looking for a flower suitable for Lodi but for Veronica. Hearing that, I smiled happily, including you. Lodi immediately said that seriously and you didn't know, please delete the previous sentence. Asked again, do you want to go deeper? Lodi immediately sighed and said yes, I still haven't found any flowers that I like, so it's okay to come with me, maybe I'll come back. Okay, let's search a little more, let's talk. However, the boy also reminded Lodi not to do that when traveling alone, you know. Lodi immediately happily responded, I know. After walking for a while, Lodi was happy to see so many flowers ahead. She quickly ran over. The flowers here are so beautiful. After picking for a while, Lodi said, this should be enough, let's go home. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared and quickly pushed Lodi aside. The sudden action made the girl panic. What had suddenly happened? What was that thing? A dark shadow appeared in front of Lodi and couldn't help but be startled by the magical beast. Lodi was in a hurry. At this moment, I thought to myself, defeating a creature of that size is not too difficult. Because I haven't controlled this demonic beast in the demon world before, I understand very clearly that the problem is that its toenails are poisonous, but until the poison spreads, I still have time. The boy turned to Lodi to reassure her, he's okay, don't worry. His eyes turned cold and he thought, I can't let that thing touch even a strand of my sister's hair. There are quite a few suspicious points, but the first thing is to deal with this demonic beast. Just like that, he continued to attack the monster for a while, leaving it only a shell lying on the ground. I couldn't help but sigh, the war was over, my time with my sister was over, and she must be very afraid of me. I know what I'm like right now, I know it's like that but… Are you okay? Lodi suddenly spoke up, interrupting her train of thought. A little surprised and asked, Lodi is not afraid. Hearing that, Lodi seriously said she was very scared, she didn't know what would happen so she was scared. After hearing that, the boy froze, wasn't he afraid of me? Having succeeded, he smiled and said with emotion, your sister must have felt very scared. Then we'll go back. How lucky. Lodi now hurriedly urged her to go home quickly so she could treat the wound on her hand. At this time, a rustling sound came from the other side of the bush, immediately alerting Lodi to go behind him. Hearing that, the girl immediately ran back. Compared to the third one, it's not very big, but it's injured. What is it looking at? That magical beast from before? Immediately after that, the demon beast rushed in. Looking at this scene, Lodi was startled, I had to help him. Loudly reminded, don't come closer. Lodi stammered and said, I can't just stand and watch. But what can I do? So scared, Lodi's heart was pounding continuously. This time he shouted loudly again. Lodi, quickly return to father. The girl couldn't help but freeze. So what? While I bring my father here, will he be okay? But, even if I were here, I would only become a burden. Lodi immediately turned around and ran away. Seeing that, I breathed deeply into my heart. Luckily, she returned to her father. The problem now is, why did magical beasts appear in the Empire? Creatures in the demon world cannot pass through the barrier to reach the Empire. It is impossible for magical beasts to appear in the Empire. At this moment, he coldly said, by the time father gets here, I will probably have to lose an arm. Just like that, another war broke out. How much time has passed? I really can't resist anymore. Suddenly the familiar sound of hurried footsteps came again. Looking at it, I couldn't help but be surprised. Lodi, won't she go back to her father's place? Shouted quickly. Dangerous. Why did you come back here? Just now, Lodi considered for a while and then decided. It's safest to return to my father's place now, but I'm in danger. If so, remember what I said before. One wing is weak, but if you tie many wings together, it's quite strong. Plus, if you attach them with saliva, it's even stronger. It's this one. Lodi quickly ran to throw the bundle of things she had collected earlier into the monster's mouth and then pulled her hand away. Now leave. Just run away. After running for a while, Lodi felt a bit tired. Seeing Lodi breathing heavily like that, she thought to herself, it must be too much for Lodi. It followed right behind, unable to stop. It's better to pick her up and go. Just like that, he immediately carried Lodi and ran away. Lodi now looked back and was a little scared. It has chased it all the way here. The eyes see that there is a dead end ahead. Lodi panicked and said, "What to do?" Then he gently put Lodi down, hoping for peace. "Don't worry." The boy thought a little cautiously, if a person fell from this height, his life would definitely be in danger. But if I hug Lodi, she will be safe. Finally, he hugged Lodi tightly. The voice was full of seriousness. "Lodi, hold on tight to me, it'll be okay." Just like that, holding Lodi tightly and jumping into the abyss before the monster chased her. Lodi suddenly woke up and jumped up. "Did I fall from that cliff and faint, and where is this inside the cave?" As soon as he reminded her, he immediately appeared right next to her and asked her. "I woke up and tried to stand up." Lodi noticed that his hand had a huge wound. "Why are you injured so much?" "But I don't need to ask to know why. He fought with that demonic beast, then hugged me and jumped off the cliff so I wouldn't get hurt. It's true that the older brother of the year is different. This much is impermeable and it is not a dangerous poison. Maybe just struggle for a few days and you'll be fine, I think." But for Lodi, it was impossible for her to scream. "This is nothing." Startled and felt unjust. "I told Lodi to return to her father's place, but why did he return to such a dangerous place?" Hearing that, Lodi objected. "How could you leave me? I'm clearly hurt. I think even then I have to go." Lodi asked him back if she told him to go, would he go or not? Wanted to deny it, but seeing Lodi he couldn't say a word. "I'm sorry for being angry that I was wrong, it's just because I worried about you too much." So the two decided to go out and find a way out. But God likes to tease people. The rain let down and the two had to wait a while before they could leave. Fortunately, in the midst of misfortune, there was a chance that the rain could erase the scent and temporarily avoid the monsters. While talking, he suddenly held his head in pain and then blankly looked at 1 becoming 3. It seemed like the poison had begun to take effect. Lodi was worried about him and wondered when Dad would find us. On the other side, the formula and Veronica follow the blood trail of the demonic beast. The black blood stain mixed with gambling pigments over there is not the same size. After seeing the red blood stains, the formula guessed that there was also the blood of children? Veronica searched for a while and discovered it. "There isn't one here, but you can't rest assured." The formula also notes that because the power cannot be fully used yet, I just hope that both of them are safe. The formula said green swords appeared around Veronica's body. She replied, "I know, Mr. Damien." Returning to the girl's side, Lodi tried to use her strength to soak a piece of cloth with water so she could cool down his fever. But it seemed like there was something wrong here. The towel was too heavy and filled with water, causing the powder to fall on her face. Helplessly raised his voice. "Lodi doesn't seem like this." Lodi was also taking care of others for the first time, so she was a bit clumsy. "Sorry, I will do it again." After speaking, the girl distributed the water and then put it back on top, hoping that it would be better. Suddenly telling Lodi not to eat that made her confused. "What did you say?" But now he's rambling so he probably won't answer any question. Lodi took the opportunity to ask for information. "Why do you love Lodi so much if he really doesn't consider you a family member but only sees you as his master's biological daughter?" Opened his eyes and replied. "Lodi, you're a cute and petite girl. I always pay attention to your father's face, but you're always confident." Lodi thought she heard wrongly. She thought the poison had spread to her head. The more Lodi listened, the more she felt wrong. "I'm an adult, so what does that have to do with anything? You just want to do what you want, right? Continue talking. And most of all because I chose you as my family before coming to Fruity. He's just trying to survive and his family is so far away that he doesn't dare to dream about it. Therefore, this first and only family is even more special to him, so how can he not love his sister? Loti was not surprised. I've never shown anything different from my heart, only I've always had doubts. Both of them were so busy talking that they didn't know that there was a monster above. Suddenly the beast roared. Bihan quickly stood up in front of the scared Loti. Now it's hard to stand firm, how can I? Suddenly there was a noise and Loti closed her eyes when a voice called her name. Loti Lucia. Outside the cave, a red magic circle appeared, showing the Duke outside fighting the monster Loti immediately recognized as the Duke. When her father arrived, the little girl immediately ran to her, hugged her neck and cried. My father was so scared that he was also injured. Why did he come so late? The Duke hugged the girl tightly and apologized, then looked over and asked Han. What time did Loti notice? But how are the monsters? There was no need to mention it, we already knew what the fate of the evil beast was. Veronica immediately took up her sword to fight it. While watching, the Duke hugged her and turned his face away so that the little girl could not see the bloody scene, or the Duke hugged her tightly and said, Now let's return home. Velan looked panicked. What is this all about? Then Veronica signaled. The lady is sleeping there, shush. Bihan wondered. Father, who exactly led the demonic beasts to the Empire? The Duke speculated that if he wanted to go to the Empire, he had to go through the gate, so he must have written it down. Bihan heard that and said, So I'll try to test it at home and see. But the Duke wanted to let him rest. There's no need for me to look like a cruel owner that would copy the patient's work. Bihan held his head as if to say that this wound will probably heal soon. The Duke understood what he meant, but after all, he hadn't been there for a long time, so he planned to go directly to his hometown. Time passed and it was still raining outside. Loti sat at the door thinking. Does it rain in the demon world where you live? Veronica saw that she must miss Mr. Damien, and Loti immediately replied when she heard that. Loti fell asleep so she couldn't say hello to her father. But actually she was thinking that the work related to magical beasts was very important and she couldn't underestimate the book. Just thinking about it made me feel scared, but then she thought. Can't confirm that the book is real, don't bother with it. So she decided to spread this problem and ran to Bihan. Bihan didn't need to guess to know that Loti went to Loti and asked how the wound on the boy's body was, but luckily the wound had healed. Bihan pulled out a miss. You came at just the right time. I have this for you. I prepared it when I returned to my hometown and only now was able to give it to you. Inside is a bracelet protected by magic points linked to the earring Bihan is wearing. If Loti wants to let you know her location, the bracelet will notify you. That's the use of Loti's bracelet. Hearing that, I asked. Only when Loti wants, right? Playing this game is very dangerous. Hearing that, he laughed. Of course, normally he wouldn't know, but actually there was another magic inside that he couldn't tell Loti. And also hope that I won't have to use it, hope that the bracelet is not destroyed. At home, the Duke had just arrived grumpy. Do you know what day it is that I have to come out to welcome you guys like this? When the kids heard that, they actually just wanted Damien to come home often. At this time a boy came to report the situation. Duke, I have gone to verify what you told me to find out and then I will report. As a result, there was no sign of the gate being used during that time. But if it's a demon, there's a way to get through without having to use the gate. It's just that it's impossible for a demonic beast, that's the problem with the impossibility of happening again. The Duke crumpled the paper and thought to himself. Moreover, because of that, my daughter was injured. Even if my family was not injured, as other people, I could not just ignore it. While feeling sad, there was a voice from outside that another demon wanted to go in and see the Duke but was stopped. It was the demon world's Duke Arthur Auditus who was about to attack when Damien came out to stop him. Are you willing to threaten my people? Arthur saw Hian's friend and turned around as quickly as flipping a cake. Damien, if you return to the demon world, shouldn't you tell me, this heartless guy? Wait, what does this have to do with anything? I have no reason to inform you, after all, it was just when I was about to contact you. Arthur feels like something's going on. What's going on? He looked at the person with a straight face and said anyway, just in time to contact him because he had something to ask, Arthur. The person he was talking to was Arthur Auditus, the Duke of the Demon World. Arthur heard him calling his name and wondered what made him come to him. In addition to being a Duke of the Demon World, Arthur is also a good man of the Demon World. Everything in the Demon World cannot escape Arthur's eyes and ears. So he certainly knew about this incident. He pondered for a moment, then asked, "There were magical beasts in the capital, do you know what happened?" Arthur was speechless when he heard that. Demonic beast, just because of that, did you return to the demon world? But unfortunately he doesn't know anything. When I heard that, my eyes immediately lit up and became lazy, is that so? As he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared above his head. Then a ray of red power hit Arthur. He didn't dodge and instead teased him. This hot-tempered personality still hasn't changed. Arthur's blue magic circle also appeared to help him block the previous attack. He continued to say, "Even so, we should get rid of this thing, right?" He didn't pay any attention to what he said and continued to ask. He replied that he didn't know anything. There was no way he wouldn't have known about such a coincidental incident. When he heard that, he was very sorry to answer, but it was true. But why should you be a little angry at him? Hearing that, he immediately put away his attack magic. Arthur on this side continued to explain, "Don't misunderstand. He really didn't know how it happened. The guys who brought the magical beasts to the Empire were also panicking. They didn't know how they could bring the demon beast there." Hearing those words, he thought, even though he did not know how and why the demonic beasts crossed the barrier and reached the Empire's gates. But we can guess who did it. Arthur stood on the opposite side, watching him sink into deep thoughts and thought, the Frodi family is not welcome in this demon world. At first he helped, but that was all. He didn't even help Damien's growth. But Damien and Frodi are exceptions. From the bottom, he took the name of the human family and won the position in the demon world, then held all the highest power. It is the gate. Those who do not accept Frodi's hold on power are determined to overthrow the supreme power that Frodi possesses. They believe that if they find a way to get to the Empire without using the gate, Frodi, the family that governs this place, will immediately collapse. Therefore, the first thing is to find a way to bring magical beasts to the Empire. They had pushed demonic beasts into the Empire in many different ways, but going through the barrier was not such an easy task. All those plans ended in failure. Only this time is an exception. Arthur now spoke up and asked him, but how did he know? It seemed like they weren't allowed to know in the Empire. When he heard that, he quickly answered, because it appeared where he lived. Hearing that, Arthur exhaled. He exclaimed, "Fortunately, with you to deal with it, the damage probably wouldn't be too big." He didn't answer when he heard that. Arthur saw that and asked again. This time he probably stayed for a while before leaving. It's been a long time. Those kids love him so much, he should give them some time. How he wishes his kids could be like that. The Frodis always obey and love their masters like that. His children all obeyed, but for some reason, there was something different about Frodi's atmosphere, even though on the outside he often got angry and did some dirty deeds. But he still treats you guys quite well. I've been listening for a while now and finally answered, I'm going back today, I don't plan to stay here for long. Arthur heard that and wondered, what, why? Hearing that, he gently replied that someone was waiting. Hearing that, Arthur objected, you guys are always waiting for him, you should stay at the mansion a little longer before leaving, why are you in such a hurry to return? Hearing that, he replied, it wasn't those kids, but his daughter was waiting. When Arthur heard that, his head was full of questions, is it a girl? Then, as if by chance, he came in and asked him repeatedly if the demon world was about to be destroyed, was it a sign that the barrier would disappear? This was fine. His face remained unchanged as if he had seen it too many times. He slowly replied, that's right. So I'll come back immediately, why is everyone reacting like that, and you also have a child, right? Arthur heard that and answered him, but why? When he saw him like that, he calmly said, look at his reaction. Looks like your daughter's story hasn't reached his ears yet. Arthur heard that and explained that he did not know about the Empire. But he didn't care, this time the incident originated from the demon world, so he heard about it. Finally successfully brought the magical beasts to the Empire, but how? How could he ignore something like that, right? But who would take a talented kid with them for such a long time? He didn't know what to think but said, thank him, because of that he had a powerful subordinate. Arthur heard that and said, he means Veronica. I heard that she has no thoughts of returning to auditors? Not only the kids who had been here before, but the new kids who had just arrived, none of them satisfied him. Hearing that, he calmly replied, it seems like the successor has already been decided, right? Hearing that, Arthur sadly replied, yes, but he died. He doesn't care about weak things, and there's so much information he needs to grasp, and it's best to forget about things that don't help. Hearing that, he replied that he had no intention of taking Veronica back there. Arthur couldn't help but hear that. You unscrupulous thing, Veronica is also difficult to understand. If she was by your side, wouldn't it be better to return to the auditors and become the successor? There's no such thing as Frati under you. Now that you have a daughter, won't she become the successor? When he heard that, he objected, no, that child would grow up like a normal person, he would not bring him to this place. When he heard that, he immediately speculated, so does your daughter have similar blood? Is his mother a witch? When he heard that, he objected, she was not a ghost, she was an immortal woman, with a frozen heart. The story of that woman did not only appear in human folktales, but also spread to the demon world. The stories are all different and there are also many problems with her name. For the demons she is a hated person. There are also different names such as Winter Witch, Disaster Witch, I don't know which of them is true. And it's also possible that there's no truth at all. But the most famous name among them is the Ice Witch. In the dark and rainy night, Lodi suddenly woke up from thirst. She was on her way to get water and wondered why, when she was sleeping soundly, she woke up because she was thirsty. It's raining beautifully. She told herself she had to go quickly and go back to sleep. She had just picked up the cup when she suddenly heard a loud noise. She silently wondered, who is it at night like this? Is there anyone who has to patrol around the mansion tonight? She thought to herself, it probably wasn't Veronica. At this time, all the maids are sleeping. Could it be a thief? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt scared. But she quickly ran towards the sound, thinking as she walked. Even though she didn't know which thief had the guts to sneak into this Frati mansion to steal property, she couldn't just let it go. When she ran closer to that person suddenly stopped. She was startled and hid behind the wall thinking, I've discovered her, what should I do? Should she run away now or should she come up here? Suddenly I heard an increasingly loud noise and he was walking towards me, making me even more scared. But right now the person appearing in front of her was her father. When he saw her, he was surprised and exclaimed, daughter. When she saw that it was him, she breathed in a sigh of admiration, it was her father, right? When he saw she didn't answer, he continued, he thought she wasn't going for a walk tonight. Hearing that, she whispered and wondered, what is Dad talking about? She asked, why do you walk at night and Loti walks during the day? Hearing that, he realized that what he just said was a bit strange and said again, girl, you're right, you should go for a walk during the day, you just woke up. Hearing that, she replied, yes, I was thirsty so I came here to find this water. Suddenly she asked him again, oh, father came back to the mansion at some point, but didn't say anything to her. When he came to the demon world, he didn't say anything, and when he returned, he didn't say anything. Why didn't Dad really tell her anything? Well, according to Veronica, if father returns to the demon world, he will stay there for a long time. Father came back faster than what Veronica said, maybe she was the only one who didn't hear it. Seeing her say a bunch of things but just wanting to blame him for leaving and returning without telling her, he felt a bit happy. He comforted her and said, because it was already late, he planned to come see her tomorrow. Hearing that, she believed it and answered, so that's it. After that, she was filled with curiosity and asked him, "Is Dad going to spring? How is the demon world?" All day today she walked around the mansion, looked at the rooms, then ate lunch, ate snacks, and more. He heard the little girl happily tell stories about her pleasures while he was away, so he felt a little sullen and asked, "It seems like without him, his daughter would still be fine, one day probably wouldn't be enough to listen to it all. But now she has to go back to sleep, let me take her to the room." She heard that and asked, "So when she gets to the room, she will take him back?" Her and her father's rooms are far apart, if they go back, it will be very far. It was rare for him to hear that, so if he took her back to his room it would be a success. When she heard that, she thought it was right, so she could only say, next time she would take him home. Hearing that, he gently agreed, and he hesitantly guided the girl. At night, children must sleep well to grow quickly. She looked at the dark hallway ahead and looked at his feet with fear. Suddenly, a ray of light rang out outside, making her even more scared and clinging tightly to his pants. Seeing that, I asked, "Are you scared?" Hearing that, she objected because of her pride. No, she wasn't afraid, just startled. But her actions were more sincere when she kept hugging his leg. When he saw that, he realized it was because she was scared. Without saying a word, he quickly hugged her and proposed, "Today they will sleep together." Hearing that, she thought, she is so old, can she sleep with her father? Anyway, the sound of thunder startled her, so she thought so and immediately refused. Lodi was able to sleep alone, and when he heard that, he immediately praised her. But now she suddenly thought, maybe her father needed her so he asked her to sleep with him? Thinking so, she immediately asked, "Dad, are you also afraid of sleeping alone on a day of thunder and lightning?" He was a bit speechless when he heard that, but it was only for a few seconds. After a few seconds, he immediately replied, yes, he was very scared. He thought, it wasn't that he was talking nonsense, it was just that he remembered the incident a few days ago when she almost had an accident due to lightning. He looked at the little girl lovingly and asked, "So are you going to leave this father alone?" She laughed when she heard that. Why did Dad make such a pitiful face? The scene changes to his bed. She lays down and exclaims, "The bed is so spacious, and so soft." He heard that and asked, "Is this a little girl's bed?" Hearing that, she honestly replied, "Dad's bed is bigger than hers, give her a bigger one." I heard that but realized the big truth, girls like big things. Must refer. After that, he temporarily ignored this matter and sat down to comfort her to sleep. But when the two of them had been lying down for a long time, she still hadn't closed her eyes. Seeing that, he had to ask, "Can't a girl sleep?" "Probably because I was sleeping and woke up." When she heard that, she hummed in agreement, then suddenly he said to her in a gentle voice, "Goodbye, good night." Then he closed his eyes as if he were asleep but his hand was still comforting her. Her mouth mistakenly sang a lullaby. When she heard that, she wondered, did Dad also sing a lullaby? When he saw her asking that, he immediately asked again, "What do girls think of him?" "But you are the second person, this is an honor." Hearing that makes me wonder, so who is the first person? He didn't answer but just said, "Try to guess, it's easy." Hearing that, she thought to herself, the first part was different from the imperial lullaby that Veronica sang to her, she had heard this song before. Thinking of this, she immediately guessed the answer, "What's wrong with Lodi's mother? Can I tell you about my mother's story?" He heard that and asked, "Isn't your daughter going to sleep?" Hearing that, she hesitated and said, the little girl would consider what her father told her as a lullaby so she could sleep. He heard that and praised her for her clever mouth, but in his heart he thought, I don't know how he should tell her to like it. He remembered the scene where the girl he loved told him, "Damien, she said she loved him so much, she gave all her heart. But for something she is cautious, but because she chose death, she will not love him anymore." At first, the person who predicted that she would fall in love was that person. In the quiet night, only the voice of him telling the story remained. He was like Calamity, he couldn't do anything as he wanted and just got carried away. Lodi heard her father talk about her mother, so she also spoke up and wanted to tell him what her mother said about her father. She said, "Father is an emotional person." Hearing that, he lovingly asked her, "How do you feel, daughter? Do you feel the same?" When she heard that, she replied frankly, to be honest, she thought her mother had already said it. But now she sees that what her mother said was true. When he heard that, he happily smiled and exclaimed, so he was so lucky. He said and wished her good night again. This time his lovely baby was really drunk. He gently wished her a beautiful dream. But she did not know that early the next morning the maids were rushing to find her. Oh, Loti was surprised when she looked inside. Why is Loti's room empty? The heroine's room was suddenly empty and there was nothing left. Oh hello, so it's you here. Veronica suddenly walked in. Loti hurriedly told her. Oh God, Veronica, Loti's room. She knew Loti's feelings, so she responded calmly. Yes, your room has been changed. What? The female lead looked at the new room with a dark face. Yes, is this place? Yes, I heard that you like spacious places. Loti shouted in her head, but it was too loud. In front of the girl was a room decorated with flowers many times more splendid than the old room. Dad really has no level at all. Honestly, we don't need the level either. The female lead thought to herself, perhaps because I said I had gone to the end of the mansion, my father made a room this big for me to play in. Oh my God, Veronica happily told the girl, even if you don't say you like a spacious room, you will still change your room that day. Why? Loti still lives well in her old room. That's impossible. That room is too basic for someone like Miss Flotty to use. She continued to say, actually, the first time you came here, I took you to the annex to get used to this place. Now the lady has adapted well and is more used to life at the mansion. It's time for you to move to the main house, Loti suddenly blurted out. So in the original novel, I couldn't adapt to life in the later mansion. Loti remembered the scenes that happened in the story. The scene where the novel's heroine asks about her room appears when she is introduced to the annex building. If you think about the attitudes of the maids in that book, it's really difficult to adapt easily. I even thought about leaving the mansion when I grew up. Even though I'm closer to my father now, the maids have also changed their attitude towards me. In the novel, if the misunderstanding is never resolved, the father will still think he hates him and will continue to keep his distance. I will also think that my father hates me and constantly avoids me. But I need my family, obviously things will go in a negative direction. Veronica gently reminded the heroine. Miss, it's time to meet the Marquis. Oh, that's right, Loti is leaving now. The little girl took her small steps and ran on the wide road, thinking excitedly in her head. The Marquise is his governess. After taking a break from school to let the injury caused by the beast heal, I have decided to go back to studying from today. Thanks to that, there is no homework. Teacher, the girl called out to a woman with her hair tied up in a bun. He looked very kind and had been waiting there before. Miss, she welcomes Loti and Yu Jiangbao's warm welcome. It's been a long time since we last met. Bao's sudden absence from school for a while surprised me. It's not like you're pretending to be sick because you hate studying. Loti giggled in response. No, Loti loves her teacher very much. The Marquis took a deep breath, looking very strange. Hi, is that so? We haven't been able to meet each other for a while, let's see how far we're going with our studies. She was carrying a heavy book with just the devilish smile that made the heroine scream in despair. The lesson still went very smoothly. Even though it's been a long time since I started studying again, the lady still follows it very well. Just come here today. Loti shouted excitedly. Wow, thank you. The girl and the Marquis left the classroom, walking, studying and chatting. Is it so nice to have a break from school? So sad. No, Loti loves her teacher very much. Loti sent her home. Oh hello, I'm sending you back to Asia. The Marquis asked gently. But do you have any friends to play with? The heroine thought in her head for a while. Solder ball. This caused the Marquis to respond unexpectedly. Isn't that person Frotty's son? It seems that the young lady interacts a bit with people outside the mansion. Right. While they were chatting, a figure walked over that Lodi immediately recognized. Well, Damien looked at the girl affectionately and said, "Is the lesson over?" The Marquis was respectful when she met Damien. "Pleased to meet you, Your Highness." "Okay, it's been a while since I last saw you. Where are you planning to go?" He turned to ask Lodi. She quickly answered, "I'm going to see the teacher off." "Ah, so we should go too. It's such an honor for me." "Thank you." So they went together. Lodi looked at the way Damien and the Marquis spoke and became a little curious. The two seemed quite close. "Do you both know each other? How was the lesson?" Damien confers with her. "Miss is still following very well. I was worried a lot about what you said. Looking at the young lady reminds me of my son at home. Every time school ends, the kids are so happy." Electric class. Marquis Cyrus suddenly called Damien. "I would like to invite you to the Cyrus mansion." That's what she suggested. So the next day, at Marquis Cyrus's family, Lodi, wearing an equally adorable outfit, greeted politely. "I am Loteluja Frodi. Thank you for inviting me here. I did exactly what the teacher taught me." "How's that?" Lodi was extremely excited waiting for Damien's reaction. His son smiled looking at that little girl. "I thought she was a playful child." The Marchioness came and received them. "I am very happy that you have accepted my invitation. Meeting you, he will probably be very surprised. I will lead everyone in." "You didn't inform the Marquis?" The Marquis spoke happily to Damien. "Rarely do you have the opportunity to meet him. I deliberately didn't reveal it to surprise him." Lodi looked at the flowers planted around the mansion and couldn't help but admire. "Is this a mansion that the teacher personally takes care of? What a sophisticated and beautiful place. But I think I've heard the name of the Cyrus family somewhere before." Lodi reflected on her memories. That was when she was looking at Damien's papers. So, Lodi hasn't seen it all yet. "Noble family. I heard this is not necessary." Damien took the paper and took it away. "Anyway, it's all under girls, so there's no need to know. That's why I don't know any noble families." The girl immediately turned to ask Buhan. "Does Baihan know anything about the Marquis Cyrus family?" He quickly responded immediately. "Most famous is that this family leads the largest group of knights in the empire. And there were also rumors that generations of the Marquis Cyrus family were hiding another ability. Dad also has Asian friends." Lodi smiled and said to Baihan, making him smile in response, "Ahaha, there must be proof. Let's keep this a secret from Dad." But Damien heard everything Lodi said. "He's just trying to hold it in." Damien, the head of the Cyrus family, exclaimed in surprise. Damien still calmly looked at him and asked, "Eustace, I heard you were looking for me." "That's true, but I thought only a few of you would call me to the Duke's mansion." He looked down. Hearing what Dolores said, I still didn't believe it. Lodi suddenly appeared, lurking behind Damien. "What do you want to say to Loti?" Eustace bent down and greeted him warmly. "The little princess is so adorable." "Are you Loti?" "There you are, Eustace. Loti Lucia." Damien replied for her. "My daughter's name is Loti Lucia. You are not allowed to call the child by her first name." Eustace looked scared at the guard but didn't know what to say. "Oh, I see." He changes the subject. "Is that Bihan? I have known you before, but now I have the opportunity to meet you in person." Bihan took the final spell. "I've heard Dad talk a lot about you." Lady How immediately came and called the two children away. "Eustace has something to discuss with your highness in private, so you two should come see my son." "Yes, teacher." But Eustace was strangely hesitant. That thing. The boy's name is Joshua." It's probably in the room. Let's go. Lodi was extremely excited, surrounded by many flowers. Bihan, let's go. Wait, where have I heard this name before? Why so familiar? Joshua. That book appeared again, and Lodi's heart skipped a beat. Joshua Sirith. The girl made a decision in her head. It's Sirith. The only son of the Marquis Sirith family. The family name of the male lead in that book. Me and my father, then the monsters, and then the Sirith family. Why do I keep dashing my hope? I believed the future in the book wouldn't happen. Joshua Sirith. In the book, he is introduced as the only son of the Marquis Sirith family. Trey with the expectation of having a clear successor to lead the team of engineers of the Marquis and his wife. Joshua's physical strength is not good. Instead, he is talented in other fields. That's magic. From a young age, Joshua realized he had a talent for magic. But he hid it because he didn't want to attract everyone's attention. Then one day, a magical beast appeared in the academy. In front of the heroine, who was in danger, Joshua saved her from the demonic beast. Thanks to that, the female protagonist began to care about Joshua. Then the two fell in love. Afterwards, Joshua became the next master of the Sirith family. And have the right power as the main male position. Just like that, Joshua and the female lead had a love story like a fairy tale. Like many other romantic stories. 11 happy endings for just the two of them. Because the world is being destroyed by magical beasts. Lodi swallowed the breast in one gulp. That's all I remember about Joshua. Go see Joshua. Eustace laughed and told them. Ha, then go tomorrow. They're the same age, so who knows, maybe they'll get along. Why is he so panicked? Lodi looked at the Marquis and was curious. Ah, the heroine suddenly thought of it. In the novel, it is said that Joshua could not meet his family's expectations. That's why he didn't want us to meet him. Is he ashamed of his child? What an evil father. Lodi huffed and looked at Eustace. And he didn't understand anything when faced with that look from a little girl. The Marquis led them away and spoke. Joshua is very gentle. It will probably suit those two. Oh, I told him there was a guest coming, but he didn't know where he went. When the door opened and it was empty inside, the Marquis was a little embarrassed and told the two. What should I do? Let me go find the boy. Please wait here for a moment. Yes, Lodi was extremely determined and clenched her fists. The teacher invited me and my father to the Marquis mansion. So I can't make the teacher feel awkward. We will be obedient here. It's okay, miss. Lodi replied politely. Miss is so good. Everyone agreed to come, but still. Sorry. This place is a guest room. You two can rest here. She carefully advised. Or you can visit the Marquis' mansion. Let me bring you some food. If you see a cat walking around, don't be too surprised. It was let loose in that mansion. I won't be surprised. Thank you. Do you feel sorry? Bihan opened the book and spoke to Loti. The female lead replied while holding the cake. What a pity. Even though the teacher invited us to come, that kid was absent. It's not that he doesn't want us anymore. Lodi promised. It seems he doesn't like outsiders like us. Even though I'm sorry to the teacher, I really don't want to be introduced to him. Is that so? Bihan replied calmly. Because Lodi has never made friends. So I thought you must be very excited inside. That's Bihan. The little girl said that, making Bihan laugh. You and your friends are different. Really? But if you say so. Lodi spoke a little thoughtfully. Bihan also doesn't have any friends. Bihan is holding a book and reading. Suddenly he jumped up. There's nothing he can't do. And you have friends. Lodi did not believe and objected. There's no way that could happen. It's possible. Bihan's legs moved slightly. He thought to himself. Instead of calling them friends. Well, those are the kids back home. And it is. I just need to have a sister. Bihan smiled brightly and said. They both burst into giggles. In the office. Damien's voice deepened a lot. Joshua. I heard there was an incident. It seems like Joshua hasn't been around for a few years, right? Of course I know that Eustace is married. Because at that time I attended the wedding. After that, I also heard the news of the Marquis and his wife's wedding. I remember Eustace's happy face. It was as if he had the whole world. But that baby. Eustace immediately spoke up. Don't talk about it. Dolores did not know that. Okay. I have no intention of asking why. It's not a fun thing either. So, the reason you sent me a letter. What do you mean by how many times? That question made Eustace nervously swallow. You've known me for a long time. So you probably know that I won't respond to anything outside of work. If something happened, you would have written it in the letter. But I just wrote and wanted to meet. I thought it must be about Barbaro, so I ignored it. Until the Marquis's wife invited me directly. It seems like there's something you absolutely must tell me. But it cannot be written down because others can read the letter. Right? Eustace was tense. Responds softly. Right. The demon beast has appeared. Not just once. Damien's eyes suddenly turned red. Eustace continued. Even though they appear in places where there are no people. And weaker than previous records, it was quickly resolved. But if this continues to happen, it will be difficult. Who knows this? Damien asked. Me and your majesty. Along with a few knights who survived after dealing with the magical beasts. Eustace hesitated. Damien, you really don't know. Duke Damien straightened his back and responded to him. Because Frati is in charge of the gate of the demon world. So if you doubt me, I assure you it's not true. Then you're lucky. I don't want to doubt you. Damien thought in his head. Ha! Demonic beasts appear many times? Not once but many times. Only now did I know that. Audier, you're good at tricking me too. Damien's hands tightened until his veins bulged. He asked more. When did monsters first appear? Around December of that year. I remember it was a record cold time. Winter is unusually cold. I couldn't forget that moment even if I wanted to forget it. Damien fell slowly. That's when girls came to Frati. So cold. Lodi's voice rang out in the cold winter. Mama is so ugly. Why won't you let me out of the forest? Lodi walked while muttering to herself. Lodi also wanted to go out. The girl is still very small. Cherish your dreams in your heart and look out there. I don't understand why I want to go out even more today. The female lead's feet walk faster and faster. Something is calling Lodi. Someone Lodi doesn't know? The girl's eyes opened wide and looked forward. Is the sound coming from here? Oh my God. Lodi just woke up from a dream. The girl is lying in a large forest. There was no one around. Dreaming? Bihan. Lodi stopped being evil and sat up and looked around. Where have you gone? The heroine quickly walked down to the forest and went to find Bihan. It seems that while I was sleeping, Bihan brought me here. I have to go back to Bihan. The girl's eyes suddenly saw something. There was a sparkling cat tail hanging out the door. The tail fluttered in front of her face. Lodi shouted in her head. Cat! The girl's eyes lit up with excitement. The girl quickly followed the cat. The cat, while walking, suddenly turned its head back. Then he lay down on the ground and cried out. So cute! Lodi couldn't help but exclaim when she saw that scene. Ah, Myo Myo, go somewhere. The cat jumped up again and ran away. Lodi quickly looked after it and ran after it. Stop! Cat! The cat ran and cried. Where are you going? Lodi ran after the cat. Her little feet accidentally tripped over an extra piece on the ground. The girl wondered. It seemed like he was about to fall when an arm stretched out. Ugh, what is that? Lodi suddenly looked up, not understanding what had just happened. The face ahead is almost visible. Same age as me but not Bihan. And even taller than me. There is only one person in this mansion. Joshua Cyrus. As soon as Joshua fell to the ground, he also spoke in bewilderment. You, who are you? Lodi looked at Joshua awkwardly and said. I'm Lodi. The teacher invited me here. Ah, so Miss Frotty came to visit today. I'm sorry, I'm a bit rude. Joshua smiled and held out his hand. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes hardened. Ah, I remember. I know who you are. Yes. Before Lodi could understand anything, that hand grabbed her chin and pointed it up. Much bigger, right? But still tiny. I mean, you're still small. Joshua's attitude was completely different from before, making the female lead even more surprised. Why? This is the first time Lodi met you. Released, the girl quickly jumped up and backed away. And Joshua continued to speak. That's right, because you don't see me in this form. It was the same for the first time, so it was a surprise to meet you again like this. You're nothing like Axel. Joshua smiled mysteriously and said so. Lodi's heart pounded when she heard Joshua speak. How do you know my mother's name? Lodi's memories suddenly appeared. When living with me, my mother never left that forest because she was under a curse. And that forest has trapped us inside. Therefore, the only people who know my mother's name are myself and my father. Joshua continued to use his very strange attitude and asked Lodi. We've met before, I didn't expect you to forget that. Is your memory that bad? The female lead was angry and trembling but unable to do anything. She responded angrily. Even there, I didn't remember Lodi right away. That's right, I remember it well, so you probably like it a lot. The cat from before suddenly came to Lodi and approached her. Oh, Joshua's hand caressed the cat. Rarely does this kid follow anyone other than us. Following along, suddenly a voice rang out. Lodi, where are you? Lodi immediately turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Bihan was looking for the girl and also recognized Lodi. So it's here. Joshua touched Lodi's hand and commented. That bracelet was made by that guy for Mr. Ha. Your family loves you, but the female lead quickly pushes you away. Letting go, Bihan also walked towards them. Where are you going? I just went out for a bit and you're already gone. I'm so worried. Myo Myo ran past, so I followed her. Then Bihan also saw Joshua. He asked questions carefully. It turned out to be Cyrus's son. Thank you for being by my sister's side when she was lost. It's only natural. No big deal. Joshua gave a friendly smile. Lodi, Dad told us to go back there. So let us go first. Joshua suddenly put his name on Lodi's shoulder again. Princess, wait. He whispered into her hand. At that age, you say your name instead of calling yourself me. Isn't that a bit strange? Lodi was startled and quickly left with Bihan, leaving Joshua behind with his laughter. Looking at the carriage that had left, Joshua thought. This is the first time we have met since that day. He seems quite sensitive when it comes to Axelia. Like a growling cat. If Excelia hadn't said it was her daughter then. I wouldn't know because he doesn't look like his mother. Joshua's eyes became much colder. Not being like your mother is also a blessing. That woman seduced her brother. At that time, my father didn't tell me who it was. It turned out to be the Duke of Love. Joshua's hand caressed the cat, closing his eyes to think. As rumored, it is indeed not ordinary. The cat suddenly jumped down. When did Eustace appear behind? He spoke up. Joshua, I heard you met Princess Aphrodite. Joshua told him with a sigh. Look at Dad's expression. I said I didn't do anything. Eustace was still very suspicious and responded. Because I don't know what you did, I feel even more uneasy. You probably haven't forgotten your promise to me, right? Joshua turned his back and smiled faintly. Dad doesn't trust me anymore. There is no other child as trustworthy as you. Dolores won't know. Don't worry too much, Dad. I will become the perfect heir, Father. The next day came again, the sound of fighting from two swords rang out. Loti watched and admired. Wow, so cool. I wish I was strong like Veronica. If so, then when monsters appear, won't I be useful? Veronica was holding the sword and continued to strike, the bells rang out continuously. And then she succeeded in making the other person drop the sword. Loti looked at her with admiration. Veronica is so cool. Loti also wants to learn. Miss is still very young, she can't do it. Loti let out an extremely frustrated sound. No matter what you do, you'll be told you're too small. Ah, the girl suddenly realized something. A horse-drawn carriage is arriving in front of the mansion. Looks like the teacher is coming. Here we go. Loti eagerly rushed out to welcome Dolores. The teacher has arrived. Today Loti also went to pick up the teacher. Love peace. Miss the teacher. Too much. The girl's voice became increasingly smaller and she completely froze when she saw a group of people following Dolores. Joshua beamed and greeted back with a smile. Hello. Hi, we meet again. Princess Fruity. And the Marquis quickly explained to Loti. My son said he wanted to be close to the lady, so he followed me. The Duke also gave permission. Is that so? Teacher, you're so strict with me and yet you give in to your son? Loti laughed on the outside, but on the inside began to panic. My father was the same, probably all parents are the same. Joshua came over and shook hands very friendly. Today, I hope the princess will help. Yeah. You too. The heroine shouted in her head. This is a tiring day. Now, Princess Loti Luja. Dolores placed thick books on the table that looked very confusing. Today we will study these books. Too much. Too many, teacher. Loti cried inside. Joshua next to him still spoke happily. Wow, Princess Loti Luja. Do you always study difficult books like this? I'm worried it's too difficult for the princess. Isn't that right, Mom? Joshua shrugged and said so to Dolores. When Loti and he ran into each other, they both smiled awkwardly. Loti seemed angry. The burning will to rush into studying. No, teacher. Loti, no, you can study all of this. Not anymore. Today I will learn a lot. Dolores looked at that scene and laughed happily. The princess is also real. Very commendable. Lucky. The princess and Joshua will probably become good friends. Even though the content was quite difficult, she was still able to follow it to an amazing extent. The Marquis looked at Loti's diligent appearance and thought in her head. Each lesson achieved results above all expectations. The first time we met, I was very worried. Yes, do you want me to teach you basic etiquette? Dolores looked at Damien in surprise and said, and he was sure of it. Yes. I hope you will teach basic etiquette like how to use a fork. I think someone with tutoring experience like you are the most suitable. With my daughter more than anyone. Besides, Eustace and I are also close friends. Madam, can you handle it? Dolores of course did not refuse but still worried in her mind. I have to teach the lady of a noble family, the daughter of Duke Flotty. But I don't even know basic etiquette like eating and drinking. Your Highness, just leave it to me. I will try my best. I worried so much while preparing the lesson. Because I don't know about the daughter in Flotty. What should I do if the girl is too naughty? If it was an incorruptible child? Dolores had a headache thinking about it. Since Duke Flotty asked you, I can't refuse. So I was worried until I arrived at the Duke's mansion. Princess Lotiluja, whom I met at the mansion during that worry. When Loti first met Dolores, she was very polite, exuding her cuteness and said, "Hello, teacher. You just call Loti Loti. She is a very lovely girl." The Marquis's wife hugged Loti happily. Are young ladies all this adorable? Among the young ladies I have taught, this is probably the cutest girl. Just as the Duke said. Lady Lotiluja doesn't know about rituals. However, the local language is extremely excellent. Loti held the book and read it very fluently. But the princess said this. Prince, I'm crying and lying awake all night. Loti could write this book. The girl said excitedly. Dolores immediately praised the heroine. Princess is very good. Not only can the princess read, she can also write. Can even write easily. Ability to acquire language faster than others. That means having a smart mind. So with more difficult texts, just teach a little bit. As a young lady, you can get used to it and it's not a big problem. But I didn't expect it to be this great. Dolores came to Loti's side and asked her. Princess, is that question difficult? Loti snorted and whimpered in response to the Marquis. It's very difficult, teacher. I don't know anything. Of course it's difficult. This is a question for the students at the academy. Dolores also thought a little shyly in her head, holding the paper in her hand. Although her ability to concentrate decreased, she still found the correct answer in the end. I feel like I'm seeing Joshua. She suddenly realized that. Although Joshua did not show it in front of himself and his husband. But he has the ability to learn quickly, far superior to other children. Because of that, it gets along well with friends of the same age. Can Joshua be close to a smart kid like him? Loti happily took the paper to Dolores. Come on, teacher. I have solved it all. You did very well. Let's try this book this time. Loti immediately nodded obediently. Mrs. Hautuok looked at the empty chair a little worriedly. Where has Joshua gone again? Joshua is currently walking outside the mansion. A voice rang out behind him. Ah, hello. The first time we met again after staying at Hautuok's mansion. Bihan approached and said hello. Joshua replied. Hello. Unexpectedly meeting each other in this place. Looks like the young man is also taking a walk. Yes, I was reading a book and wanted to go out and get some fresh air. Joshua smiled at Bihan in consideration. Anyway, this looks special. Dude, are you free now? I also don't have an important schedule, what's wrong? Joshua kept that smile and said to Bihan. It's nothing. No matter what, we meet like this. So I want to talk a little more. His eyes darkened somewhat again. If so, can you be close to me? In the room, Loti still studies very hard. So the answer to this question is 13. That's right, today surpassed my expectations. Let's rest for a moment. Loti quickly stood up. Phew, concentrating for too long gives me a headache. I'm going to go change things up a bit. The girl looked down and saw a battle going on. What? What is that? Why are they both pointing their swords at each other? Zhuang Bihan continued to rush forward with the wooden sword. Joshua quickly blocked that sword. Looking closely, it's not like they're stubbornly stabbing each other. I've seen Veronica confront the knights before. So it wasn't a fight, it was a sword fight. Dolores saw that scene, her voice trembling. What should I do? Must stop them quickly. Lodi was a bit startled. Oh, teacher, it doesn't seem like there's a fight. It's probably okay. Dolores trembled, seemingly losing her composure. But Joshua has no ability with the sword. It seemed like it was seriously injured. In one fell swoop, the two swords collided strongly with each other. Lodi observed, seeing the situation very differently than Dolores said. But he is taking on Bihan very well. Bihan can fight demonic beasts. Even after that, he continued to practice. In contrast, Joshua in the book is portrayed as a weak child. It seems the teacher also knows that. But how could Joshua? Can you block Bihan's sword? Dolores quickly left. Miss, I have to stop it anyway. We'll be down there right away. Teacher, when will we get down to the first floor to stop it? It's faster this way. The girl pushed the chair closer to the window. Bihan, Joshua, stop it. The girl stood up against the window and screamed. Lodi, Bihan looked up startled. The teacher is worried. Stop and put down your sword. The female lead shouted from upstairs. Lodi quickly left the window. Bihan panicked and told the girl. Don't lean out, it's dangerous. We both have to stop before I can get down. Really? Lo said. Lodi's feet suddenly lost balance. Ah, her whole body was shaking. Seems to fall out the window. Bihan's eyes opened wide in panic, his heart pounding continuously. Both Bihan and Joshua looked towards Lodi with panicked expressions. Lodi, he shouted. At this moment, the girl dreamily opened her eyes. Before her eyes was Joshua. At this time, Bihan immediately ran to worry about the girl. Then he looked at Joshua. Thank you for helping my sister. You're really fast. Hearing that, he quickly spoke. No matter what, I was a little surprised. At this moment, Lodi smiled and looked up worriedly. I'll go talk to that guy. Oh no, with Joshua a little. So the girl immediately went to a corner to talk to the boy. Thank you for saving me. I saw two people fighting each other. The little girl smiled and said. Perhaps Marquis Cyrus commanded the knights? So you're also good at swordsmanship. The girl began to feel the scent. This is the character in the book who cannot say such impolite words. Because of his weak grip, he could not hold the sword. She saw his true sword abilities. Almost the opposite of the male protagonist in the novel. The little girl smiled. Is everything that has happened until now just a coincidence, or is there a story that has nothing to do with that book? At this time, Joshua Tien spoke up. Thanks to you, I was filled with suspicion. The girl immediately felt uncomfortable. Suddenly sighing right in front of others. But why is it my fault? Furthermore, why are these two suddenly competing against each other? The two are not close at all. He immediately replied. I have something to confirm about that name. It's not that guy, it's Bihan. The girl immediately reminded him. Anyway, that guy uses magic, right? Look up at the little girl's hands surrounding this magical bracelet. I heard Bihan did it in the demon world. He immediately said. Magic doesn't work in this mansion. But why does his brother still seem so noisy in this place where magic cannot be used? It was difficult for the little girl to hear that. He immediately continued. It's because the young lady doesn't know how to use magic. Once the magician enters a place where magic cannot be used, he will definitely feel like his hands and feet are tied. It was difficult for the little girl to hear that. Don't tell me that. It's not you, it's Joshua. He also retorted to the girl. Hearing that, the girl was upset when she was bullied again. The girl continued worriedly. From what you say, it seems like you can use magic. He immediately replied. That's right, I don't like trouble, so I don't intend to explain it to others. He smiled. But I can use magic. When the girl heard that, it felt like there was a sound of slapping her hand. He found it difficult to understand. What is the matter? The girl remained silent and then tightened her clothes. The girl was happy because she thought it would be okay this time. After that, the girl immediately returned to the oil room. Seeing this, the Duke could not help but ask. Baby, you look unhappy lately. The girl replied. A bit not good. When he saw that, he immediately came forward and asked. I can't tell my dad what's going on. The girl looked up and pondered in her heart. How can you believe that? Father in the book writes like this. I will die at 51 years old. Even though I tried not to believe it, things kept happening exactly like in the book mentioned. The girl didn't want to die but knew what to do. The public immediately said sadly. If you can't say it, then I won't bother asking anymore. No matter what, I will always be by your side. The girl looked up and felt reassured. The officer immediately picked the girl up. Of course, Dad didn't go anywhere else. It's impossible to go to the demon world without saying a word like last time. He immediately smiled and said, I've been blinded by my daughter. Suddenly the little girl looked at her father and said, But where are you going today? The outfit has never been seen before. He smiled and replied, I have something to do, so I plan to go to the royal palace. The girl immediately hugged his words tightly. He also felt that there was no place as safe as the royal palace. Since the magical beasts appeared in Kindu, he felt quite insecure when taking his daughter out. But the palace is the safest place in the empire, so there should be no problem. At this time, they appeared at the royal palace, namely Princess Frodi and Lady Tien Kung. At this moment, the girl smiled and looked around. This place is bigger than my house. He immediately replied. If your daughter wants, I will order to renovate and rebuild the Frodi mansion even more spaciously. The little girl heard that and was surprised. If the house is too big, running too fast will hurt your feet. He immediately said. So it's okay to let Dad and baby go. At this moment a voice rang out. Isn't this Mr. Flotty? Long time no see you here. What happened when you came to the royal palace? The person saw this and immediately came forward. He immediately replied. I came to consult your majesty. If I'm ordered, I have to come. He approached and asked her. Lodi looked at him without understanding. My friend. I thought there was no one, but here comes another person. The girl immediately smiled and replied. Hello, sir. When the man saw that, his heart immediately fluttered. The people around also started to talk because they felt that the girl was so adorable. At this point they started talking to each other. The cutest thing in the world. Little princess. They all wanted to meet in person. They even wanted to ask for a handshake. At this moment, the little girl was suddenly picked up by the Duke and quickly carried away. The girl couldn't understand why her father ran away, but he acted like he had nothing to say. Come quickly to see your highness. At this moment, he began to worry. I'm afraid people will worry me to death. This side appeared a grumpy boy. Even though it's so noisy, I thought it was some kind of hammer support. The father next to him spoke up. So why do you still follow me? The boy immediately replied. Because in the future you will be the heir to the Marquis family. I just want to debut first. The father heard that and said. Ha! He cried. Oh my God, why is Joshua suddenly like this? The boy who wanted to hate all the troublesome things was recently discovered with fear that he was using swordsmanship. Suddenly started practicing tactics. People around him kept praising the boy for knowing how to use a sword. He looked behind and could only feel helpless. Even if it blew it, it wouldn't know anything. Yet you care about Princess Fruity. He looked at the other boy and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. A few days ago, he was also curious and clearly expressed his unhappy mood. Of course, only when in front of me. He felt so angry that he gritted his teeth. The kid also said that he would do the bare minimum to prepare the inheritance and then follow him until it was completed. At this time, the money turtle puppet boy spoke up. Although I was worried and cold, it seemed like my father was dissatisfied with something. He quickly looked to remind the boy that he was outside. The boy immediately replied with a long face. Yes, father, mother seems to like it, so let's both agree a bit. At this time they also met someone else. They started asking each other questions. The other party said that Frotty had come with the princess. When the boy saw that, he immediately paid attention, wondering if he was coming here too. It was the boy who said, Dad, you also came here to meet His Majesty the Emperor. He smiled innocently and then urged his father to leave quickly. He found it difficult to understand what he was plotting. We have to find out what's in its mind. So they immediately went inside the palace. They stood in front of the big door and said, I have already told your Majesty, please wait a moment. The servant immediately replied, Okay, I know. The bodyguard continued to speak, If you'll excuse me, but you can't go into the room to comment. Hearing that, the boy smiled and politely replied, It's okay, I'll wait for Dad outside. From the beginning, he had no intention of going in there, he just needed to meet someone. Actually, when I was worried about going to Flotty's mansion, I wanted to follow again. But remembering his face is impossible, he doesn't remember himself, nor that expression. After all, why is it that he probably can't get into the opinion room like me? But he was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Joshua couldn't help but feel sorry, but it had to be, waiting like this wouldn't cost anything. What about inside? At this time the Duke went inside. Damien Flotty met the owner of the empire. The Emperor immediately replied, I haven't seen Duke Flotty for a long time. Just meeting like this shows that he is nothing like the previous generation of Flotty. He still replied seriously, You're teasing me again. He looked around and thought, His Majesty has seen me since he was a prince until he became emperor, so saying no to what I want is quite difficult. But people's views gradually change. If it weren't for that promise, remember the day before, if I allowed the demon to lead Flotty, I would manage the gate of the demon world. Because the empire shows loyalty to the emperor, similarly if it weren't for that I could leave everything behind. At this time the emperor spoke up, I heard that he came with the princess, I didn't see her anywhere. He immediately replied that the rumor had already spread to His Majesty. The emperor immediately smiled and said, Of course, I also know that you love the princess very much. He still seriously said without any mistakes. Then the emperor continued, The Flotty family that possessed the right to inherit the throne were only members of the demon race. Although there is currently only a human girl in there, I hope that she will become a little princess and not a child brought from the demon world. Then at this point Damien couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Only humans can make the empire trust. For the sake of harmony with humans, what have I done? At this moment, the emperor suddenly froze. He immediately approached, I was rejected by the demon world because I sided with humans and then received this kind of treatment from people who knew my background. He looked dangerously at the emperor, besides, am I not loyal to the royal family? You are worrying for nothing. At this moment, the emperor could not help but tremble. His eyes turned dangerously red and said, I am the only demon who stays here because of the people of this empire. Then he turned to Flotty and said, Why are you looking for me, Your Majesty? At this moment, the emperor coughed and replied, I called you here because of the beast matter. As you know, things related to magical beasts are the business of servant Flotty. He immediately said he knew about it. Demonic beasts had also appeared where he was at Flotty's gates that had never been used before, using the barrier that divided the empire. And when the demon world wandered far away, it was clear that something had gone wrong, which was definitely related to the girl's appearance. At this time, the two people outside had also begun to wait. It seemed like it was time to go out. The boy began to think, did Lodi not come out but only had public relations? He looked at Daniel and then pondered. At this time, Damien also saw the two of them and said, "We just met not long ago, when I visited your mansion." He couldn't help but criticize, he wasn't that cold. At this time, the official asked again, "Where is Lodi?" The boy's father couldn't help but wonder why he asked if we weren't with him. He immediately replied, "According to regulations, only one person has the opinion of the emperor. How can I bring the child in? Obviously I leave the child here for now." He immediately looked at the gatekeepers and blamed them. What's going on? The guard then trembled and replied, "The princess said she was bored waiting here, so she went sightseeing." On this side, the girl is still running everywhere, exploring the first place she comes to, which is very interesting. The girl kept running away. At this time, a man saw it and was confused. What kind of child was walking around like that? Oh my god, it turned out to be the new princess. The other girls saw this and began to warmly welcome her. The girl also smiled back, she felt really happy. Then she stopped and started thinking about how to go back later. Or just go ahead. Then the little girl didn't know which path was right. Suddenly she saw a rather large tree. She looked up and the tree seemed to be glowing. Anyway, when I go out like this, the bad thoughts will temporarily disappear. Actually, in the book, the girl wasn't allowed to go out like that, so she was so sad that she got sick. Maybe I was thinking too much. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Who are you? Not everyone can enter this garden." Hearing that, Lodi immediately turned around to look at the new boy who had just appeared. The little girl asked a little confused, "Who are you? Are you the manager of this garden?" Johann smiled when he heard that. "Manager, you could say that too, little lady, nice to meet you." Lodi was a little curious and asked, "Will I be scolded if I come in here?" Johann immediately replied, "Normally like that." Hearing these words, Lodi immediately panicked. "Oh my god, that's it." Lodi immediately looked pitiful and said, "I didn't know, that's why I went in. Can you keep it a secret?" The girl felt a little guilty and thought that she had just been scolded for falling from the window. The boy gained momentum and continued to tease Lodi. It was originally not okay, but only he found out, so he would keep it a secret, because he has the highest position in this garden. When Lodi heard that, it was as if she had found a benefactor. She immediately excitedly said, "Wow. So lucky, thank you." Lodi couldn't remember to introduce her name, so she said, "My name is Lodi, what's your name?" Johann heard that and was a bit hesitant. Seeing the boy like that, Lodi asked again, "I don't want to talk." Johann immediately shook his head. No, Johann, Lodi can call him Johann." As he spoke, the boy extended his hand to welcome Lodi. "If it's okay, I'll show you around the garden. I'll escort you." To Johann's suggestion, Lodi shyly replied, "Yes, okay." The girl silently compared Johann's hand to being bigger than Bihan's hand. Looking at the tree in front of her eyes, Lodi happily exclaimed, "Wonderful, this is the largest tree in this imperial citadel." Johann also softened his voice, he was also attracted the first time he saw it. Lodi's eyes looked at the tree without being able to take her eyes off. She exclaimed, "Looking closer, it looks even bigger, so big that even your hands can't touch it." Lodi kept hopping around. Johann smiled when he saw that and said, "It's a pity my hand can't reach it. If I'm a little older, I'll probably be able to reach it. If we meet again in the future, I'll pick flowers for you." Lodi clearly asked, "Can I see Johann again?" The boy smiled and replied, "As long as Lodi comes, any amount will be fine." Johann sat down under the tree and gently asked, "Right, are you worried about something?" Lodi couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Is it too obvious?" Johann calmly replied, "Of course, just now under the tree, I saw you were worried about something." The girl immediately sat down next to Johann, thinking to herself, maybe when I was thinking about the book, I was really worried. Should I tell someone else, but I can't even reveal it to someone I know? Obviously they won't believe it, but if they believe it, they will probably be very worried. Maybe telling someone who doesn't know you well will be better. Lodi hesitantly said, yes, but it's none of my business. Do you know any way to avoid death? Johan heard that and smiled and said, I'm already thinking about death. Are you worried too much? When you get old you will die. It's a natural law, who can change that? When Lodi heard that, she seriously said, I'm not joking, besides, it's not my problem, it's not about becoming a hunchbacked old woman and dying. Like, what, died of an unknown disease, even the doctor? I don't know the name of that disease, I can't move my arms and then I just die. Lodi's heart right now is crying, it's so sad, I can't explain it. I tried to say it better but no matter how I sounded like a strange girl. Johan also had a rough understanding and said seriously, that. Seeing the boy's expression like that, Lodi asked in surprise, huh? What are you going to say? Johan continued, I don't know if there is anyone I know who has the same story as you told, a way to avoid death, it's not like there isn't any, that's it. Lodi listened and was bewildered, what did you say? Johan smiled and said, he heard that was so, even though that person failed. Lodi asked curiously, is this about Johan? The boy immediately told him that it was not his story, it was the story of someone he knew. Suddenly a guard came and whispered something in Johan's ear. Hearing that, Johan said softly, wait, okay. In the end, Johan had to say goodbye to Lodi, he had to go, today was very fun. Little lady, see you again. Lodi felt a little regretful and said back, okay, bye-bye Johan. Suddenly Lodi was startled, that's right, I forgot the way back, I should have asked before saying goodbye, I saw the sun was about to set. Lodi couldn't help but feel impatient, oh God, we have to hurry, the sun is about to set. If it's dark, I'm very scared. I have to go home quickly to eat delicious food with my father and Johan. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, what is it, so it's you here? Lodi couldn't help but ask in surprise, why is Joshua here? I also followed Eustace, followed father. Hearing that, Lodi angrily confronted, you were just about to say Eustace, right? Oh my God, not only your mother but even your father's name was called out like that. Joshua isn't the type to just talk back and forth, well, I like that. Why, I usually call him Dad, looking at you like that, you must be lost. Lodi's words hurt her heart but she still arrogantly said, me, no. Because his father was lost, Lodi was looking for him. Joshua heard that and immediately teased the girl, that monster Duke is lost in the royal palace, so it's okay for you to come with me because the Duke knows where I am. Seeing the boy parting ways to lead the way, Lodi was a bit startled and thought. Today he didn't seem to hate me. It was like two small figures walking hand in hand. Seeing that Lodi was still embarrassed, Joshua immediately spoke first, why didn't you say anything to me today? Lodi immediately asked in bewilderment, what? Joshua continued, last time you called me alone, I thought you cared about me. The girl remembered thinking, at that time I thought he was different from the one in the book. In the end, Lodi had to say, what, Lodi doesn't care about Joshua. After hearing this, the boy said a little regretfully, is that so, our little princess is so heartless. Lodi immediately leaned closer and said seriously, I'm not a baby. Joshua teased again, everyone called him Little Princess, Little Princess. At this momentum, Lodi immediately clenched her fists, her tone full of anger, you, always behave like that. Looking ahead, Lodi regained composure, I know this way. Joshua wasn't as polite as before, the boy said disappointedly, it's okay if you don't remember me, I don't mean anything to you at all, what can I do? This scene makes Lodi feel a little guilty, Joshua, if I say that then I'm a bad person, isn't it? The wind rustled in the sunset. The boy asked again, do you really not remember? I said that, if you get out of that forest, go to Cyrus mansion. Lodi was amazed, that's right, I've never met a human, could it be that at that time, in that winter forest, where all sounds were swallowed, it seemed like the sound was coming out, something was playing. Out the sound, here, is the Lizard King. Lodi now remembered and admitted that it was there. What is that? The girl asked curiously. Joshua finally smiled sincerely and happily, Lodi Lucia, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Lodi raised his eyebrows when he heard that, it's not strange if I didn't recognize you. How could I forget that you're a god king? I still recognized it because I'm so smart. Joshua shyly said, well, I'm not a god king. No matter if you say I'm a god king or a giant god, I'm still a dragon. However, the boy couldn't help but feel a little moved and held Lodi's hand tightly, thinking, I'm much older than before, but Lodi's hand is still so small and it's still so warm. Somehow, I still remember the warm body temperature that day. Lodi's lovely little voice that day introduced Joshua to her mother. This is the God King. Lodi's mother saw this and immediately scolded her seriously. Lodi, I told her not to go out alone. The girl then hesitantly continued, Mom, this friend is Mary. But she's still in pain. Mary is sick. Mom, is there anything we can do to help? As she spoke, Lodi leaned closer to Joshua and caressed him to ease his pain. Joshua remembered with emotion, if Lodi is far away and can't find me, then I couldn't get into Excelia Forest. Seeing Lodi care for Joshua like that, Lodi's mother had to give in and say, I could have ignored it and let you die, but thanks to my daughter, you are still alive. She asked me because she saw you were injured. Why are you here? This is not the place for you. It's been a while since I last saw you. It is said that the line will not grow while it is sleeping. You have been sleeping since your brother died until now. When Joshua heard that, his eyes were filled with anger and he shouted, How dare you kill my brother? Suddenly, I don't know when Lodi happily ran to hug him. Oh my God. Are you playing with your mother? Play with me too, Lodi said softly. Joshua was still angry, so he suppressed his anger and said angrily, I don't play anything. Lodi's mother outside couldn't stop laughing. Is that so? Then Lodi will play with you? This is the first time Lodi has seen a talking animal, so let's play with her. You've been sleeping since then, so there's nothing much different between you two, nylon line. Right? Hearing that, Joshua angrily responded, Don't compare me to animals. Lodi was now extremely excited all over his body. The Lizard King is an animal. Joshua said annoyed, I'm the line. Hearing that, the little girl was curious. Maybe the Lizard King is the name of the star line, but Lodi is Lodi. Lodi's eyes filled with sparkles looked towards Joshua. Lizard, look away. Lodi is doing this spell. Excelia on the side couldn't help but laugh and said, Mom often does it a lot. Lodi also wants to see him do it, right? Hearing that, Lodi happily replied, bro, you love dragons, go away. This stupid action of the girl made Joshua feel a little contemptuous, somehow. It's magic. So he proudly said, what do you want to see? Lodi was a bit confused and said, anything is fine. Joshua thought to himself, this is a winter forest, so he probably hasn't seen the butterflies that only appear this spring. Lodi looked at the butterflies created by Joshua and widened her eyes in surprise. Wow, it's glowing. Excelia in the distance warned carefully, don't hang it too high, it's very dangerous. This is what his feet do. Joshua remembered that at that time, Excelia allowed him to stay in the forest, but she didn't care anymore. Instead, Lodi often brought medicine and took care of him. Now your wound is much better. Actually, it's still not so good here and there, it's actually a lot better. Lodi said kindly. Seeing that Joshua didn't say anything, the girl immediately wondered, don't you thank Lodi? Lodi brought medicine here every day. Hearing that, Joshua hesitantly said, Next time I see you I'll think a little about it. She thought Joshua would leave here, so she quickly said, but Lodi can't leave here now, let Lodi come see you later. Joshua was momentarily moved, nose to nose with the little girl, and said kindly, Mark my words, Lodi Lucia, if you leave before I arrive, look for me at Cyrus' house. After recovering enough to return to the Marquis's house, Joshua left the forest. The boy thought to himself, since he left, the Marquis's family must be very confused. Dolores will also be very worried. Let's go back. When I returned to the Marquis's house, I once again became their son, but sometimes the moments in the forest still came to mind. Dragons can live for hundreds of years. I fell into a long sleep after losing my brother. Now very few people remember me. And the girl I met in that forest was the only relationship I had after waking up. Joshua Tay smiled and took Lodi's hand and said, Thank you. The boy shyly said, "Anyway, do you remember what I said?" Lodi was bewildered for a moment, then asked, What are you thanking me for, huh?" "Oh, there's the recipe, don't come back." "Wow, there you are, Dad." "Father," Lodi happily rushed into Damien's arms. Seeing the little girl, Damien couldn't help but become gloomy. "Lodi Lucia, clearly. My daughter just came here for the first time, so how do you know the way out here, right? If you had any problem, how do you think a father like me would feel? But this is still the Empire's territory, so I don't think that will happen. But I'm surprised you disappeared without saying a word." Seeing her father so serious, Lodi hesitantly said, "I was wrong, I'm sorry for making you worry, you're not angry with me." Seeing that, Damien touched her head and said softly, "No, I'm just worried about you, don't be like that again." After saying that, he turned to Joshua and thanking him for finding Lodi. "I heard you saved her last time too." Hearing that, Joshua smiled and said, "No, it is my honor. I'm just doing what I should do. Well, it's a good relationship, so it would be a shame to give up. If I become friends with the little princess, it would be fine if we met more often, right? Suffering." Hearing that, Damien thought a little. "Friend, that doesn't sound bad, I allow it." Receiving Lodi's father's approval, the boy was so happy. "Wow. It's so fun, so from now on I will often go to the Duke's mansion to play." Damien then said seriously, "I will tell the maid." Hearing this conversation, Loti and Eustace were both surprised. "What? Who said they were friends?" From that day on, Joshua often visited Lodi's house. 3 years later, another lady came. Lodi heard that and happily said, "Come again, I know, I'm coming down here." Veronica saw that and teased her. Whoosh, now she no longer asked who it was. Lodi immediately smiled and said, "If I were my guest, who else would there be but Joshua? I'm leaving, Veronica." Joshua regularly comes to Frati's house. The day the teacher arrived, he followed. The day the teacher didn't come, he went alone. Lodi felt a bit, exclaiming, "Playing with Joshua was more suitable than I thought. I used to play with Bihan and Veronica, but both of them are so busy these days." Seeing that Lodi was always so passionate, Joshua immediately poked her cheek with his hand. "What were you thinking?" Lodi was teased and said a bit lazily, "I was just thinking it would be great if you didn't come." Joshua saw that and laughed, lied, "Isn't it fun to play with me? Or maybe you can come to Cyrus to play sometimes, I'm tired of coming here every day." Lodi heard that and shook her head and said, "But my father is busy." Joshua heard that and asked curiously, "Must he go with the messenger?" "I came alone." The girl had to explain what to do if her father did not allow it. Hearing that, Joshua could only sigh. His father was overprotective, but he also understood. He heard that magic couldn't be used here because there was a barrier surrounding the entire mansion. Lodi heard that and immediately said that there would be no problem in not using magic for the time being. The boy mumbled a bit. What else are you planning to show? Anyway, the barrier seems looser than I thought. I thought all magic was banned, it turns out only outsiders can't use it. If my guess is correct, then even if it succeeds, magic users will also automatically be caught in hunting magic, so going overboard like that is just to protect you." Lodi immediately replied, "If it was hunting magic, it was probably because of me, it seemed like it existed before I came here." She remembered, the first day she set foot in this mansion, as soon as her mother's magic symbol disappeared, her father appeared in front of her. It was probably thanks to her hunting magic that she recognized her magic. "Mom?" Joshua asked a little doubtfully, "Really, you said magic had existed before, even through the witch family it wasn't that bad. Could it be related to a certain talented witch, the family has such great reputation?" Lodi said. Joshua also somewhat agreed, "Yes, maybe so." The boy thought to himself, these miracles seem to have been created by someone with ability. The barrier created by people without real power is quite messy. There are many cases where you don't know where to start, but this one is different, extremely neat. Thinking about it, the boy immediately said to Lodi, "Lodi Lucia, I probably can't remove this barrier. If I succeed, I will show you the magic again." Hearing that, Lodi immediately patted his shoulder and calmly said, "Okay, don't do strange things anymore." Joshua realized it was time to go home and said, I have to go now, the carriage has arrived. Lodi saw that and quickly said, let me send you away. After seeing Joshua off, Lodi returned to the room. Bihan saw her from afar and asked, Lodi, Joshua is back? Seeing who the person in front was, the little girl happily shouted, Bihan. Well, he just returned to Cyrus and now Bihan is going somewhere. I was going to Lodi's room, but I met you here. I also came but didn't see her, Bihan replied. Lodi heard that and suddenly asked, is that so? We are outside, it would be great if Bihan also came. Bihan sighed a little regretfully. He thought he would go back to his room right away, but he didn't expect to stay so long. Lodi, that guy comes here often. Seeing Bihan's attitude towards Joshua like that, the girl asked in confusion, Bihan hates Joshua. Bihan immediately denied, no, there is no reason to hate, Joshua is Lodi's friend. He also helped Lodi a few times, but I found him coming to Frati too often. He doesn't seem like a good person. Even if it's for Lodi's sake, he shouldn't be any closer. Lodi paused for a moment, then finally she came closer and patted Bihan on the shoulder and said, for you, family is better than friends, is it because you are closer to Joshua? Hearing this sentence, Bihan couldn't help but feel annoyed because Lodi saw through him and shyly said, what? No, that's right. Lodi then leisurely continued, although she also understood why Bihan thought like that, she used to have the same thoughts as Bihan. Lodi paused for a moment and then turned around and looked at Bihan. If Bihan was only close to Joshua except for me, I would be even more upset than Bihan. The boy finally couldn't help but laugh at Lodi's words. Surely Lodi is right, he is concerned because there is someone closer to his sister than him. Lodi immediately reassured him, it's not like that, don't worry. I know, Bihan said. At this moment, Lodi immediately remembered Bihan's previous words and asked, but why did you find me? It's probably not just to talk about that. Bihan pondered for a moment then replied, oh well, it's no big deal. You're worrying for nothing. I'll go back to my room first and rest, Lodi. Seeing Bihan's leaving figure, Lodi was a bit confused and wondered. What was he going to say? You studied well today, let's rest. Joshua is waiting in the living room, so I'll go first. Yes ma'am, Lodi happily ran out. Suddenly, the teacher spoke up, thanking the princess for being close to Joshua. The girl couldn't help but be surprised and asked, oh, about that, we only played because we were friends. The teacher hesitated for a moment and then told him that Joshua had been very weak since birth. The doctors said the boy wouldn't live long, maybe that's why he grew up. It couldn't make friends, I worried a lot but after meeting the princess, Joshua seemed to be getting better, even starting to practice swordplay. It's all thanks to the princess, really, you talked about this with the little princess, it's okay, I'll go first. Lodi heard that and said yes, yes, teacher. On the way, the girl had a lot of internal conflicts. In the end, the Joshua the teacher talked about and the Joshua she knew were completely different. Joshua sat attentively reading a book and was quite surprised to see Lodi coming. Lodi, Lucia, have you finished school? Today ended a bit early, I've been waiting for a long time so let's go play soccer. But that's not what Lodi said. What's up? Lodi asked him. Where is he? Where is the real Joshua? Joshua pretended not to know. I don't understand what you're talking about, Joshua, it's me, you mean there's another Joshua besides me? If so, then Lodi spoke frankly. That's right, the Joshua I know is you, but the Joshua I know is really you, the teacher doesn't know you're a monk. From the moment he was born, Joshua's body was very weak. The teacher said that there was a real Joshua who was born. However, for some reason, the fake Joshua next to me took that position. Joshua's eyes changed, it seemed like the truth could no longer be hidden, but was that important? Lodi still wants to know. How is the real Joshua? Does he have a reason why he can't tell me? Hearing that, Joshua stood up and walked closer to the girl. You know too much, right? Don't worry, this position is completely mine, I'm not taking it from someone else like you're worried about, so don't worry, keep it a secret from Dolores. As he spoke, he signaled her to keep it a secret, then the atmosphere became a bit strange. Lodi Lucia probably won't tell Dolores the truth because he likes Dolores very much. Thinking back, it was true that something had happened. Joshua looked outside and mumbled. And one day I was falling into a very deep dream. Those days were boring and nothing could make me happy. Then a man named Eustace came. Eustace held a bundle in his hand and looked tired and pleading. "Oh dear, please accept my wish." Joshua at that time, with the body of a black line looking up, looked similar to him. "I signed the contract before I fell asleep, but of course it wasn't that guy and it must have been his descendants." Eustace asked. "You are the descendant who signed the contract with our ancestors, right?" "I am Eustace, the 15th generation descendant." Joshua knows because of that. "I know what a grandchild born in modern times has to do to wake me up. You guys say you can live well without my strength, so why are you holding on to that dead child until now?" Eustace looked sad. "My son is dead and my father is so sad that he has gone crazy. Please revive this child." "But that is impossible." "Sorry, but we can't do it. If the magical power of the stream is transferred to the person's heart, it can be revived. But it is not a cure. If the magic power in the heart decreases, the person must die." Eustace remained determined even though he knew it was difficult. "But just standing there watching my wife suffer and not being able to do anything makes me really heartbroken. Please take the place of my dead child." Eustace bowed down and prayed earnestly. The black line understood the problem. "You told me to pretend to be human." Eustace kept his head down. "Please consider that we are going on a picnic for a while and don't need to replace people for the rest of our lives. Just pretend to be my son until he reaches adulthood." That was Eustace's only wish. Coming back at this time, Lodi was still shocked and looked bewildered. Bihan was worried about her. "Lodi, are you tired?" That's how Lodi saw it. "Yesterday I had insomnia and had to think about something, so I decided to keep it a secret so I couldn't reveal it to Bihan." Bihan proposed. "Why can't you sleep? You haven't been able to catch up on sleep today." But Lodi didn't really want to. "Well, I'm not that sleepy, now I'll play with Bihan." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl was carried high by Bihan. "When you're tired, you have to go to sleep. Then quickly put her on the bed with pillows and blankets for her." Lodi thought she wasn't sleepy when Bihan said. Even so, he was so tired that he fell asleep right away. The girl cooed. "So Bihan, please stay here until I fall asleep. You don't need to bring a chair here. You just lie next to me until I fall asleep and then you will climb up and lie down more comfortably than sitting." Bihan is polite. "How can I climb into someone else's bed?" Lodi felt that it was normal because she had climbed into Bihan's bed so many times, and both Bihan and I were family, not strangers. Hearing that, Bihan was helpless. "Okay, just this once." Lodi took the opportunity to tell him to sing a lullaby. Then just like that, Lodi quickly fell asleep but did not know that a nightmare was coming. A scene appeared with scattered voices. "That girl stayed at the mansion longer, I think her face was really long, she wasn't the first biological daughter, I don't know what the Duke was thinking." Lodi stood looking and felt like this was a dream. The two maids were still whispering to each other. "Where did that brat appear from? I don't know, it's really annoying." Lodi thought to herself, it was like the first day I could go out with a guy, but why was I alone at the mansion that day? The little girl raised her voice and asked the two servants, "What did you just say?" But this person is fearless. "We're just telling the truth, for heaven's sake, he went out alone without the Duke's servants. There's no way it could be her biological daughter, it would be very difficult to meet her." Lodi stopped cruelly listening to the disdainful words that rubbed salt into her heart. Looking at him being so weird all the time, I still don't know why some kids will sooner or later be kicked out of the family. It's just that when my mother told me to call him father, I called him after him. Speaking of this, the girl got angry. "Who are you to dare speak to me like that?" Who knows other than the fact that she was lifting up Joshua's collar? Joshua even said hello to the girl. What did you dream about that made you so excited? Lodi let go and said. Sorry. Joshua asked her. Did you have a nightmare? Hearing that, the girl immediately replied. Wait a minute, when did you come? Did you just come? I don't know, but I was waiting alone and the maid was leading me here and there for the reason of being away from that very important daily behavior. As he spoke, Joshua looked proud. Lodi looked a little disdainful. No wonder it's all day alone, right? The little girl rubbed her eyes and thought she didn't know what that dream was all about. If I remember correctly, it was that day, but it was really different from what I remember. I was calmer than that, but in the dream I was grabbing the servant's hem and getting angry. But it was unbelievable how angry I was. It was an action filled with emotion even though I was in a dream. Isn't doing something wrong like that enough to make me angry? The girl thought. That's true, honestly. Looking back now, what he did was a strangely reasonable reaction. It seems like I can't act like I did in the dream, it's an action that appears unconsciously. Acting out in the dream is what an angry child would do. But isn't it simply a matter of being a little angry with someone? If that detail didn't exist in the book, if it were just a dream, would this only happen once? It is certain that the conflicts have become more serious. As much as the formula covered the evil girl, it was enough to say that it would leave a bad impression. While thinking, Joshua suddenly came and punched her in the head. Hey, stop lounging around and let's go play. So they both ran outside and Joshua groaned. Thinking back, I was a bit late today thanks to someone who put sword practice into my daily schedule. Lodi spoke up. Again, it happened a long time ago. The little girl teased. So it's not because you didn't do well that the waiter had to increase your training. Joshua replied no less aggressively. No matter what, I'm good at everything. The reason I got the extra schedule is because I'm so excellent. Lodi mumbled while eating cake. So practice in moderation. Joshua looked disappointed. Is my reaction a bit too much? I come to see you every day but you never pick me up. Lodi village avoid. I'm still very happy when we meet, teacher. But Joshua felt like she could be more passionate. Why can't I come here anymore? Lodi didn't understand when she heard that. What are you saying so suddenly? Why won't you come here again next year all of a sudden? Joshua's face was a little red. It's not a sudden decision, I said. Dolores will send me to the academy. It was an academy where only noble girls and boys from 9 to 11 years old could enroll. It is also a dream place for children of noble families. But not every child from a noble family is accepted. They must have a high position or enough wealth to overwhelm their position. Or the child must go beyond status and wealth, meaning he must have outstanding talent. Joshua, Hong Tuc's only son, was of course accepted, just like in that book. How long did it take for Lodi to realize that he had completely forgotten that even though he was playing with me now, Joshua was the main male character of the book? According to the book, he will eventually meet the heroine Delia. He will continue according to the content of the book and forget his friend as the book writes. Lodi asked him, really, he's going to be so lucky to go to the academy, so there will be a lot of things to prepare. And there are a lot of people there and you don't like being too noisy, is that too difficult for you? The girl said and smiled shyly. Joshua was stunned, is that so? Lodi continued, if you come to the academy, you won't be able to see me outside of the semester because you will have to live in a dormitory. She was certain that she would be able to stay at Syros more than at the academy, and it was said that the semester there was very short. Joshua didn't care about what Lodi said, he was just sad. It would be difficult to see each other as often as now. Is that all your reaction? He thought that if Lodi Lucia went somewhere now, he would be extremely regretful and maybe he would secretly go see her because he would be so sad. Then time passed like that. Lodi lay on the bed thinking, Joshua left after making fun of me all day, so I don't want him to go to the academy at all. Suddenly the girl jumped off the bed and jumped up. Yes, I decided then I will go to the academy too. But of course there was no way that would happen. the Duke flatly refused despite the girl's pleas. Without having to go there, my daughter would still receive the highest quality education. Lodi tried to convince Damien, but if you go there you will meet a lot of friends, the Duke immediately rebutted, after debuting you can also meet a lot of people. Lodi didn't think, probably had never been firm with her, she wondered why no academy could refuse Flotty's daughter. The Duke said that he must not leave Flotty's side, and seeing that his pleading failed, Lodi turned away. Right when Fallon opened the door and saw the scene, it was true that it was a real return. Just say no because you were worried about the princess. The Duke wants to get straight to the point, stop worrying and report. There is new information, but the force that sent the beasts is certain that the barrier is weakening. This time they will stop sending demonic beasts and will be replaced by demons. He lamented that it wasn't enough to send the demon beast through, and now he was planning to go through the barrier himself, which was exactly the result he had expected. It's not stable for demons to cross the barrier on their own, so they probably sent a few kids to test it out. They're just using me as a pawn. But no test has been successful yet, it's a matter of luck, keep watching their moves. On the outside, he calmly ordered Velan, but inside he was thinking about how to stop them. He couldn't let them go to the human world because of her, so such things were not allowed to happen. At the mansion, Lodi was sitting absent-mindedly on a chair. She suddenly asked the teacher, "Teacher, non-students can still come to the academy to play, right?" Dolores heard that and hesitantly answered. That was a bit difficult. Because of security issues, outsiders were forbidden to visit that place. Lodi heard that and sighed. Dolores saw her like that and gently asked, "But why, do you care about the academy?" Lodi heard that and answered honestly, because she heard Joshua say he would study at the academy. If she could come visit, she would go there, but she couldn't, so she just gave up. After finishing speaking, she felt a bit sad and lay down on the table. Hearing that, Dolores was surprised and asked again, "Joshua studies at the academy?" Lodi heard her ask and replied, "Yes, he said that a few days ago, right?" Hearing that, Dolores replied, "Yes, that was the initial decision." The quality of student training at the academy is very good, because it is a place where you can interact with many different people. But Joshua said he wouldn't go there again. Lodi was extremely surprised when he heard that. Dolores continued to speak, but the boy insisted on refusing. He said that if he had to enroll because of his studies, he would show better results here than at the academy. If you have to enroll because you need more swordsmanship training, it will increase the amount of training. The boy had said so much, so she couldn't force him to go to the academy. That's how it is. Lodi heard that and happily thought, so Joshua can continue to play with her. Thinking about this, she was extremely happy but suddenly remembered something that made the smile on her lips disappear. She thought, wait a minute, so he decided not to go but still talked to her like that. Dolores continued, "Princess, let's continue studying." Hearing that, she temporarily ignored that line of thought and agreed to continue studying. But in her heart she still silently warned, "Wait for Joshua, right now, in Bihan's room, you are sitting obediently reading a book." But actually remembering what she said, "Bihan to me, family is better than friends, because you are close to Joshua, that's why I'm like that, right?" He thought to himself, in fact, if he said he didn't care, he would be lying. At first, when the Marquis introduced Joshua, he didn't feel that uncomfortable. Since he thought Lodi only lived in the mansion, he thought having friends would be better for her. If he were Lodi's friend, he would also be closer. But he hoped it was just normal friends who met once or twice. In the end, how did he convince his father that he could come to the mansion so often? Even though Lodi said he was better than that guy, at this rate, Lodi and that guy would spend more time together. So she will be closer to that guy than you. And he doesn't like that. Scene changed to Lodi's classroom. Joshua was about to say something to her at the end of class when Bihan came over and greeted him. "Long time no see, Mr. Joshua." Hearing that, Joshua was embarrassed and replied that Mr. Bihan had not seen him for a long time. Because he rarely saw his face, he thought he was not at the mansion. Joshua silently exclaimed in his heart, "So suddenly." "He usually greets you when you arrive." Bihan heard that and exclaimed to Joshua, All this time, I've always seen him at the mansion. You still think I'm Flotty's man? But in his heart he was actually thinking. Coming here to ask like that, it's obviously rude, just shut up. Suddenly, Lodi ran from nowhere and shouted his name loudly, Joshua. She was curious when she saw Bihan, so she asked, "What's going on? Why are they both here?" Joshua didn't answer but greeted her. Bihan asked back, "Was the class good?" Seeing Lodi alone with that boy, he also felt more comfortable when he was with him. When he said this, Bihan also radiated the light of goodness. Joshua was confused. Lodi still didn't understand anything but looked everywhere. Then she suddenly thought, so Bihan also wanted to become friends with Joshua. Thinking so, she continued asking, "So what are you two playing?" Joshua and Bihan answered in unison, "Not doing anything, just like this." She changed to another question, "So what are you two talking about?" Hearing that, Joshua and Bihan responded in unison again, without saying anything, waiting for this Lodi. Lodi heard that and was surprised to think, at that moment, the two of them were so close that they talked well. Thinking so, she immediately warned the two of them. If they are close, they should not abandon her. Bihan heard that and smiled amicably and said, "Why is Lodi doing such a thing?" Joshua still couldn't understand her thoughts, so he asked again, "What did you say?" "All right." Suddenly he remembered something and shouted, "Oh yes, Lodi Lucia, I have something for you. Last time you said you liked the Western beard cake at this shop, so I brought it here." Lodi saw the rabbit cake and mixed happily. She exclaimed, after studying, she felt so hungry, it was just the right time. Joshua saw that and happily told her to eat more. Then he smiled at Bihan, whose face was a bit sad. Suddenly Varancha appeared from nowhere and announced, "Miss, you are having fun, sorry for bothering you." One day, the domain found the master. Hearing that, Bihan left first and promised to meet her later. As soon as Bihan left, Joshua asked her why he was behaving like that with her today. Lodi heard that and said, probably because she wanted to be friends with him. When Joshua heard that, he immediately denied it. After that, the two happily ate cake for a while until Joshua had to leave, at which point Lodi remembered her important matter. She said, "Joshua, you dared to lie to her." Joshua heard that and asked again, "Why did you lie to her?" When she heard that, she said, "You told her that last time." She asked the teacher and the teacher said he decided not to go, but why did he tell her that? Joshua heard that and asked again. Because of that, he rushed over as soon as he finished studying. When she heard that, she got angry and said, he lied to her. He laughed when he heard that. She looked at his expression and found it difficult to understand. Joshua exclaimed, seeing her so surprised was so lucky. It seemed like she didn't want to leave him either. Joshua laughed. He said softly, "It wasn't a lie. It's true that Dolores intended to send you to the academy." Hearing that, Lodi immediately stepped forward and hit him a few times and said, "Is this similar to that?" He deliberately spoke vaguely to tease her. Joshua was made to laugh out loud by her action, but he still happily apologized to her. Anyway, he didn't go. "That's good, right?" Lodi was sulking, so she answered sulkily, "What good is that?" Seeing her reaction, Joshua became even happier and asked, "Seems right, right?" Lodi heard that and shouted loudly, "It's not right." It was thought that the academy had passed, but someone else was actually going to the academy. Scene changes to the mansion at dusk. Lodi was hugging Bian tightly. Veronica was sadly holding the admission paper in her hand and exclaimed, "Oh hello, admission paper to the academy as an excellent new student of our school." Lodi over here shed tears on her husband's back and acted like a babe to Bian. Can't Bian leave? If Bian is gone, only Joshua's nose will be left to play with her. Can't Bian go there? He's very smart, he's good at everything. Bian heard her complimenting him and humbly said, because Lodi only thought well of him. Maybe in the future, Duke Flotty will also need the relationship of someone from the academy. To inherit the title, he must also be even more excellent. When Lodi heard that, she immediately objected, so if she becomes a duke instead of Bian, he doesn't need to go, right? Bian heard that and advised her, he even had to enroll because he had to help Lodi. He gently stroked her head and comforted her. He would come back every holiday, don't worry. In the Duke's room, a servant entered to make an announcement. The carriage is ready. If you hear that, briefly answer, I'll be right out. Today he is wearing a very polite and formal outfit. There must be an important event taking place. He was adjusting his clothes and thinking that he had to leave quickly. Suddenly her voice rang out from somewhere. Where was father going? Oh yes, the royal palace. He saw her in the form of two bone-sucking eyes, so he immediately asked. Suddenly my eyes are so small today. Hearing that, Lodi answered honestly, probably because she cried yesterday before going to bed. There was also a snort sound. Hearing that, he quickly used a towel to wipe her nose. He also guessed what she was crying about but still asked, because she cried until late at night because of being soldered to the academy. I heard that Velan is very worried about her child. Hearing that, Lodi replied to her father, because she was sad, she was fine now. Hearing that, he stroked her eyes and gently said, Is it okay? My eyes are still red. She temporarily ignored this issue and asked about her father's trip today. Are you still going to the royal palace today? Hearing that, he replied, yes, he had something to go there again. Hearing that, she innocently asked again, did the emperor know what weakness he had? Why do you keep asking? He heard her ask this question and answered seriously, saying that it was a weakness that seemed like the person who knew the weakness didn't know, but it was almost like that. If it weren't for that, demons like you wouldn't have inherited the dukedom. When she heard her father say something, she suddenly realized something and blurted it out. I see, the duke previously met father and asked him to take over the duke family, right? He saw her adorable but somewhat stupid expression and couldn't help but chuckle. He explained, it was just an opportunity for him to take over the duke family. Because taste is not something you can hold in your hand if you want it. Hearing that, she whispered and said, it turns out it's not something that can be done at will. Hearing that, he continued, yes, so he signed a simple contract with the emperor. Instead of being allowed to inherit the duke position, he had to end his relationship with the royal family. Duke Frodi's family is a family with a long history, playing a pivotal role in the empire for a long time. But besides that, a long time ago, this was also a place to hide the existence of demons. If the emperor announced his identity and the fact that the Frodi family had been hiding the demon race was spread, Frodi would completely collapse. Past reputation will disappear, people within the empire will immediately become enemies to be driven out and become objects of terror and fear. He didn't want that to happen, so he always listened to the emperor. Lodi stood still, listening to him speak, and finally came to a conclusion, father really loved Frodi. Hearing that, he was surprised for a moment, then smiled and admitted, that's right. Lodi continued to speak, although his father had sworn loyalty to the emperor because he loved Frodi, but because his father became a duke, the things he loved were threatened. He was stunned for a moment, then picked her up and admitted, yes, it was true that it was something that little girls could notice, but the emperor still didn't know about it and he was still afraid of him. I don't know, but it's just luck because people always think that demons are ferocious insects, without blood and tears. Lodi heard that and objected, the demon people she saw were not like that. When he heard that, he exclaimed, so to be honest, just that alone was already too much, with another weakness he had to worry about even more. When she heard that, she was filled with prestige and said, what else, she would help him hide. Seeing her like that made him laugh again, but this time he didn't answer or reveal any secrets to her, but just told her to reassure her. You go and come back right away. Watching the carriage carrying her father leave, she silently thought, today her father is coming to the royal palace so he won't be able to play with her, she has to play soccer with Bihan. But as soon as she turned around, she saw Bihan and Veronica coming. She saw them both changing and going out and asked, where are Bihan and Veronica going? When Veronica and Bihan saw her, they happily greeted her. Veronica said she was planning to buy things to prepare for Bihan's admission to school. She heard that preparing things was interesting, so she immediately said, even though she didn't know what to buy, it seemed interesting. She also wanted to go to the market outside the mansion. She looked at the big street with curious and excited eyes and exclaimed. She had only been to this street twice, so it still felt strange. She turned around and asked Bihan, what should I buy first? Bihan heard that and replied, first you have to buy textbooks and pens, practice books and try on uniforms. But when buying personal items, you have to try it. Lodi immediately asked, will it take long? Bihan heard that and thought about it. Let's see, he didn't really understand. Veronica heard that and immediately interjected, this must have taken quite a while. There were so many things to buy today. First of all, there was a clothing store over here, so they went there first. The rest will go to places in order of proximity. When they entered the store, the service was enthusiastic. Hello, it seems that you have come to choose a uniform for the gentleman, please come this way. She looked around this store and thought, no wonder this store looks familiar, this is where she went last time with her father. Lodi looked at the dresses hesitantly. There were too many clothes that I bought here last time, so I couldn't try them all on. She held the piano and remembered the image of her father saying, this girl should just buy everything, and thought to herself, so I saw that my father was really stubborn. Lodi looked around and arranged a place to try on the academy uniform. The place I went to last time with my father seemed to be the same. Veronica turned back to look at her and said, Miss, I have something to tell the tailor, I'll come in for a moment. Lodi replied, yes, come in. In the sewing room, the tailor gave instructions to Bihan. Dude, stand here and raise your hand. Just measure the size of a few places and sew the uniform according to a pre-made template to fit that place. The tailor measured and said that it would be better for young new students to wear comfortable uniforms. Bihan doesn't agree, if you wear clothes that are too loose, it will be inconvenient and won't look good. The tailor explained that after entering school, everyone would grow taller immediately. After measuring, she recorded it in the notebook, so every time it was time to enroll, there were many young aristocrats wearing long-sleeved uniforms to school. She smiled brightly and continued, seeing the young students wearing long-sleeved blazers entering the academy is my small joy. If you wear a uniform that fits right now, you will definitely grow taller. But if it fails later, you will have to try again. Bihan understood, yes. He looked at his sleeve and thought, yes, my height has also been increasing lately. While Bihan was thinking, a few girls secretly looked at him. Everyone was buzzing, oh my god, look at that. In their eyes, Bihan seems to be shining, so handsome. The three girls' eyes lit up with exclamation, as if they came out of a romantic novel. Oh my god. Looks like he's the same age as us, he's also entering this semester. Seeing that, all three shouted with joy, so we could meet at the academy. I really like it. Lodi stood from afar listening helplessly. Bihan really had the real look. She crossed her arms somewhat smugly. Now that it had come to this point, if she went to the academy, she would probably receive dozens of confessions. Lodi sat on the chair, kicking her legs up and down, thinking, Bihan must meet a good person. I can't come to the academy, so I'm really worried. A soft voice came out. What are you? Lodi looked up in surprise. Yes. She asked, it's our first time meeting, do you know me? A boy awkwardly rubbed his head and stood in front of her, stammering. Well, the thing is. The boy pointed at himself and asked, can I sit next to you? Lodi smiled and tapped the empty space next to her. Of course, sit here. The boy timidly sat down. Yes, thank you. Sitting down, he kept secretly glancing at Lodi. However, when she looked over, she blushed and looked away. Lodi secretly wondered why he was looking at her like that. She tilted her head and thought as if she was bored, just when she was bored looking at things. She turned to him to chat, maybe your family has someone coming to the academy this term? The boy suddenly panicked. Yes, how do you know? Lodi replied first, why do you know? Since you're the same age as me, it's still a bit early to go to the academy. Every year at this time, people who come here to try on uniforms are busy. If not, then why are you here? The boy understood, he smiled and replied, that's right, my brother is entering this semester. Lodi smiled, so I guessed right, actually I just followed. Hearing her voice seemed like his heart was pounding again, so he was sitting here the whole time. Lodi shouted in panic, oh God, because you need a seat, you keep looking at me, right? I have support next to me, I have to say it soon. The boy immediately denied it. It wasn't like that. His face turned red and he mumbled, he saw it. Lodi's face froze, I couldn't hear anything. The boy covered his face in shame, he had to say it. Lodi replied, no, because you're like that, I'm a little curious. The boy closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows, because of me, because he was beautiful. That boy was still talking when Baihan suddenly appeared behind him and drowned him out. Is Lodi bored waiting? The girl responded immediately, yes, no, it's okay, what is Baihan waiting for? Baihan replied, yes, there were too many guests so it was a bit late, I guess I'll have to wait a little longer. He smiled softly and said, I'll come back here, if anything happens, call me. Know it yet? The boy sitting on the chair looked at him. He was probably Ha's brother. The two of them were really close. My relationship with my brother is not very good. Lodi told the truth, it wasn't good at first. The boy was a bit surprised, really. Right at that moment, a boy came out of the dressing room. He quickly said, I have to go first, it seems my brother is done. The boy closed his eyes and stammered out the last few words, see you at the academy. Having finished speaking, he immediately ran away. Lodi looked after, yes, I can't go, I'm gone. She looked into the dressing room, Baihan was still not done. Lodi was surprised to see his brother standing with a girl, he was talking to someone he met for the first time. That girl was smiling and chatting with Baihan, maybe we could meet at the entrance ceremony, what's your name? He just coldly replied, I am Baihan. The girl was a bit startled, Master Baihan, I hope we will be in the same class at the academy. He said nonchalantly, it's still a bit early to talk about it, we haven't even started school yet. After saying that, I turned around and left, so I asked for permission, the staff will probably inform me of the order. Lodi, who witnessed it from beginning to end, was filled with anxiety, so cold. She crossed her arms and stood up, she had to say something. Even if he's an older brother, he can't accept that attitude. Suddenly someone walked up and shouted, oh my god, who is this? He raised his hand and said, Princess Frodi, hello. The surroundings are completely calm, Frodi. The daughter of that monster Duke. The man from earlier approached and asked, the Duke is also coming, sir. I don't feel shy. Lodi replied, today I came to let my brother try on his uniform. She ran towards the door and I went out to get some fresh air. She thought to herself, she couldn't stand this atmosphere. After running for a while, Lodi stopped and breathed out, now alive. She looked around, she had to go out and look at the building a bit. Oh, a little girl in a blue dress is walking in the middle of the street, where is that girl hurt? If she stays like that, she will fall. Just as Lodi predicted, the little girl immediately fell down. Lodi nervously approached, held out her hand, is it okay? Hold her hand and stand up. The girl raised her head, thank you. She grabbed Lodi's hand and stood up. She was such a kind person when she helped me like that. Lodi looked at the fallen girl below, worriedly pointed out her hand and said, it's okay, hold my hand and get up. Thank you. The little girl hesitantly answered Lodi, you are such a kind person who helped me like that. The little girl with white hair, blue eyes, and a gorgeous dress said to Lodi, oh. The female lead was stunned for a moment, just like her mother. The girl looked at Lodi bewildered, and Lodi opened her big round eyes to look at the strange girl. Even if my mother told me when I was little, I still would believe it. Hair color, eye color, everything is exactly the same. Lodi looked into those sea blue eyes. But, it's a little different, my mother doesn't have this cold streak. The image of a kind mother appeared clearly in Lodi's memory. When mom smiles, it's as warm as summer. I fell, but I wasn't injured. Both of their hands reached out and grasped each other. Yes. Looks like there isn't. After helping the girl up, Lodi kept looking at the other girl. Star? Are you like that? This made the girl confused and asked. Oh no. Nothing. Lodi thought silently in her head. Mother is also a person with many diverse expressions. The girl is not like that. Do you need help? Lodi asked the other girl with concern, and the girl responded with magic. This much is okay. If so, then you're lucky. The female lead looked down, both of their hands were still holding each other tightly. Hey, why do you keep holding my hand all the time? Her face remained cold as ice while Lodi spoke a bit awkwardly. And thanks to those words, the girl was startled and told Lodi. I don't understand why you think that's the case. A woman nearby was walking around nervously. Oh my god, what a kid! Where did you go? Suddenly disappeared? Dahlia, where are you? Dahlia. The sound of calling caught her attention. Lodi's heart was beating very fast. Dahlia bowed her head and took her leave. Well, my mother is looking for me, so I'll go first. Thanks. Mom, I'm here. Watching the girl leave, Lodi still stood there stunned. Dahlia is the name of the main female character in that book. Lodi opened her eyes wide, that name stuck in her head. After I die, my adopted daughter will become my father's new daughter. Her name is Dahlia. In the book, Dahlia is described as a doll-like girl, meaning she is beautiful like a doll, but does not have doll-like emotions. Although Dahlia always has a cold face, her heart is warm, attracting everyone around her since before she was adopted. Dahlia has always appeared around Fruity, and in the book, Dad also knows that. One day, the self in the book died of illness. Father came and made Dahlia an offer. Just when we needed our children, Damien and Dahlia were sitting together, and Damien spoke up. Because we need an heir to continue the lineage. For people, it is also a beneficial offer. That was truly an attractive offer for Dahlia, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. From being the daughter of a poor Viscount family, she can become a princess of a Duke family. I'm really sorry, but, Dahlia said respectfully. That's too much for me, dear Duke. But Dahlia rejected the offer. The person who brought Dahlia back to the ducal mansion was the Viscount Lopez family. No, Dahlia, go back there. The people there told her that, and that was Dahlia. After being adopted by the Duke's family, he was sold. One morning, going to a strange place, Dahlia quickly adapted to Fruity. It was like they had been prepared in advance, unlike the dead princess who was not in the mansion when she was still alive. Not only does she lack dignity, but she is also considered an evil woman. Dahlia has both the dignity of a princess and a gentle goddess. It was obvious that she was loved by everyone in the mansion. Lodi thought a little worriedly. Halia in the book I read is that child. The other woman quickly grabbed Dahlia's hand and said, "Where did you go? I have to look for you all the time. I'm sorry for making you worry, Mom." Fortunately, Mother did not lose her child. I have a headache again. Dahlia's mother asked her worriedly. Dahlia just replied softly. I'm just a little dizzy, it's okay. The little girl looked at her hand, then left with her mother. If it hurts, you have to say it. Do you know yet? Yes, Mom, don't worry. Lodi tilted her head in wonder. It is Dahlia in the book who grew up being mistreated by the Lopez family. The relationship between mother and daughter seems good. The mother is also emotional. This makes the heroine a bit confused. Or just someone with the same name? Surely the characters in the book, even important ones, can change. Looking at Joshua, I see that. In the end, the world perished because of monsters. I can't do anything else. Since father often visits the imperial city, that should probably be okay. Veronica saw Lodi running and suddenly said, Miss, just in time I went out to look for you. Don? Yes. Lodi asked her curiously. Why did Veronica come? I came to try on a new dress for the young lady and look at the flyers. Didn't Veronica buy them all too? Lodi said that suspiciously, seeing that she didn't say a word but just smiled. Bought it all? She remained silent as if she had nothing to deny. Bihan walked out of the store. Sorry for making everyone wait so long. Now let's go see another store. Lodi curiously asked Bihan about what happened earlier. But Bihan, why do you treat me coldly? With the girl from before like that? Ah, you see? Veronica was also swept away. What happened just now? Lodi immediately narrated quickly. Let's see, some girl seems interested in Bihan. But Bihan is as cold as the wind. Hearing that, Veronica chuckled in response. Bihan is only gentle with the lady. Right land. Bihan looked confused and said to Lodi. If Lodi says don't do it, I'll do it. The female lead looked at Bihan and frowned. If I tell you, what will you do? So it will be difficult for you to make friends at the academy. Oh, that's right. Ha ha. They started laughing. That's right. People moved to another store. Veronica advised the carrier to be careful. Now I'll go get my notebook and ink, which is like a bookstand. Because there are many packages, I have to trouble you to have them sent to the mansion. Yes, I will say so. Lodi held up a ball and said. Ah, Veronica, can you buy me this? Oh, okay, miss. You mean the prophecy stone? The glowing stone sparkles in the heroine's hand. Miss, do you need to buy that? Yeah, I need to give this to someone. Lodi smiled and held the stone tightly in her hand. The afternoon came again, and it was time for them to return from shopping. I'm back. Damien welcomed Lodi's hug, reprimanding in a low voice. I told my daughter not to go anywhere without telling me. I haven't given permission yet and have already gone to the village. Hi, I'm leaving now that I'm allowed. Damien asked Veronica. Have you bought enough things yet? Yes, I'm fully prepared. Okay, Lodi suddenly called Damien. But Dad, I have something to remember. Her eyes sparkled with immense hope for Damien. Okay, what do you need to remember? Damien spoke extremely gently to Loti. The female lead hesitated a bit, saying every sentence to the Duke. It's really not that I hate studying. I also like to study, but anyway, I like the teacher very much. But why? Loti clasped her hands, her eyes sparkling, and said to Damien. Can I take a break from school for a while? Damien smiled, not at all annoyed but quickly accepted. If it's a girl's request, I will do whatever it is. That is the heart of a father. But first we must hear the reason. Lodi quickly explained to him. I think Bihan is about to leave. So I feel so sorry for my time. Can I give my child a break until Bihan goes to school? It's not a long break either. Well, seeing that Damien was still listening, Lodi continued. If you keep thinking about that, you probably won't be able to concentrate on studying. Damien closed his eyes as if thinking. Are you threatening this, father? Are you saying you can't concentrate on studying? It's not there, Dad. Damien smiled and said to Loti. Okay, I'll give it some time. Tomorrow I will convey word to Cyrus. Thank you, Dad. Lodi immediately became happy again and ran away. That afternoon, Damien reflected on himself. It turns out that Lodi Lucia felt sad about Bihan leaving. Yes, the lady said she would miss him a lot. Veronica also added. It's not like I won't come back forever. Adjust your daughter's schedule so she can spend time with Bihan. Veronica naturally listened to Damien's words. I will do that. Damien thought about one thing in his mind. The boy often comes to play there. It's better not to come temporarily. The clock ticked and ticked. Joshua wondered and asked Dolores. Mom, isn't today supposed to be Frodi's day? At this time, my mother was getting ready to go out. Dolores sent to tell Joshua. Ah, you mean Miss Rhodey. Over there, I said I would take a break from school for a while. Loti Lucia? That's a surprise. Joshua was extremely curious. What's going on? I have to go ask. Thinking like that, he turned away. Then today I will go alone. Oh God, wait. The Marquis quickly stopped him. Because that side said again. No need to come here for now. That news hit Joshua hard, making him extremely surprised. What? That night, at the Frody family's mansion, Bihan was with Loti and suddenly wondered. Haven't seen Joshua come here lately? Right. Or is it because the teacher didn't come? Bihan was not sad at all but came closer and rubbed his body against Loti. Thanks to that, he was able to monopolize his sister. He asked about the book that Loti was holding. What's the content about? That thing about the elementalist. One day, a severe drought hit the village. The elementalist received help from his spirit. And fishing for rain was successful. Truly miraculous story. Bihan commented. That's right, I've heard stories about witches and knights. But this is the first time hearing about elementalist. Or was it created by the author himself? Humph, Bihan looked at Loti's thoughtful expression and quickly told her. It's not that either. I heard there really was an elementalist back in the day. Once upon a time there were people who could recognize both humans and demons. One of them is the story of the elementalist. Really, it's so magical. If he seemed interested, Bihan continued to tell. To be more precise, it is not the elementalist that recognizes the demons, but the spirit that recognizes and reports to the elementalist. Suddenly Veronica peeked outside the door and called out, Miss, are you there? It's time to go to sleep. Loti also quickly put the book away and left with Veronica. I know. I'm going. Bihan. See you tomorrow. Yes, sleep well. Loti left. Bihan also quickly went to do his work. I'd better prepare my things for school and then go to sleep. He muttered to himself. It's nothing but tomorrow is already here. So fast. Bihan packed his belongings neatly into his suitcase. I had already guessed about enrolling at the academy. Since becoming an adopted child. But I don't like going like this. I don't want to leave Loti. His mood was very gloomy. If it weren't for me, he would only play with Joshua. Toad, Toad. A knock on the door rang out late at night, catching Bihan's attention. Is Bihan sleeping? Loti changed into her pajamas, appeared behind the door and spoke. He still hasn't slept. What is going on? Bihan quickly approached Loti. And the female lead said sadly to him. Just think about Bihan leaving tomorrow. I feel sad again. So can I sleep with you today? The little girl shyly suggested to Bihan. Bihan smiled happily and responded. So come in. I already informed the others. Yes, I told Veronica. Loti lay down and spoke. The academy is too much. It's still a long time until the entrance ceremony and I have to go. Only then can we stay on schedule. Bihan quickly spoke to comfort the girl. But Loti was still very dissatisfied. It's also impossible to enter or exit using movement magic. You remind me so much. It's okay within the allowed admission period. It's just that the academy ensures the safety of its students. Bihan gently spoke to the girl. Even so, Bihan continued to explain to Loti. For the sake of fairness to the students who cannot use movement magic. Due to family circumstances, the academy considers equality among students first. So that's the natural solution. Loti said nothing more. But her eyes were sad. Bihan. Every holiday, you cannot be absent. Must go back there. Of course. When it's time for vacation, I'll be right back. Even though Bihan smiled, he was a little shaken by Loti. So don't make such a bloody face. My sister's smile is the most beautiful. Thanks to that sweet encouragement, both of them quickly fell asleep. Good night, Loti. Bihan also slept well. Time passes like lightning. The next morning came. Dear Prince Bihan, the carriage has been prepared. Will I be able to study well at the academy? Bihan followed Velan, feeling a little worried. If it's a dude, there won't be any problem. Bihan heard Velan say that and smiled lightly. Probably so. Okay, regain your composure and let's go. Although now my father holds the power. As Duke Flotty. But later, we don't know how the situation will change. To prevent that from happening. In my generation, there must be strong relationships. Don't let anything happen that will make Flotty nervous. Bihan made up his mind. Because I don't handle my role well. We came to see you off, sir. Loti held Bihan's hand, extremely attached. Stay one more day before leaving. There's no other way. Damien also sent him off directly. He looked at Bihan and said, Bihan, go well. Yes, of course. I will not disappoint you, father. Even though Damien didn't show any emotions on his face, he still responded to Bihan with interest. I said it because I was afraid you would maintain that spirit. Although I won't force you to do that. But in my heart, I hold useless determination. This is not an obligation, so feel free. Damien laughed and said that to Bihan. Duke Damien said, I did not force you to do so, but in your heart you held a useless determination. This is not an obligation, so feel free. The two looked at each other, continued to speak carefully, Bihan. That's right, when Damien never forced him to go to the academy, he actually respected him. He immediately smiled and said, Father, don't worry, I will come back healthy. Then the Duke couldn't help but ask about the girl. Looking back, I see that today my daughter's eyes are boneless. The little girl was upset in her mother's room. I thought she cried every day. If she cried, Bihan would worry. She had to come and smile to see him off. The Duke immediately laughed and replied that he was so proud. The girl was upset when she saw her father teasing her. At this time, the Duke said okay, if the guests came crying like that, the daughter would probably be in trouble, very good. At this moment, when the girl heard that, she didn't understand. He immediately said you forgot. You said you'd stop going to school until Bihan left. Hearing that, the little girl was surprised. Did this have anything to do with this? Today has been hard, thank you. The teacher immediately said she didn't come with Joshua today. Hearing that, the girl had a hard time understanding what was going on. Was he sick? The teacher immediately replied that it wasn't just that he wanted to stay home today. The girl suddenly felt a bit absent-minded, so that was it. The girl blocking the photo looked around and the Cyrus family hadn't come here to play lately. She jumped up, that's right, there was no class and she didn't come. Originally, he followed the teacher every day. Veronica also smiled wryly and asked if he was angry with the young lady. The girl was confused, how could that be possible? Veronica immediately said, the lady said she wanted to spend time with Bihan. After that, the owner directly sent a letter asking the young master not to come for a while. The girl was surprised to hear that. It's okay, after all, he's a male so there's no reason to be angry about that. At this moment, Joshua on the other side was playing with his cat's ball. The boy fell on his face in deep thought. He said don't come to the mansion anymore, just joking a little, but he took revenge right away. The annoyed boy clenched his fists extremely uncomfortably. Over here, the girl is still studying. Oh hello, I heard that the young master has come to the academy, right? The teacher continued, she must be very sad. Even though I'm sad, Bihan is determined to go, so I won't live strong. The girl replied. The teacher immediately smiled and said that's great, so let's start learning. The little girl immediately paid attention and heard what the book she told her to read contained. The girl immediately told the content of that book. It was probably written in ancient times because there are countries that do not exist now. The teacher replied that yes, books written with materials from spirits were mostly written a long time ago. Although the exact reason is not recorded in history, as time goes by, the people who do the job called elementalers have gradually decreased, because without them, there is no longer a chance to hear the voices of the spirits. Naturally, there are fewer works about spirits. The little girl thought about that when she heard that. Thinking back, the demonic beasts and demons had gradually disappeared. At this moment, Joshua looked down and wondered which carriage was coming today. The boy thought that pretending to be obedient in front of the guests was clearly troublesome. He had to hide somewhere, so he immediately ran away. I will play with come here. The boy sat and played with the cat and thought, if he was a guest of $Z, he would be in the reception room. If it was Hugh Tekka's room, he would go to the office, so he probably wouldn't come all the way here. Then he heard someone's footsteps, making the boy feel surprised. Why would anyone come here at this time? The cat came running, and the person who appeared was Lodi. The girl immediately greeted Myo Myo and went in. The boy suddenly jumped up. The girl immediately went to greet the boy. He asked her what was the matter. Why did she know the boy was here? The girl immediately replied, "You don't like receiving guests. The first time I came here, I thought you would probably be in a place where visitors don't often come." Hearing that, the boy was also surprised when she guessed correctly and asked her, "Come here alone?" Lodi immediately replied, "There was no way my father would let me go alone. I asked him to go with Veronica." The boy was upset when he heard that. "But what did you come for? You told me not to come see you." Hearing that, the little girl replied brightly, "It wasn't me who told her not to come, but her father." Hearing that, the boy replied, "Whatever, anyway, I came because I wanted to see you." The girl rummaged through her bag and pulled out something that said she had brought a gift for the boy. Hearing that, the boy arrogantly said I was that type, thinking I would be lured with gifts. The girl immediately said sadly, "Then there was no way." But right after that, the girl took out a colorful marble. The girl remembered the story from before. If she had a communication stone, she could talk to people far away from her. Veronica immediately replied, "Yes, Miss has to be in a state of not moving and knowing each other's exact location to have that ability." The boy holding the messenger stone was still calm. The girl immediately said that because he came alone every day, there would be a lot of dissatisfaction, so she decided that if she had this messenger stone, it wouldn't be a problem. The boy still looked cold and replied, "Even though I'm a small river, I can't grow up no matter how much I sleep, but I've been alive for hundreds of years. Do you think using a stone to send messages will make me happy?" The girl immediately shook her head and replied, No, listen, if I have this I can talk to you without having to wait for you to come, that's why." The little girl who spoke here hesitantly replied, "Because of my father, I couldn't come to see you first, but in reality, it's like this." The girl really wanted to meet the boy, so she wanted to give him the message. When he heard that, he immediately burst out laughing. "It was true that Lo T couldn't live without me. Okay, I'll accept this information, thank you." Lovi just smiled wryly and said, "Yes, well, whatever you play is fine since you're here, so I'm not very interested in reading. My house doesn't have toys because I'm not interested in those things." The girl felt that he was really petty and then she said, "I can't help it, do you have paper and crayons?" So they immediately started taking out colored pencils and paper to write something on the paper. Seeing the girl drawing Veronica, the boy asked, "Do you like that person very much?" The girl immediately replied that she really liked it because in the mansion she was the one who took care of her the most. The first time she came to Flotty, she told the servants to be nice to her too. Even though she kept sitting there, it made them roll their eyes. "If we talk about taking care of you, your maids are the same, but I haven't seen you get along with other maids with that person." Lo T immediately said, "Veronica is not a maid and the servants in the house don't like me." Hearing that, the boy found it difficult to understand. "Well, in my eyes you look uncomfortable." At this moment, the girl immediately drew Excella. "It's been a long time since he left the area." The girl replied yes. The boy said, "If so, do you know why you were able to leave there?" The girl immediately froze. She knew. Not long after arriving at the mansion, I already knew the general idea, and my mother also told me in advance about leaving the forest. Of course, it was only later that I understood what it was about. The girl was worthy and said, after all, now she only has her father by her side. Although I also miss my mother very much. The boy replied, if he needed a mother, he could tell the Duke he wanted a stepmother. The girl immediately replied, I don't like that, it's not my mother, and my father belongs to my mother. Hearing that, the boy had a hard time understanding. Is it that important? After all, his stepmother is his mother and his family needs a family. The boy said that, making her confused, so Joshua thought it was okay to have a mother other than the teacher. The boy immediately replied that he was an independent individual, so it was difficult for the concept of family to be different from humans. The little girl replied, okay, let's not talk about his mother anymore, but what I heard about his family. The boy immediately said, my family has an older brother. What about my parents? They should have, but only the older brother is similar to the family you mentioned. The older brother is also big like you. The girl asked. The boy immediately replied, extremely big, and I will be as big as that. Lodi immediately smiled and said, I remember you were also very big. The boy immediately criticized her for being too small at that time. Then the girl asked where the boy's brother was. Joshua then slowly got down and said, I can't meet him now. There's no one alive who can meet me so many times. It was difficult for the little girl to hear that, so he continued, haha, that's right, no different from me. Then she played for an afternoon and then returned. It seemed that Joshua's brother knew her mother because in the past she had seen the two of them talking to each other. Before the girl was born, what kind of person was her mother? If my mother was around, I could probably ask directly and she would remember her gentle and affectionate words. Mother, Lodi, my good daughter. If you have to say goodbye to me in the future, don't worry, I will pick up Lodi. Lodi wondered about her father, right? Mom said that even if I left the bamboo forest, she would take good care of me and told me not to worry, that she was nowhere to be found. On unpleasant days like this, it's easy to dream about unlucky things. The first time she argued with the servant, she was worried that she would be sent away by people who knew all the bad things they did to her. Then he told her all about his harassment, but his father did nothing to her. It turned out that her father hated her so much that he didn't bother to scold her. So the little girl wondered how long would her father turn a blind eye to that? At that time, she heard the servant's joking words, how long are you going to cry, young lady? What an annoying child. After a few days, she acted like a duke's daughter and now she's become a crybaby again. The girl remained silent and endured. Then she couldn't bear it anymore. At this time, the maid continued to say, sorry miss, I have to clean the hallway, dust will fly there, I will take you to another room. For the first time, the girl was helped by a servant. I'm worried that waking up will be a dark dream. The maid who appeared in her dream today looked familiar, then she was startled to see a girl. Mary, your name is Mary, right? The maid immediately replied. Yes, ma'am. That's right, Maid Mary helped the girl in her dream. The girl immediately smiled and said, I know you. Lodi was a little curious and asked, why haven't I seen Mary lately? Hearing that, Mary immediately replied, although I was not directly involved in the matter at that time, because of joint responsibilities, the area in charge was changed to a place far away from where the young lady lived. Lodi also understood everything and had to exclaim, aha, that's why she couldn't see her face. Yes, miss, today is my day off, but my roommate is sick, so Thanks to that, I was able to meet the princess again like this. I only hear the news from time to time, fortunately the young lady is still healthy. Mary said emotionally. Lodi heard that and immediately answered clearly. Mary also lives well, so lucky. Yes, Mary, yes, lady, I don't know if this is too sudden to ask, but am I good? Lodi asked curiously. Faced with Lodi's sudden question, Mary quickly shook her head to refuse. How can I express my love and hate to the princess? Lodi asked a little sadly. Hate me? Having been misunderstood like that, Mary quickly explained. How is that possible? She's so adorable. Lodi wanted to ask again, but in the end she had to give up her curiosity. Well, that's okay then. Change the area of responsibility to our place. When Mary heard that, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she happily replied yes. Change scene. At this time, Lodi was leisurely lying in the forest telling Joshua about the story she had just met. I just met an old acquaintance. Joshua asked a little curiously. Oh, you must be very happy to tell me. How excited you sound. Lodi immediately circled around the forest and happily replied. Hi, yes, I'm very happy. All this time I haven't been close to the virtual maid. Luckily there is now. Joshua hesitated for a moment and then expressed his personal opinion. As I see it, it is like this. That's because you keep your distance. If you get acquainted first, everyone will love you. There is no servant who hates a young lady or a young master who is good to them. Lodi also noted that, but she was still a little curious. Well, that's probably it, but I still find it a bit strange. I don't know why, but you are like that. Joshua replied. Lodi asked again. Joshua's voice sounded quieter and quieter. What? You've been talking to me all this time without charging your magic power? Joshua said frustratedly. Lodi heard that and asked in surprise. What is that? Why didn't anyone tell me what it was? Oh, Joshua, your voice. Finally, after a while, the space became quiet. Lodi exclaimed. It's quiet. Finally, the girl blinked for a moment and then asked. Is Mary busy? Seeing Lodi over there, Mary asked curiously. No, what's going on? Knowing Mary wasn't busy, Lodi immediately pulled her hand and said. Then go into my room. As soon as Mary entered, she immediately admired Lodi's room. Oh, the lady's room is much larger than the other rooms. The Duke really loves the lady very much. After saying that, she immediately returned to the main topic of the question. How can I help? The reason you called me. I just want to see Mary. Lodi said. Mary also eat cookies. Lodi immediately invited her. Seeing that, Mary hastily refused immediately. No, it's okay. I can't eat what the chef makes for you. Lodi immediately smiled sincerely and said. Once upon a time, Mary also made cookies for me. Just consider it as if I reciprocate. Hearing that, Mary immediately smiled and replied. Thanks. She thought to herself. The lady is young but so kind. Where did Ms. Veronica go? She often stays with the lady. Mary asked curiously. To her question, Mary testified a little and then answered. It seems that Veronica is busy these days. She followed her father. Lodi thought to herself. The last time I was able to go to Syros, Veronica allowed me because I needed to meet the Marquis. So there's no one around to care for me like before. It's not that I've never thought about having anyone else by my side except Veronica, but because of what happened at that time, I felt worried. After Mary returned, the other maids continued to ask Han questions. Why do you call her that? Why did the lady call you? This is the first time I've seen you call someone personally. She only talked to the assistant and the butler. That's right. It's all because of the kids who got kicked out first. They spread rumors that the lady was guilty of something. That's why you keep your distance from me. Immediately Mary shared Lodi's gift with the girls. Let's eat cookies. The lady gave it, but it was a bit much. Wow. The girls were immediately happy. Mary secretly thought that everyone loved her. I hope someday you will open your heart to everyone. At this time at the palace, Damien very seriously reported as he said. I'm training engineers. I also let Cyrus know that method. Immediately the emperor praised him. All right. Thank you. Is there any more news about the appearance of magical beasts? Aside from last year's 2 reports, nothing yet. I resolved it before notifying all people. Damien replied. The emperor could not help but think passionately at this time. It's hard to believe that monsters just appeared by chance and won't happen again, right? Damien immediately responded. If it ended by chance like that, there wouldn't have been a demonic beast appearing in the first place. That's probably what the Duke said. The emperor sighed and said. Damien immediately said seriously. Therefore, I have a plan that I would like to propose to Your Highness. Your Highness, please announce the existence of demonic beasts. Letters were considered fiction and were forgotten by history. Hearing that, the emperor was extremely surprised. The speaker announces the existence of magical beasts. Then the empire will fall into chaos. Damien immediately replied calmly. That would probably cause chaos, but I see that humans aren't as weak as Your Highness thinks. We'll soon find a way to deal with it. If Your Highness insists, let the knights in training know about the existence of magical beasts. Engineers are enduring high-intensity training without knowing what they are training for. Before Damien's words, the emperor was a little shaken. I understand what the Duke said, but this is an important plan, so I need to think more. I'm not feeling well today. Damien could only step back and speak. So, I'll take my leave. Damien thought to himself. I have seen the health of previous emperors decline, but this generation's speed seems to be faster. At this time in the Duke's palace, Lodi happily told Damien. Today Mary did the same. It's fun. Although it's still a bit unfortunate, I can come again. Although she is human, luckily Lodi Lucia grew up without anything unusual. However, I saw Damien busy thinking about something. Lodi immediately asked father, what was he thinking? Hearing that, Damien immediately regained his composure and seriously answered Lodi. I am grateful that my daughter grew up healthy. Lodi shyly said, what is it? Damien's attention suddenly turned to the vase of flowers. Are the flowers different from before? Ha! Ah, those maids changed, it must have been troublesome, but they always noticed it. Lodi replied. Damien thought to himself, it seems like she's gradually getting closer to the other maids. Mr. Dew's voice said, fortunately you are living healthy, I always pay attention to see if you are living well. Suddenly Lodi discovered something in the distance and wondered, what is this? As she spoke, the girl came closer and suddenly a stream of power surrounded the room. Damien seriously said the magic was sealed so that no one else could see it. Lodi couldn't help but be a little curious. Ah, a voice suddenly rang out. Damien, how long are you planning to block the gate? It's too hot. Damien said annoyingly. Lodi saw that and was not surprised at all, wondering what the letter was saying. Again, aren't you planning on burning it again? Seems like you understand me very well. Lodi asked curiously, isn't it magical? I want to see this. Damien heard that and stopped for a moment to speak. Okay. Speaking from the previous conclusion, blocking the gate is becoming increasingly strongly opposed. I know you love this empire, but no matter where you are still a demon. Hope you will clearly identify where you value more. Lodi asked confusedly, did you block the gate? Damien immediately replied that I had completely blocked the path to search for the drug case because I had to clarify. If you had to choose between the Empire and the demon world, would you choose to side with the demon world? Lodi asked again, so demons will continuously appear in the Empire like old stories, right? No, it will still be like the old days, as long as I am still Duke Flotty, as long as you are in the Empire. There will be no way I will turn my back on the Empire, so don't worry, Damien firmly affirmed. Lodi's water suddenly stopped blooming, so father had to return to the demon world later. Damien immediately comforted her, no, I will send Veronica instead. The sunset once again fell on the Empire. I'm home, Veronica reported. Damien asked directly, you returned early, it seems like you didn't visit the auditors. Veronica asked in confusion, why did I have to go there? I reopened the gate following Lord Damien's orders, so the atmosphere seemed to calm down. She thought to herself that of course the demons considered enemies would probably attack again. Veronica continued, if the Empire and the demon world become enemies like ancient stories, which side will Mr. Damien be on? Hearing that, Damien calmly said, I am the one who regulates the relationship between the demon world and the Empire. If you are worried about something like that happening, what will you do? Veronica answered somewhat awkwardly. Well, isn't it natural that I side with the demon world? It's not that I hate the Empire, it's just one thing. If there's one thing that bothers me, it's the fact that you're human. At this moment, there was a loud sound of the door opening and a panicked sound. Velan, is the owner there? Seeing that, Damien immediately asked what was going on. Velan here urgently said, Miss, call the doctor. Damien immediately rushed to Loti. He couldn't help but blame himself. I have been too indifferent all this time, Loti Lucia, she is inherently weaker and is the person I need to care more about. Loti Lucia, finally, as Damien spoke, he opened the door and walked in. Loti couldn't help but feel a little surprised when she saw that. The two looked at each other a bit speechless. Loti immediately asked, Father, what's going on? Damien quickly asked with concern, Daughter, I heard you called the doctor so I came to see, where is your pain? Loti heard that and immediately waved her hand to deny it, there was no pain anywhere, it's not like that. So what's going on? Damien continued asking. Loti felt a little guilty, because she kept unconsciously paying attention to the book, so she often had dreams like this. I'm just looking for a solution. If you want that, you must first know your exact body condition, you can't say that. The girl had no choice but to say, because I wanted to have a health checkup, the doctor was really miraculous. It can help you recover quickly from illness without magic. In addition, you also have a health check before you get sick. I'm very curious. Hearing that, Damien felt somewhat reassured, okay, good thinking. Loti couldn't help but feel a little curious, what exactly did Velan say that made his father react like this, so happy? Deciding to call the doctor as quickly as possible, Damien told himself the whole time. I thought I could accurately recognize the deaths of people around me, but Loti Lucia, I never once thought about it. Just imagining it is the worst of all the people who have left so far, what should I do? Damn it, I should have just ended everything with a sense of responsibility. But right now, Loti was also busy thinking about what was so unexpected. Little Loti dropped the cheese and ran to the Duke to ask. Dad, what are you doing? The Duke turned away. Today I was busy. Even when eating, I remained silent without saying a word to the girl. The atmosphere was extremely quiet and normal. Veronica wondered and went to ask the Duke, Mr. Damien, why have you been avoiding the young lady lately? The Duke replied, not expecting her to ask such a question. Hearing that, Veronica smiled and replied that I work for the young lady and started the day with warm treatment. Now that the attitude is reversed like that, I wonder what happened, and most of all, the lady is extremely worried. Suddenly the Duke asked a confusing question. You have witnessed the death of so many people, I have seen a lot because people close to me passed away, the people who lived with us for 100 years is a very short time. Veronica understood the problem, because he thought he might not be able to bear it after the lady left, so he ended the distance. The Duke thought. Yes, even though it was only a few years, if we were together for a lifetime, if we had to say goodbye to Lota Lucia after leaving, I can't imagine how difficult it would be. Veronica said, I understand what Mr. Damien means, but if it were me, I wouldn't do that. From your thinking, if you solve it by creating distance, time will pass. Therefore, I will try my best to love this excellent lady. Even if I send her away, I can still ease my sadness with those happy moments, and at some point Mr. Damien will have to regret it. After hearing that option, the Duke just remained silent. On Loti's side right now, she is very angry with her pouting cheeks looking extremely adorable. The two maids were whispering and wondering why Mary was off these days and didn't know what to do. They called Loti's name, Lady, do you want to go to the greenhouse, or if you go there your mood will improve? Hearing that, Loti agreed, making the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Inside the greenhouse garden, the sunlight shone on the bouquets of flowers. Lodi walked and thought back. My face clearly showed that I was in such a bad mood, but when I think about it, this place was also a gift from my father. Just thinking about it, the little girl burst into tears, causing two maids to quickly come out and comfort her. Lady Lodi Lucia lost her voice because the Duke was busy, so everyone knew that the Duke loved her very much. Lodi's voice was sad, it seemed like Dad was busy. The two maids didn't know what to do to cheer the lady up when suddenly someone spoke. "Miss, do you need anything from outside?" Lodi didn't understand why, so the maid continued. "Since you can go out, I will buy whatever you like later, even though it's not as good as what you currently have." Seeing that, Lodi was extremely happy and her mood returned. "Just thinking about it made me feel happy, thanks to you." She didn't expect everyone to care about her so much. Suddenly someone came. It turned out the girl was here. Lodi happily ran over. Father and the two maids bowed down to greet the Duke. Lodi thought it was probably because of her mood lately, but the Duke said he wanted to go to a place with her. There was someone waiting in the reception room, so let's go quickly. And inside, an uncle stood up and bowed. "Hello, lady." The Duke introduced this person as the palace physician, the physician who took care of the emperor, so his ability was nothing to criticize. Lodi also asked to return it, feeling extremely scared without knowing why. The other doctor continued. "The Duke called me to check on the lady's health to see if anything is wrong." Lodi immediately responded. "It seems there isn't. But let's just test it first. If the future in the book were to change my current body, there would probably be no problem. But if the current situation follows the progress of that book, no matter what you do, bad points will still begin to appear in your body." Lodi asked the doctor, "How is it?" I only saw the doctor's face frown and become serious. "The young lady is very healthy. Howling and howling makes her heart pound every now and then." That's what the Duke heard, so let's go first. Lodi felt something was wrong. Surely I have good health, isn't there anything I need to pay attention to? The doctor did not lie about her health, but regarding her weakness, there was a bit of cold air in Lodi's body that seemed to sometimes not circulate well. Lodi wondered if it was because of that within 5 years I would get very sick and possibly die? Then the doctor laughed loudly. "I'm sorry, it seems like you're too worried, but there's absolutely nothing like that, I assure you." Lodi heard that and breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, I can forget the content I read in the book, but even though my biggest worry has disappeared, why can't I feel at ease?" Change scene of Lodi sitting up in the tree canopy with the maids chatting about this strange father. The maids thought it was because the Duke was busy. Lodi looked sad. Not only looking like that, but still unable to stop worrying at this point, the only way is to confront him head on. Having said that, the girl stood up and ran to meet the Duke. "My plan is to always do what I want, and the Duke's side is being extremely complacent. If I start keeping my distance, I don't know if I will gradually love my daughter a little less, but if I don't see her, I will worry even more." Entering the Duke's room, there was a figure that immediately recognized Lodi Lucia. The little girl saw the Duke coming in and greeted him. "Dad is here?" The Duke wondered why she came here. Lodi just replied that it was nothing. "I guess there's nothing to tell you." Lodi thought her father kept avoiding showing up, so she was definitely surprised because she came here directly. The Dukes pretended not to understand. "I don't understand what you mean." Lodi was angry. "Dad keeps avoiding me." Damien's expression was still very calm, not pretending to be as lazy as before. "So that's how I feel." Lodi pouted and told me the reason. The Duke thought that the little girl probably wouldn't understand what he said, which made her even more sad. "Dad hates me. If he says he hates me, what should I do? I love my dad very much and don't want to be hated by my family, and I hate having to act like I don't know him like I did when I wasn't close to him." Then suddenly the Duke said no, it was the opposite. "So why do you avoid her if you don't hate her?" That's what she wants to know. Speaking of this, the Duke's face looked sad. "If I say I'm a coward with no confidence, would you understand the last moments of the person you love?" Lodi thought of a way. If I'm sure I'm a coward, then I'll be brave for my father, right? The Duke did not answer clearly and wanted to see first. Lodi was helpless to answer like that, but anyway, did you intend to continue like that? But even the Duke didn't know that the girl saw that and didn't want to talk anymore. The girl opened the door and went out. If you're planning to make peace, then if you come here too late, I won't forgive you. The next day Joshua came to visit. He took the cup back and asked her, "Are you in a cold war with the Duke?" Lodi heard that and immediately replied, "To be honest, it's my father who's alone, but he's the only one who keeps acting strange." What time did Joshua notice the letter on the table? What is this? Lodi is still thinking about that. I don't know what they said that this letter is not a problem. The problem between me and my father is more important. And Joshua was concentrating on the letter. Like that name, it's really annoying. The question of how long she had been arguing with the Duke was probably just a few days, maybe weeks. Both of them were really serious. Lodi sighed, annoyed, and said a few words like a coward who had no confidence in looking at the last moment. Joshua was surprised the Duke said that. Lodi, I wanted to come negotiate, but the Duke said that Joshua also had a guy who said the same thing. Dai declares that compared to one's own time, giving love to things that only last a moment is sad and one cannot ignore the end. And of course, the Duke is human, so it probably doesn't mean that. Lodi was stunned. My father also had the same idea, so even though the death was predicted in the book and I lived healthy for a long time, I still considered the last moment of my life before my father. I made my father have to go through the last moments of the people around her. The little girl was lost in thought when suddenly Joshua flicked her head. Why do you think it's so serious? Lodi shed tears. It hurts, I said it hurts, but this idiot, Joshua, also thinks like that, friend? Joshua whispered. Let's see, I'm not that old, so I don't have any experience. This is my first time being so close to someone's life, so I don't want to be that nervous. At this moment Veronica's voice was heard. Miss, I have to go get ready now. She went in and looked at the young lady who was wearing a sad coat. Oh my lady, what's the matter? Lodi asked Veronica if she knew why her father was avoiding her. Veronica asked the girl. What did Lord Damien say to you, ma'am? Lodi recalled that his father called himself a coward. She was sad like that once because her father and mother seemed like cowards because they were 10,000 times sadder than me, but even so, she still didn't want the Duke to keep his distance. It seems I'm so selfish, I hate being sad. Veronica hesitantly comforted her. The young lady is still young, but it's natural to feel that way. Lodi feels like a bad person. Veronica heard this sentence and felt a bit strange. If you think about it, demons are even worse. Lodi doesn't think so because she really likes Veronica and so does Veronica. I don't want to be a bad person to you because you are a good person. Veronica asked the girl. Why are you any better? Lodi heard that and immediately replied yes. I think that compared to other people, I am treated more special than others, of course because I live with humans, so I have witnessed the last moments of the people around me many times, and now I understand. But now if we meet each other, we will definitely feel angry again. Veronica told her it was time to go to bed. You haven't written this often lately, so I'll put it inside. Lodi lay down and thought to herself, forgetting to ask Joshua because she already had the information, then thinking back, Joshua said something was dark earlier. The girl quickly opened the letter to read and discovered that it was a letter sent by Bihan. Dear sister, how are you? I'm sorry. Because I got there a little late, I just finished my exam, so I had a little time coming when I thought I could return to the mansion and miss you so much from the person I always remember you. Lodi read the letter and felt happy again. She was about to meet Bihan again and wanted to see him quickly. By the way, there was a letter that I had to answer. Suddenly she came up with an idea. If she met her father, it would be okay to be angry with her by writing a letter. So the girl started writing letters as if she were writing a letter for the first time, so not knowing how to write it was more difficult than she imagined. Even so, she still had to write very diligently. The next day Lodi fell asleep on the table and the Duke appeared from behind. Voices rang out in the Duke's room. Day and night there were rumors that the families hostile to us were concentrated mainly in the world. When he was sitting in front of the situation, he didn't seem to care much and replied, "Just like always, they're just powerless families anyway." Veronica heard that seriously. At first she wasn't worried at all. But now is different from before. Wouldn't it be good to have a young lady and hide her existence? Hearing that, he objected, saying that a few years ago the news about Princess Frodi had spread throughout the empire. If she tried to hide it, it would be even more suspicious. There was no way Lotaluja would go out alone. She was worrying in vain. As you know, Frodi has a barrier. In this place, it is rare for any demon to penetrate his barrier. Hearing that, Veronica couldn't refute anything. She silently thought, is it because I'm too worried? So this problem was ignored. She followed him, while walking away, talking about other things. He worked too much, right? Hearing that, he calmly replied, well, before, I also worked this much. Veronica continued, the lady didn't come as usual. When he heard that, he went over and opened the door to her room. When the two of them entered, they saw her sleeping soundly. He came closer, took off his jacket, put it on her, and asked, what did you do yesterday, girl? Veronica heard that and answered honestly, Miss Cyrus is with Mr. Cyrus. Veronica here asked again, you said you would keep your distance from the lady, but you are still curious, right? He did not answer the other question but only tentatively said, let's go first. Veronica also responded as usual, but in her heart she was secretly mocking. After all, he could not keep his distance from the young lady for long. When Lodi woke up, she was lying neatly on the bed. Her face was not very happy. Outside, there was the sound of a few maids coming in to discuss the festival, but she didn't react much. Her hands clutched the blanket tightly, her eyes showed determination. She thought everyone looked happy without her. Suddenly she woke up. It turned out she was just in a dream. Her hand touched the robe that he had covered for her earlier. She saw that it was her father's and immediately guessed that his father was coming. That's why when she slept, she didn't feel cold. She secretly wished her father would quickly come and apologize to her. She couldn't help but scold him for being a coward. She still wore her father's coat and lazily walked down the stairs. As she walked, she thought about today's dream and secretly admired that today's dream was not particularly boring. At this moment, two servants passed her. They were talking about a meeting just like in the dream she heard. Hearing that, she thought to herself, the content of last night's dream seems to be today. Asia's support meeting was in a different village than she had seen before. Very curious. Suddenly, a voice calling her name came from somewhere. Lodi Lucia, you were a bit surprised when you saw that Joshua was coming, but the boy still happily greeted you at the right time, right? When he saw her newly woken up appearance, he immediately scoffed, you've been sleeping until this hour, you really overslept. Hearing that, she got angry and screamed sometimes. Normally, she's not like that. Joshua noticed that the shirt she was wearing belonged to the Duke and immediately asked. Looking at the shirt, it seems like you have reconciled with the Duke, right? Lodi heard that and directly admitted, but still not. Hearing that, Joshua sighed in admiration for longer than he thought. At this time, she folded her shirt and placed a letter on top of it, thinking that if she left it here, her father would take the shirt and the letter. Then she turned around and asked, Joshua, you have to wait, right? Joshua didn't understand anything when he heard that, but when he saw her again, she had tied her hair and changed her clothes. She said the same thing again, you have to wait, right? Come in, and along with it there was an extremely lovely smile. When the boy saw that, his hands immediately turned red. He stammered and said okay, so what do you need? When Lodi heard him ask that, she honestly asked him to look at the stone information for her. Joshua seemed to be skeptical and asked again for information. He picked up the information stone and commented, it's all out of magic power. When she heard that, she asked, do I have to buy a new one? Hearing that, he nodded and said, it's okay to buy a new one, but you have to match the new stone with his, so let him wear it. Hearing that, she continued to ask curiously, because of the barrier, she couldn't use magic? He heard her ask but didn't answer but asked her back, Do you think he's been here all this time without doing anything? You have solved most of it. Hearing what he said, she was still dumbfounded and asked again, "What are you doing?" He also had no choice but to tell her that he had adjusted something so he couldn't use magic. When she heard him say that, she was frightened and asked, "Was it that easy?" When you hear that, you have to explain. It's not easy, you have to explain often. If urgently needed, he would bring the information stone to the surrounding magicians. Or there is no water used to charge magic. But today the maids look happy. When she heard him suddenly change the subject like that, she didn't feel surprised but just explained. "Oh, I heard that today there is a big market in the Imperial City." Hearing that, Joshua suddenly asked her, "Did you hear it from the maids?" Hearing that, she reluctantly answered yes, but in a dream. This was said softly so only she could hear it, so she asked him. "But if there is support, it's different from normal, right?" Joshua heard that and explained to her, of course, he would sell this delicious food. There are also many items that are normally difficult to buy. They probably also display fireworks. When she heard this, she was as happy as the father of a baby. Joshua saw her like that and exclaimed, not expecting him to care to this extent. "Let's go check it out. Have you gone out to play yet?" Lodi heard Joshua ask that and answered honestly, once or twice. When Joshua heard that, he was surprised and said, "Is it different from locking you up too much? Hey, let's go out and play now, okay?" When she heard that, she said, "Let me ask." Hearing that, he asked again, would the Duke allow it? Wouldn't it be nice to add that tale? When she heard that, she immediately knew Joshua was talking about Veronica. She said indignantly, "Don't think of Veronica as a bad person." Joshua heard that and knew he was wrong, so he agreed. She was worried that if she was discovered, she would be scolded. Joshua heard that and reassured her, "Don't worry, he won't let her be discovered." She heard him being so confident and asked, "Do you look down on Flottie's guards like that?" Joshua heard that and immediately argued, "No, but he ran faster. Please hold my hand." Seeing this, she thought that if she was discovered, her father would scold her, but anyway, her father did not pay attention to her. Besides, she didn't want to be lonely like today's dream. Thinking so, she grabbed his hand and agreed. "Okay, Joshua, just this once." After being teleported through the magic circle, she exclaimed that this was the second time she did this. Joshua kindly asked if she was okay. But she didn't answer, she just looked around and there were very few people complaining. "It's so gloomy." When Joshua heard that, he immediately explained, because it was so prominent in the middle of the square. Hearing that, she also agreed, and quickly a thread wrapped around the two people's arms appeared. She asked curiously, "What is this?" Hearing that, Joshua replied, tying it up just in case. "Are you wearing that bracelet today?" When she heard that, she asked again. "Yeah, so what?" I also don't have any problem to answer. The two of them fell asleep and ran hand in hand. She was about to ask when they would arrive. At that moment he spoke up, "Well, I'm here, do you want to go somewhere?" Joshua turned around and asked, "Is there any place you specifically want to go?" Lodi thought about it, "Well, I haven't thought of it yet." She looked around, but the streets over there were slightly different from this side. Joshua explained, "This side is a street where only ordinary people pass by. On the other side there are shops mainly visited by nobles." Lodi picked it right away, "So I'll visit the commoner side, since I've been to the noble store before." Joshua looked at her shyly because of the question, but somehow everyone seemed to recognize him. Lodi looked over at him and exclaimed, "There were constant noises all around, isn't this Princess Flottie? Hey, how can you go to this place alone? That's strange, it seems to be true." Joshua walked with her, he was really famous. Lodi smiled in response, "Because recently I came here once." He suddenly raised his eyebrows and put his hand on the handle as if thinking. Lodi asked in doubt, "What's wrong?" Joshua didn't answer but just said, "Come here for a moment." Mr. Dung Dung told her, "Try changing your appearance a little. If someone noticed, his going out could be discovered." Suddenly a few lines of text and strange sounds appeared. Lodi's old hair color has disappeared, replaced by blonde, with green eyes. Joshua commented, this is so colorful. Lodi enjoys looking at her hair, can she change it to another color? Joshua asked again, which color do you want to change to? She resisted the cold and thought for a bit. Then, not quite sure, the blue and platinum hair suddenly appeared in her mind and the image of her mother appeared. Joshua also recognized that it was the color of Axelia's hair and eyes. Mr. Chaumai said, don't care about things like that. Loti is helpless. It's true, so you can do anything. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, Loti changed into a different look, with pink hair and blue eyes. Even the skirt is changed. Loti was surprised and couldn't help but hug her face in amusement. Even Joshua has changed his appearance, like this, Duke Flotty probably won't recognize him. Now let's go, she smiled happily, okay. Everywhere is filled with bustling sounds of delivery, today there are very good products. Please come and see. Cheap stuff, buy one get one free. A tiger skewer was brought to Loti's hand. She sat and ate very deliciously. Joshua next to her smiled and looked at her. The corner of his mouth lifted up, looking very happy. Suddenly a woman came closer. Oh hello, so adorable, you two are so cute. Loti angrily explained, no, my brother is someone else. Joshua was confused. The aunt from before smiled, is that so, sorry. To make up for it, I'll sell it cheap, so come take a look. They both held themselves for a while, the stones of different colors. Loti wondered, she asked the owner, can I touch this? A sparkling pink stone caught her attention. Joshua heard what she said and looked over. The owner replied, okay. Loti replied, thank you. Loti cried out in surprise. She held the stone in her hand and thought to herself, unable to distinguish whether it was warm or cool. Truly magical. Seeing this, Joshua smiled and gave the money to the landlady, saying, Loti Lucia has quite good eyesight. We bought one of these. Finally, the lady also told the two of them to be careful. Joshua gave the stone to Loti, come on, this is yours. Because you found out. She asked again, huh, okay? Joshua replied, of course, it's not just a rock. The face she showed was not simply a stone. Loti held the stone in her hand and several sizzling sounds came out. Then there was a boom and a small circle appeared. She looked stunned at the glowing stone in her hand. Joshua explains, it is a stone containing spirits. Loti asked again, so you only need this to be able to use spirit magic? He shook his head, no, that's impossible. If you're not a person with high absorption ability, it's just a stone that imprisons spirits. Loti then dared to close her eyes and hold her hair tightly, sighing. Joshua saw this and comforted her, don't be disappointed, this is a precious thing. Because witches are rare these days, I can't help it. Therefore, the things witches created in the past are only continuing. Loti wondered, Joshua seems to understand spirits well, right? He denied, it wasn't like that, I felt familiar because before I fell asleep was the time before the magician disappeared. Loti hung him, didn't he sleep for a long time? Joshua is truly a sleeping ghost. Joshua helplessly shrugged his shoulders, today I also learned that you are no different from a sleeping ghost. She was so angry, hey, Joshua stuck out his tongue, nothing else. Loti thought thoughtfully, hateful. She returned to the previous topic, but why did the witch disappear? She thought for a moment, if I asked if it was related to the disappearance of demons, it might be suspicious. Joshua replied, I only know that people whose natural absorption ability suddenly decreased. Loti pursed her lips with a sad face. I know what it's like to live without being able to step out of the outside world. Although I don't know all the emotions of spirits, I roughly understand them. She asked Joshua, can't we rescue what's inside? He replied that only witches are capable of that. You can use it as jewelry, it also sparkles so it can be used as jewelry. Loti clenched her fist and pursed her lips, so my going out will be discovered, you idiot. She smiled and thought, of course I will bring it home. If I just stayed inside the stone, it would be very frustrating and lonely, I would talk to it every day. The two continued to walk forward. Suddenly Lodi stopped in front of a stall. "Wait a minute," Joshua asked, "are you interested in jewelry?" He smiled and looked. These things seemed to suit him. Lodi replied, "No, I don't choose for myself, but for Bihan, Veronica. Father too." As soon as she finished speaking, Joshua sadly put his hand down and his face fell. Lodi still hadn't noticed him but was still immersed in her thoughts. If I gave him a bribe, wouldn't my father quickly apologize to me? She studied the ring in her hand. But can I give this to Dad? It seems like he still doesn't have the talent to choose clothes. What about me? Joshua suddenly spoke up, causing Lodi to snap out of her thoughts. She shyly asked, "What, do you want to have sex?" "But buying you a gift with your own money is a bit strange." Joshua replied immediately, without any hesitation, "Choose for me too." She pointed to a yellow shirt needle. "So how about this one?" Joshua smiled gently as he watched her put it on for him. "It's okay, I like it." There was a loud sound coming from afar. The royal family was in action. The two of them looked back in that direction. The prince moved. A group of majestic horse-drawn carriages walked down the road. Occasionally there were a few shouts, "Quickly get out of the way." On the carriage, there is a symbol of 3 swords on top and a lion in the middle. Lodi happily called you, Joshua, or we should come and take a look. At this time Joshua was stunned and confused. Lodi called out again, "Joshua." Joshua seemed immersed in his own world without hearing Lodi say that. He looked at the royal symbol approaching him. The other symbol did. "I know that symbol." Joshua looked at the symbol on the other people's clothes. "It is the symbol on the shirts of those who aimed for their hearts that day." Lodi quickly shook Joshua's body. "Joshua, do you not like crowded places?" "Yeah, sorry, I tried really hard to get out." "There's nothing to apologize for, let's go somewhere else." The female lead looked around, still full of questions. Why does Joshua act so strangely? Father Hong is really funny. "There's no need to rely on the 4 knights," the prince said somewhat uncomfortably, folding his arms. "Isn't it true that the knights coming from outside are not known?" The person accompanying him quickly explained. "Probably because His Majesty loves the prince. In any case, they will not become the prince's subordinates in the future. But considering that, it seems like Your Majesty hastily overlooked some things. What's going on? If you keep being suspicious, official matters will probably be overlooked. Speaking of which, I heard that the royal physician has often come to see His Majesty recently." This news made the prince a little concerned. His eyes looked away for a moment. He recalled memories of when he was young, in the conversations of adults. Indeed, the emperors, and ultimately even the father, could not avoid that disease of unknown origin. Someday, we will be the same. Whoever says that is unreasonable. In ancient documents, it is written that life can be replaced by the magic power in the dragon's heart. Dragon heart. Thinking carefully, there is a region known to be where dragons live. The other person thought worriedly, then said to contact the 4 knights. Looks like it wasn't successful. Yes. The prince's eyes looked outside. Accidentally saw pink hair. Joshua. Wait. The girl hurriedly said to the person in front. Princess Flotty caused a ruckus at that time, right? The other baby looked the same, but his hair and eye color were different. Princess Flotty. The image of Lodi with her cute smile towards the prince appeared. If we can meet again in the future, that would be great. What's wrong with Your Highness? The prince sighed and replied. Oh no, because I was tired I saw it wrong. Let's finish the parade and go back. The crowd was noisy, jostling each other. Joshua looked back. Lodi Lucia, can you still follow? Yes, it's crowded. Lodi had a bit of trouble following Joshua. Why are there so many people? Yes, hey, I got bumped again. The girl accidentally bumped into someone. It's also possible to be crushed to death, right? Right, Joshua? Joshua. Called several times but no response. Only a rustling sound rang out, but Lodi had no time to react. Yes, the soul of the ice is exhausted. The two of you have become lost children. The girl realized in panic. Hair and eye color also returned to the same. Where has Joshua gone? In the end, where are you going? Joshua. Joshua. Lodi ran around wildly. Tried to find Joshua but failed. Podium. The girl accidentally bumped into a tall figure. Who is this? Suddenly I felt cold on my back. Lodi opened her eyes wide as she saw their hands suddenly reaching out. Finally caught it. Is Danian's kid alone? Other people keep hanging around so it's hard to make a move. Asian. Lodi was roughly picked up by them like a toy. Leave me out. The girl was in pain so she quickly screamed. That strange atmosphere. It's not wrong. These people are demons. Good job. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lodi still tried to scream. I said leave it out. Quickly take it away. Behold. Lodi shouted. The girl was cornered by them. You guys. My father won't leave it alone. Get out. Do you hear? He said it was Dad. Danian would do that. For a kid, he's not worth half a penny. See, it has no magic energy. Not even a demon. They mocked. The other man's hand reached out again. Grab hold of Lodi. By the way, I thought there was something that traitor hid so well. I didn't expect it to be something as trivial as this. Ha! Demons are so talented, yet they work so hard. Lodi also did not give in and spoke out against them. Come all the way here for an ordinary person like me. So emotional. People. What did you say? He started to get angry. But the person behind quickly entered. Moderate severance. Humans are very weak. If you do that, it will die immediately. He smiled faintly. But extremely cruel looked at Lodi. It's a pity to die once. Yes. Lodi was a bit scared. Retreat and talk to them. What are you planning to do to me? Let's see. Because you are the son of a traitor who sided with humans. What is the most interesting thing to do? Ha! His hand roughly grabbed Lodi, making her scream. Last time in the forest I was very lucky. But here there is no one to save me. I miss my dad and Veronica. I miss Flotty. And remember Bihan. Bihan's words came back again. If Lodi wants to tell you the location, that bracelet will notify you. The demon was suddenly startled. Lodi's bracelet glowed. What exactly is this? Suddenly. He didn't care at all but grabbed the bracelet. Damn it. Unlucky things should be thrown away. The female lead looked in despair as Bihan stomped on that bracelet. Impossible. The girl's tears began to flow. It's not because of the wound. It's because the bracelet was broken and only a few flickers of light remained on the ground. It was a gift Bihan gave me. It's not something you guys can do like that. Angry. And scared. It doesn't seem to appear. Lodi was sitting in the corner surrounded by demons. But I don't want to live in Flotty all my life and always be protected. Because just waiting blindly is lonely. So I really don't want to wait like this anymore. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared behind them. Hey, look behind you. What? Hey, what is this? Countless blue-white magic circles appeared. It's not like someone used a magic tool. What magic symbol is this? Damned. All was silent. Let's see who shows up. This cannot be a dream. You can't be here right now. Flotty raised his tear-filled eyes. Bihan was supposed to be at the academy but showed up instead. Bihan suddenly flashed out from within the magic circles. His eyes were extremely angry, but he still tried to suppress it. You guys, what are you doing to my sister? He almost asked them. The magic in the bracelet is not simply finding a location. If Lodi calls me the broken bracelet and completes the quest, then I appear. Although I was hoping it wouldn't break. Bihan touched the pair of bracelets he wore that were glued to the bracelet. Then turned his eyes towards Lodi. The female lead suddenly called his name. Bihan. Dare to do that to Lodi. Bihan pursed his lips and looked coldly at the demons. They sneaked into Flotty's mansion and cornered Lodi. What happened to magic in Flotty? Lodi, can you stand up? Bihan extended his hand to Lodi. He smiled, still speaking very gently. Lodi, still in tears, reached out her hand. Yes, thank you. Ah, Lodi cried out in pain, her body was in disarray. Looks like my ankle was injured earlier. It's swollen. Bihan was silent, not saying a word but realizing it himself. The demon fearlessly pointed straight at Bihan. Ha, I almost didn't realize it. Another traitor has left my master to die. Then trotted over to Flotty, right? Bihan's eyes turned black, he threw the lantern and kicked him. He cried out in surprise and pain. Bihan's face remained cold as ice, without any emotion. They were in an uproar. This traitorous brat. Where did it come from? Name. There's this cheek. Dare to attack us. Like. Bihan didn't stop there and kicked the demon's foot straight, making him scream. No patience at all. The other guy was lying on the ground, his leg seemed broken. Bihan still had that demeanor and spoke to him. I only broke one spot and my sister was injured. Ugh. Uncle coughed. The demons were defeated one by one, lying on the ground. One guy still hadn't given up and whispered to Bihan. Ugh. Son of a traitor, dare to do that to me. Where are you going? Bihan gave him another kick in the stomach, making him scream in pain again. Wow. The other guy trembled and said to Bihan. All right. People. I remember too. We met before coming to Fruity. I don't know if he's still alive or not. Who is it? The one who instigated us took the corner. I thought I would reveal that. Ugh. That's the person who recruited us when we forgot our purpose. Like Damien's children. People are also careful. Lodi froze when she heard the words he uttered. This guy is even worse than Damien. The reason it hasn't betrayed Fruity yet. Bihan betrayed us. Lodi was startled, not noticing a hand reaching out from behind. There's no way that could happen. He dared to insult me and my family. Release my accomplices. Otherwise, this person will be in danger. A demon captured Loti. Addicted to the girl. Ha ha. Just kill the sarcophagus. I said kill it. You see. Bihan was stunned and unable to take action. Lodi also gulped. Terrified, he looked at the blade that was next to his neck. Why do I love this? Always just waiting for someone. If only I also had the strength to protect myself. Lodi's heartbeat was pounding, pounding continuously. The girl still blamed herself. Why do I love chili so much? Suddenly there was a shining gem. As if its power was unleashed. Just now, in that stone, the sparkling stone in Lodi's pocket caught her attention. Those stupid demons. Go bully this little person. You. Lodi was surprised because a strange voice suddenly rang out. We hate demons. So if you want, I will help. The mascot shines brightly. It told Lodi like that. Lot. Being called out by the female lead's name. The mascot continued to speak. If you need help, I will tell you your name. Loti closed her eyes for a moment. Then hold your hand tightly. Open your eyes wide and speak. My name is Loti Lucia of Flotty. The female lead was also surprised by her own actions. What's up? Mouth moves naturally. What is it? Don't be too surprised. That demon was also surprised. As for the mascot, he quickly explained. The words that came out automatically were due to the desire for a contract. That's right, Flotty's Loti Lucia. My name. Loti's small hand held tightly. Instinctively you can know. That's right, Phoenix. Come to me. A fiery phoenix immediately appeared, causing the demons to be blown down. After only a while, the fire defeated the demons. Welded helped Loti stand up. Oh my god, Loti, are you okay? Yes, I like it. The female lead had difficulty thinking in her head. I'm so tired, I can't stand it anymore. The fire spirit spoke up. Kid, just give me your breath. Spirits are not tools that use power. It helps increase strength naturally. But, now I'm also upset. Loti's voice was full of fatigue, making Bihan extremely worried. My face doesn't look good. You should rest a bit, Loti. The other spirit asked Loti curiously. How strange. Obviously has magic power. Yet it cannot be used for yourself. Someone has something urgent to do. Or what do you want us to do? My little contractor. The demon shouted indignantly. It's absurd. Witches are humans? Your kid. Then Frodi's child is also a lie. Even though that guy was seriously injured, he still tried to insult them. Go pick up a rare wizard and pretend to be a child. After all, what is the plot? People always talk nonsense. Bihan's face darkened and he said. But before he could say more, Loti spoke instead. Insults towards me and Frodi. Unforgivable. Loti's eyes glowed red like fire. They look extremely cold. The girl told Phonics. I hope, will not be weak anymore. I want to eliminate those who threaten me and my family. Give me strength. Bihan smiled and looked at the female lead. Loti, always trust me. Of course, little contractor. That spirit activated its power. Things that block your way. I will turn everything into dust. Please rest assured to leave it to me. Phonics smiled brightly and quickly burst into flames. It will be done soon. On the other side, Joshua now realized the abnormality. Loti Lucia. Oh God, he scratched his head. Do not know what to do. His hands were tied but he still disappeared. What should I do now? Cannot see. He looked around, but of course it was difficult to find. That's right. How can a dwarf mushroom be seen in a crowd? Anyway, I checked today that he was wearing the bracelet. That guy is strong enough so it shouldn't be a problem. First we have to remove those tails and then quickly find them. The mysterious names following the stars were already discovered by Joshua. 2 guys in the alley near the store. 2 guys in the direction of the clock tower. Suddenly Joshua felt strange. Or is it because of the mood? It seems like there were even more people with Loti Lucia just now. Have I lost my senses lately? With a whoosh, the small legs became taller. First, if they recognized Cyrus, it would be tiring. Or try changing the age too. My brother is also around this age. In an instant, Joshua became an adult like Damien. Just what kind of tail is behind these noble children? Or try cutting off those tails first? On this side, Joshua immediately activated his ability and said, it looks like the ability is quite good. But you shamelessly follow those kids? The other guy immediately replied, "What is your kid's identity? A family like ours will have limited strength." Joshua immediately raised his hand and said, "I have nothing to do with demons," then immediately lowered the magic circle. When that person didn't have the symbol of that night group and didn't chase me, then perhaps their target was Lodi. At this time, he was also surprised. On this side, the two people on the other side were still running away. The girl kept losing control. Bihan quickly shouted, "Lodi, stop," then he reminded her that was just right. On the other side, the fiery bird flying high above silently spread its wings. She also feels that her ability is a bit weak. That phoenix immediately spoke. "By the way, I have a question. What are you asking? Who is that guy? Is he a contractor?" The girl immediately replied, "That guy could not be." The bird immediately replied, "Can't get past the eyes of the spirit, you are a demon." Bihan was immediately startled. Why was he hanging around the contractor? The boy was confused when he heard that. "It's just hanging around." The bird was upset. "What kind of animal is that? The devil keeps pretending to be gentle." The girl immediately said in annoyance, "Stop it." She immediately held Bihan's hand and raised it up to say, "Bihan is my brother." When Phoenix heard that, he was only surprised. It was unacceptable that a demon was a human's brother. The boy immediately replied, "There is a reason. Bihan is my brother, on my side. So that bird was also on my side, so now we're both on the same side. Is that right, little girl? Continue talking. In my mind, I must now make it clear that there are also demons in the mansion." Phoenix was silent, then spoke. "I know." The girl smiled happily. The bird continued. "It's been a long time since I've had someone who's made a pact like me." Bihan felt uncomfortable hearing that. Din said. The girl quickly stopped it, then suddenly the bird spoke again. "Oh, is it okay to ignore this?" The boy immediately replied. "It's okay because there are almost no masters in the demon world who would leave me unable to carry out orders. So Loti. Let's go back first." The boy immediately reached out his hand to pull her back. The girl is still worried. "But can we let Joshua stay? If my father knew that she had run away with him, he would definitely have forbidden me. Maybe Dad won't let him come visit anymore. What should I do? Anyway, he's a male, so it's probably okay." The girl remained silent and then followed Bihan home. At this time, the Duke was sitting when he suddenly saw something. He immediately picked this up and looked at it. "What is this?" What was inside was a handwritten letter by Loti. "Lately, Dad has started to keep his distance, which makes me very sad. Dad is really a coward, but I know if I disappear, he will be more scared and lonely because he is alone. Tiny as if you visit a little bit. I wish you were always by my side. I'm also very sad because I'm alone. Very scared and lonely. Being alone is not scary. The scary thing is that I will have to live with the void that cannot be filled after my son leaves." At this time, Veronica also spoke up. "But if it were me, I wouldn't do that." From that thought of his, if the solution was to keep distance, time would have passed. At this moment the Duke was startled. Only now do I realize that the time spent with Lodi will make him feel only sadness every time he is alone. But the clear truth is that even if we keep our distance, we still cannot stop loving her. So he immediately decided to go and apologize to her. At this moment, he blinked and immediately called Valentine. "Where is Loti now?" He immediately stopped talking. "That's it, actually." Then the Duke learned that Loti had disappeared. The butler said that the person who did what he said was not seen by anyone. Cyrus's son was also nowhere to be seen. The princess isn't in the mansion, so he must have gone home already. Hearing that, the Duke began to worry. What is this? So he immediately opened the magic circle and told the butler to bound the hole. Quickly close the gate. At this time the servant began to call Lodi. It was pouring rain and Veronica also asked around. It's all her fault. She should have taken better care of her. At this moment, the girl appeared in front of the two of them. Bihan was carrying the little girl in. Veronica saw that and quickly shouted, "Mr. Milan, the lady is back." The Duke was immediately stunned. Then quickly ran out. He quickly hugged her and said, "I'm home." "It's okay," Lodi silently thought. "But it's really good because I reduced it. That's why it's stressful." The girl could not see her father's face clearly. Then everything around faded away. Maybe she was too tired just now. "When I got home, I just wanted to quickly lie down and rest." So the girl immediately fainted in the Duke's arms. But in her dream, she still remembered Joshua. He probably knows how to come back. But I keep feeling insecure. Isn't he injured too? Even if they were scolded, they should have gone together. There's a guy on the run who's also running back. Live, live, live. If you idiots let me live, I will definitely retaliate. Even though I couldn't carry out the order, if I revealed about Milan's son, my life would be spared. At this moment, Joshua suddenly appeared next to him and spoke. "Run somewhere." Making him instantly stunned, and then blood stained the entire screen. "How dare you hurt Lodi? Something as lowly as you will die by my hands right here." Joshua's face became scary. On this side, the doctor began to explain Lodi's condition. The lady's condition is not good with many marks and bruises, so the bruising will get worse. The most serious condition is in the ankle. You can still walk, but it takes a long time to recover. Damien's expression couldn't help but darken, and he told them they could leave. He held her hand and thought, if I had been there to worry when she disappeared, this wouldn't have happened. He held her hand, just hoping she could wake up. Then he called Veronica. She immediately appeared. He continued, "Finding those who caused my daughter to become like this, absolutely cannot let them die easily. Because I was afraid of causing damage to the empire, I did not take a strong hand against the demons who showed hostility. But this time we cannot ignore this incident." Then he blamed himself that if he hadn't kept his distance, he wouldn't have had to see her in this situation. "Why did you leave me alone and make me experience fear? I don't even understand how my loneliness causes me to experience so much pain." He was sad and admitted his mistake. Lodi, his father, was wrong. At this time, the girl began to open her eyes, feeling very painful and tired. Vaguely before her eyes was a familiar figure. He immediately asked, "Is my daughter awake?" The little girl saw who the other person was and was surprised. "Father, is this a dream?" He immediately replied, "It's not a dream, it's actually true. The fact that Bihan came to save me, and the fact that my father was by my side right now." The little girl smiled and said, "So Dad isn't avoiding me now, right?" He immediately replied, "I won't act foolishly again with the letter I read, sorry daughter." Hearing that, the little girl replied, "So that's it." Luckily, the little girl smiled absent-mindedly. Maybe because she was less stressed, I cried. The pain and fear of strange people, and most of all, the anxiety that her father would continue to keep his distance, slowly disappeared, causing the girl to shed tears. She scolded, "Dad is so stupid." He immediately replied, "Yes, my father is a big idiot." Then he apologized to her, so he wanted to beg forgiveness from her until she stopped being angry. Lodi looked at him, then turned around and stood up. Oh, it's not too late, she will forgive her father, because when she saw her father's pale face, the feeling of hatred disappeared. That's because now she understands a little of her father's thoughts when deciding to keep his distance. The girl decided to forgive. He immediately smiled, "My daughter is so generous." He said, "She should rest, I will be by her side." The girl immediately repeated again, "Dad, you can't go anywhere." He smiled, of course, and then sometimes she woke up. Sometimes there's Veronica, then there's Bihan, but her father appears the most. The father I know, the father is always different from the one in the books. Why did such a warm father do that to me in the book? She still couldn't understand. The more she learned about her father, the more she couldn't understand it. At this moment, the situation broke out. Veronica was angry. If you dare to make the young lady become like this, I will kill them. Valens quickly told her to calm down. On this side, the other two men were still silent. The butler continued, because they were always friendly towards odious people like Veronica. Veronica did not accept that kindness, so she replied. But I am Flottie's person, from now on, Flottie's person, not theirs anymore. But what he said is not wrong. If I show hostility towards them, it will cause more danger for Flottie. Then she sighed and said, yes, Valens, it was my mistake. He immediately sighed, and then the messenger also spoke up, I haven't heard it yet. How is this? Bihan immediately replied, yes, I had previously given Lodi a magic item that summoned me when in danger. When the item broke and I was summoned, the demons kidnapped Lodi, who had just arrived in the empire and passed through the barrier to kidnap the young lady. The boy immediately nodded and replied, what I saw was true, and even the magic item that looked like it had been used was also on the ground. He immediately asked how many names there were, and he immediately replied 4 names. One guy was still alive but could not return unharmed. When listening to the content of the conversation, it seemed like there was still another group. Although I contacted the police, it seemed not enough. He immediately said, let's find out more details about the Ghost's Gate below. The housekeeper immediately replied, yes, I know. Next, he was about to say something when Mary whispered and he still hesitated, but Marquis Cyrus came. Immediately there was a noise, and he immediately faced Joshua's father. What is going on? He immediately replied, I heard that you contacted the police. The Duke immediately said it was a personal matter. The Marquis heard that and replied, I guess so too. I thought this incident was related, so I came to tell you that unknown bodies appeared on the street. Is it your body? The Duke immediately placed his hand on her and said, yes, I guess it's a demon. Hearing that, he crossed his arms and said, what's going on? I decided it's no longer a secret anymore. We don't know the situation, only we know that the demons have been interacting with the Empire under your mediation. Although this time did not cause harm to the people of the Empire, it was still a big deal. He remained silent and did not answer. He continued, I will try to make sure the situation doesn't get any more serious. Okay, I also let the police supervise. He immediately thanked him and then he continued to argue. This is your personal matter, won't you tell me more? He replied, you already know, why you still ask? Hearing that, he just accepted it and said he would leave. Next, he went down gloomily thinking, he said so, but the princess was nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere in the mansion was really gloomy. That guy's face also became more haggard. He looked around and thought maybe the problem was related to the princess. At this time, inside her room, the sunlight was shining down on the energetic sounds of birds chirping. The girl stretched and said she felt less tired now. Lodi gently stretched and woke up, but now she felt a little less tired. The girl looked around for a while, then called, Phoenix. Hearing that, it immediately flew out, a bit angry, and said, you're calling me now, it's already late. Lodi immediately smiled, hello Phoenix, although late, but thank you for saving me. When he heard that, he calmed down and replied, it's no big deal. It's my responsibility to protect my covenant partner. After I got out of that stone, I'm alive again. Lodi asked curiously, is it much different when inside the stone and when outside? Of course, once we're inside the stone, we can't return to nature. Phoenix sighed and said. Lodi asked again, how did Phoenix get trapped in that stone? Turns out it's a long story. After humans lost their ability to absorb and witchcraft decreased, it is unclear why the spirits in nature also decreased. So to prevent the spirits from losing their power, the witches began creating spirit stones to imprison them. Hearing this, Lodi couldn't help but stupidly think, it seems like Phoenix doesn't know the reason either, so Phoenix probably doesn't know if it's related to demons or not. What a fool, the important thing is the ability to absorb. My contractors were also among those idiots and I was locked up like that, Phoenix said with a sigh. Lodi had some sympathy for him. Being detained must be very tiring. I also lived in the forest, so I also understand that feeling. Phoenix immediately felt cold. That's right, it was so stuffy, that's why I'm the one who should say thank you, thank you. Hearing that, Lodi immediately turned her face upside down, thinking to herself that it was a spirit, that was why even the words of thanks were so majestic and cool. Lodi groaned, looking at Phoenix's eyes, longing for praise. Lodi immediately lost interest and coldly withdrew her words. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Lodi quickly reminded Phoenix. "Oh God, it's Veronica, come back for now, Phoenix, you have to be quiet." At this moment, Veronica also walked in. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Oh my lord, did you roll down from the forest?" Lodi then awkwardly said, "No, I'm going to look for it." Receiving the cup of tea in her hand, Lodi extremely excitedly exclaimed, "Ah, so cool." Veronica saw that and immediately asked again, "It's a good idea to sift potatoes, right?" She happily said, "That's right." Veronica immediately came closer and said, "Wait, lady, let me spread your hair for you." "It's so heartbreaking, they dared to arrest the young lady in Frodi," Veronica said, heartbroken. Lodi was right next to her and comforted her. "That's right, clearly evil, Veronica is so strong, if she catches those guys who hurt me, Veronica has to yell at them." "Yes, sure," Lodi turned back to ask Veronica, "but I don't see the maids, Veronica can't take care of me all the time." When she heard that, she was surprised and asked, "Is there a problem?" Lodi immediately shook her head and said, "Yes, Veronica is busy." She immediately asked worriedly, "But what if the maids make a mistake?" Lodi quickly replied, "No, nothing happened the whole time." But Veronica was extremely determined about this. She said seriously, "No, if you say you've been fine all this time, then neglecting to be by your side is. It's my fault. If the same thing happens again, the maids won't be able to protect me." Lodi heard that and thought, so Veronica thought that her injury was because of Veronica. "Actually, it was because I was careless, but now it's different, because I've received strength." Lodi touched Veronica's cheek to reassure her, "Veronica, don't worry, I will be stronger now. So, stop making that face." Faced with this action of the girl, Veronica couldn't help but feel moved and went to hug her. The next day, Lodi was a little curious, wondering, it was strange, where had the information stone gone? Due to the kidnapping, everyone completely misunderstood, so I planned to tell him it would be okay. At this moment, a voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. "Are Lodi looking for information stones?" "Oh, Bihan," Lodi exclaimed in surprise. The boy immediately smiled and asked with concern, "How is your ankle?" Lodi then hesitantly said, "Well, it still hurts, so I can't go yet. In the end, wherever I went, Veronica carried me." Lodi immediately smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm just in bed anyway." Bihan heard that and said, "That's it." Lodi was a little curious and continued asking, "But, is it okay for Bihan to be here? It seems like the semester at the academy hasn't ended yet." Bihan then honestly said, "If we go back now, time will be wasted. I decided to stay here." Lodi asked confusedly, "Didn't you get scolded?" Bihan said embarrassedly, it was a bit embarrassing to say it himself, but because he was normally good, he was let go. Lodi laughed when she heard that. "Ah, if it was Bihan. It seems real." "Oh Lodi, take this," Bihan said. "What is this?" Lodi asked curiously. Bihan immediately recounted, "Seeing that you told me to come to your room, the maids gave it to me. They asked me to bring this chocolate to you." Lodi happily kept saying, "It must be delicious, thank them for helping me." Bihan thought for a moment and then said, "But Lodi, who did you give the information to at that time?" The girl immediately answered honestly, "I gave it to Joshua, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Bihan frowned a bit, then quickly regained his original expression. The boy seriously said, "Well, I have to graduate quickly." Lodi asked curiously, "Is that okay as long as you want?" Bihan immediately explained, "If you are determined, there is nothing impossible, right? Even though I'm here, you're still looking for someone to talk to? I mean, looking for information, I feel a bit sad." This sentence from Bihan made Lodi nervously explain, that's not the case. I just can't see it, that's why. Bihan heard that and thought, after all, he was determined to collect and check all the magical items in the mansion, and that information too. Lodi wondered, hey, why are you checking those things? Bihan continued, something happened at Flotty that shouldn't have happened, I'll return it after checking, don't worry. Lodi felt relieved when she heard that, I see, that's it. The girl thought to herself, wow, this is not my fault, because there is no other way. Bihan said again, it's good if the inspection finishes late, then I'll go, rest a bit, sister. Yours, Lodi called out a little hesitantly, Bihan. Lodi now folded her arms and said seriously, Dad, if my ankle is better then let me go to Cyrus, staying at home is so boring. The girl thought to herself, doing this might be faster than receiving the information stone back. When Damien heard that, he considered and said, both mine and Veronica's schedules are busy, so you might have to wait a bit. Lodi immediately said, can I go with the others? Bihan can go out freely. Damien heard that, if you explain, Bihan is different from girls, Bihan is a demon so he can protect himself. Lodi continued petulantly, so if you can protect yourself, will I let you go out? Damien had to compromise, if that was possible. Hearing this sentence, Lodi cheered, I love it, you are the daughter of a monster, it's not difficult, so I promise to allow it. Damien helplessly replied, okay, I promise. Lodi confidently said, then I will show you how I can protect myself. Phonics. Lodi immediately mixed phonics in front of Damien's presence. The little girl thought to herself, anyone who sees it will know that it is a spirit of fire, so perhaps her father will be surprised. On this side, phonics couldn't help but say in surprise, no, I can't believe it. Lodi asked confusedly, yes, what's wrong, phonics? It said seriously, no matter what, this place is clearly the lair of demons. When Damien heard that, he said indifferently, it turned out to be moths flying around. Phonics was openly despised and then angrily argued, moth, dare to talk about this body. Lodi saw the tense situation between the two and quickly stopped, phonics, stop. It couldn't help but argue a little warmly, it's too much, I see the little contractor as most, yet, it's too much. Seeing that, Lodi quickly comforted it, phonics, I don't know what to do if I leave like that. Damien looked at this scene with some admiration. He didn't expect that he would make a contract with a high-ranking elf. The demon race does not dare to be complacent in the face of an injured elf, and yet you do that to me, phonics said proudly from Deline. Damien didn't look at it at all and just said calmly, yes. Having said that, he turned to talk to Lodi again, but I still couldn't give permission. When Lodi heard that, she clenched her fists and seriously asked, why not? Damien immediately said, first of all, the girl is still too young. Even if she can help the spirit, she is still at the age where she needs to have a guardian. Second, girls can help spirits, but aren't they still able to handle them well? Lodi stubbornly said, I also face demons. Damien immediately asked a question that made Lodi not know how to respond, so now she was also breaking out in a cold sweat. Having said that, Damien immediately walked over and patted the girl's head to comfort her, Lodi Lucia, don't be afraid. Lodi thought to herself, actually it seems like I'm not okay. After that, because I didn't want to admit I was scared when I walked out of Flotty, I pretended I was fine. She didn't hide it anymore and told Damien, actually, I'm still scared. Damien seemed to understand the girl and calmly said, yes, that's natural, I don't know if I can protect myself or not. In this era, girls are the only ones who can summon high-level spirits, so they can be more confident. Lodi immediately withdrew the car and said, Father also said he couldn't allow it. Damien nodded, that's right, I still can't give permission, so you have to prove it so I can give you permission. Above all, you are the daughter of a monster, you will soon be able to do that. When Lodi heard that, she let out a scream. She thought to herself, Dad was right, I'm his daughter, I can do it, phonics. Seeing that Phonics was not as excited as usual, Lodi hesitantly said, Phonics, you're angry. Hearing that, he shouted arrogantly, angry, don't associate me with such low-class words. Lodi immediately apologized, I'm sorry, but I really need Phonics' help. Hearing these words, he arrogantly asked, "Is there still usefulness in me?" Lodi slowed down a bit and said, "Yes, I wanted to ask, is there no way?" Phoenix thought for a while to see if the absorption ability was enough. If we can adapt to spirits that are lower level than us, we can solve it, but if we do that, we will have to pay back less. Ah, how now, my little contractor? Having said that, Phoenix immediately returned to the shape of a small bird. Lodi saw that and said happily, much more comfortable and even adorable. Phoenix continued, "Okay, so if you often call me in this form, you'll get used to it." Bihan didn't know when he appeared and spoke up, "It didn't seem like a good idea." Lodi asked in surprise, "Bihan, are you coming?" Bihan glanced at it and said, "Every time I call someone, Lodi will get tired." Lodi heard that and quickly said, "No, this shape would be more comfortable." Bihan asked curiously, "Really, if his sister said so, being tiny would look cuter?" Phoenix immediately argued, "Not to make demons like humans look good." Bihan heard that and stuck out his tongue at it. Having said that, the boy immediately turned to Lodi and reminded him, Lodi, come here for a moment, let me change the bandage and apply medicine." Seeing that, Lodi said in a low voice, "Bihan doesn't need to do anything like this." Hearing that, the boy immediately smiled and said, "I want to do it." Lodi was made fun of by him, everyone was making fun of him because he was being exploited. "How about that?" Bihan replied comfortably. Anyway, Bihan did it very skillfully. Did he often do things like this? Lodi wondered curiously. After finishing, Bihan immediately asked Han, "Now let's see which ankle." Well, looking at such bruises, Phoenix on the side said a little heartbroken. "It seems like it will take a long time to heal." Lodi was a bit confused. Right, at this time Damien also appeared to do business with Bihan. "Let me do that, Bihan, you can go now." "Well," Damien urged again, "aren't you busy too? Hurry up and go." Hearing that, Bihan sadly said, "Yes." Seeing the sparkling water in the jar, Lodi was a little curious and asked, "What water is that?" "So it's holy water, it's probably because the contractor is human, but demons like you intend to do that," Phoenix spoke up. Damien leisurely opened the bottle and said, "This is my daughter's treatment. We have to do it." Phoenix started to hate and fight with Damien again. No matter who he was just a girl. Seeing Phoenix like that, Lodi immediately stood up to make peace. "Phoenix, where are you going?" Lodi was a little curious, how could holy water be like that? As the holy water flowed down, Lodi's wound immediately subsided. She trembled. "Ah, cold." Looking at Damien's hand, the girl exclaimed in panic, "Hands." Lodi said confusedly, "But just now it was clear." Damien immediately reassured the girl, "Oh, that's a thing, because it's an object of the temple, so it's inevitable that it will come into conflict with the demons. Don't worry, it'll be over soon." Lodi heard that and seriously said, "No, it hurts too much, I don't want Dad to get hurt." Damien thought to himself, if it was someone else they wouldn't be this worried. Even if Valentine Veronica would only ask, "Oh sir, you're injured, it'll heal quickly," but being cared for isn't bad. Seeing Lodi continue to caress his hand like that, Damien asked in confusion, "The wound is completely healed?" Lodi heard that and said in a low voice, "After all, Dad is in pain, this is to prevent pain." "So do the same today," Damien said. "Yes," Lodi asked in confusion. Damien shyly pointed to his cheek and said, "I mean do it here like the other day." Hearing that, Lodi immediately fell into thought for a while. She thought, what did I do on her father's cheek? Lodi thought for a moment, I probably won't do it again. No, I will. Check it out here. Just like that, Lodi stepped closer and gently placed a kiss on Damien's cheek. The scene is so sweet. The public servant said, I mean last time you said it hurts, let's fly, but this isn't bad. While saying the official news and laughing happily, Lodi felt angry. It's not bad, it's just that I misunderstood, but I'm just shy, it must have happened like that. So she came up with a plan, so Dad should do it with me. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess gently kissed her cheek. Lodi looked at the public servant's straight face and wondered, why wasn't her father embarrassed? With her straight face as if nothing happened, it looked like she had lost this game. Having said that, the messenger went out before leaving and informed the girl that Veronica had temporarily gone to the Empire but would return tomorrow. Daughter, you should rest. Lodi was still angry and shouted, not like this. By evening, Veronica had returned to the mansion in her hometown, holding the paper in her hand. These are the people who used it after the gate was opened, right? You did it faster than I thought. Another boy spoke up, because Mr. Damien set many limits and the number of users was small, so I was able to choose the list right away. Veronica continued asking, okay, so you must have found out all the whereabouts of the demons on this list. The results were that all of them had alibi, even though these 8 people had their whereabouts in the demon world. Although they left a travel itinerary, they had never been to the Empire. This news was immediately reported to the Duke, and it turned out that the travel document was lost. Around the time when they lost their travel documents, it seemed like someone had the intention to collect the lost travel documents. Not only that, but there was almost nothing in common between these people, Veronica speculated. The Duke was a bit worried. It was difficult to find the mastermind, but there was no one suspicious. At the end of the meeting, the Duke walked lazily to the girl's room and silently watched her fall into a deep dream. I don't understand why this water doesn't have a significant effect on Lodi, although it will be fine, but I want her to feel less tired, so I need to quickly find another way. Thinking about the scene just now, the Duke couldn't help but laugh. She probably wanted to embarrass me like she did every day, so why bother? He said goodbye to her. On the other side, the demons were talking to each other when suddenly Damien appeared and threatened these people to show them what fear is. Telling him now, it's hard for us to turn a blind eye to that rudeness. Very quickly the Duke returned to Damien's empire trying to wash away the stains. My hands were bloody and I tried to do normal things like I do in the demon world, but I don't regret warning them. After washing his hands, the Duke went to see Lodi. The little girl being held by Veronica in the Duke's arms wanted to hug her, but thinking about her bloody hands, she didn't really want to. Lodi felt so whiny. Dad, why don't you hug me? The helpless Duke could only hold the girl in his arms. At this time, Bihan went to report the situation. The worker had already brought the goods. It was a wheelchair specifically for Lodi. Lodi is happy, now she can go to work without needing Veronica and Dad to hug her anymore. But even though the Duke and Veronica are sad, when you're with me, you can just hug me, but you can call it that, too. I miss you so hard. That thing was Phoenix. Lodi heard that and immediately replied, after Phoenix became smaller, I felt more comfortable and it was okay. Phoenix looked sulky, as I said, worrying is useless, perhaps I'm pushing my contractor too much. Both Bihan and the Duke said in unison, what's wrong with that sausage maker, making Phoenix angry. Veronica asked if she was looking for the information stone, so she checked the information stone first. Lodi asked if she found anything at the mansion. That question made Veronica misunderstand and think, the merchant pretended to be fine but still paid attention to the kidnapper sneaking in here. So she decided to find out the reason, while Lodi thought about Joshua's arrest and became a bit worried. After a while, everyone dispersed and the atmosphere calmed down. Now that they were alone, everyone was extremely worried. The little girl picked up the information stone and asked, can Joshua contact me now? The other party replied, Lodi Lucia, why are you contacting me so late? At the same time there was another sound, right princess? Lodi realized that it was the teacher. Dolores was extremely restless or worried because the messengers did not tell her anything. Joshua also told her not to contact the princess. Even though Lodi said she was completely fine, the teacher was still very worried that Lodi wouldn't pay attention and accidentally mentioned her injury. Dolores needs to be more worried and wants to go to Flotty to see the situation and then turn off the phone. Just like that, the next day the teacher and Joshua went to visit Lodi and saw the wound on her leg. What is this all about? It's been several days since I'd been to the public residence and you're still in this state. The teacher wondered, this is a public palace, under the public meaning you can't go to the temple, holy water can still heal. Lodi doesn't understand, if you use saints, there will be many guests. Dolores said. Of course, more serious injuries will heal in an instant. Dolores decided to go to see the messenger. Only then did Lodi notice Joshua walking in neatly dressed with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. "What is this?" Joshua gave the girl flowers to congratulate her recovery, and even a letter. Dolores thought that the public would cherish him very much, not only the temple but also the holy water, which was so annoying. Lodi remembered the wound on her father's hand when she feared that leading her to the altar would be a bit difficult, because my father was so busy. Joshua made a suggestion, "So come with us to the temple." Dolores heard that and agreed. In the end, the teacher also came to ask for his father's opinion, but it seemed like he still didn't have an answer. Lodi lay on the bed thinking to herself. She asked, "Where is Veronica's temple?" Veronica replied immediately, "It's a place to worship the gods, everyone comes to pray with her. Listen, if you go to the temple, the priests can exert their power to cure diseases, but they are at odds with the gods. If spirits are something that makes us uncomfortable, then spirits are like poisonous substances, so demons cannot come close to the shrine." Lodi actually guessed long ago. As expected, it was probably a demon, so he couldn't go there. Veronica was sad. "For the first time I hated the fact that I was a demon. If I wasn't a demon, I could have taken the young lady away." Lodi is optimistic. "I won't be cured forever. Thanks to Veronica's concern, I don't feel any pain now." The two talked without knowing that outside the Duke was listening to everything. At the mansion, Lodi was happily brushing her teeth and washing her face when Veronica announced about the shrine. Mr. Damien has given permission to go to the shrine." Hearing that, she was both happy and surprised and asked, "Really, father?" And the Duke over here seemed to have a premonition that someone reminded him. Very soon, Teacher Dolores's carriage to take her to the shrine arrived. Miss Dolores saw her coming and was happy to greet her. "Hello, Princess." Fortunately, the Duke gave permission. If he did not agree, then I would have done everything. When Lodi heard that, she felt cold and thought, "What is the teacher planning to do?" Suddenly there was something that surprised her so much that she had to cry out. She asked, "Joshua was also with him?" Joshua did not answer the question but asked her back. It seemed like she did not welcome him. Ms. Dolores then spoke up to explain. "Joshua said he would go with him, he was also very kind." While sitting in the carriage, Lodi thought to herself, she had many things to tell him, but the teacher was also with her, so she couldn't say it. Sitting in the carriage, Joshua didn't know what was attracted to him on the side of the road but kept looking out. When the carriage was almost approaching, the teacher called her a few times, "Princess," and shook her to wake her up. By the time she woke up, he had already arrived at the shrine. She looked at the temple before her eyes and was surprised at its beauty. Teacher Dolores told the two of them, "I'm going to talk to the people at the shrine for a moment, wait here." When she left, the two children talked about their secret. Joshua crossed his arms over his chest and asked her why she couldn't contact her. She didn't bother to answer and instead talked about something else, just when she was about to talk to him. "It won't be discovered that you touched the barrier at her mansion, so don't worry." He was surprised to hear that, not understanding why she told him this. When she saw his reaction like that, she was surprised and asked again, "What's wrong? Aren't you worried about this?" Hearing that, Joshua calmly replied, she thought he was afraid of being discovered as a traitor. When she heard that, 2 question marks appeared on her head and she asked again, "Isn't that right?" Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh but quickly regained his seriousness, pointed at her and said, "I'm worried about you, Loti." Hearing that, she unconsciously pointed at herself with skeptical eyes. She asked again, "So he was not injured?" He heard that and explained. As she saw, he actually dealt with those guys and then went to look for her, but at that time it was after the magic circle had been performed, so he couldn't show himself. Hearing that, she suddenly came to her senses, was surprised and asked loudly, "So you saw everything?" Hearing this, Joshua defended, he didn't see everything, only the part about the Duke being a demon and her making a contract with a high-ranking spirit of fire. When she heard that, she felt discouraged and said that she had seen it all, then she immediately gave her conditions. "She will keep the fact that your family is a secret, so you should also keep the fact that her family is a demon a secret." He heard her say that, so he asked again, was she giving him an order? When she heard him ask that, she was speechless, angry, and pouting. "I saw that and didn't continue to tease him, I knew it, I wouldn't say it." really, but hey, you don't feel anything about what he saw. She didn't seem to understand what he meant by this sentence, so when he said it both jokingly and seriously, he expected her to be angry. She looked at his expression as if nothing was happening and thought. Even though she had calmed him down, Joshua still felt guilty for not being able to show up immediately. If she couldn't make a contract with Phoenix, Joshua would appear, so she wasn't sad at all. Suddenly she added, "It's just that she trusts him, so it's okay." Hearing that, he was surprised to ask again, but just after saying a few words, Miss Dolores's voice rang out, "Princess." Then she opened the carriage door and said to Lodi, "Sorry, she was gone for too long, wasn't it? The procedure to get in was too complicated, let's go a little longer." They entered the temple, passed a few steps and saw a group of people in the temple. When she saw that, she was surprised and shouted, not expecting so many people to see it. Ms. Dolores heard that and explained, because not only a monk used to worship the gods, the disciples also often came to the temple. Then Miss Dolores turned around to lead them, she was going to look for holy water. Lodi saw that Dolores had gone away and had a thought, maybe she should show it to Phoenix too. Just as she was halfway through calling the spirit's name, Joshua asked, "What are you going to do, call the spirit Asia?" Hearing that, she suddenly realized that she was right, there are too many people here. Hearing that, he agreed and replied, "Yes, because spirits were almost non-existent in this era." She felt a bit bored when she heard that, so she simply replied that she already knew. Actually, what she was thinking was, she just wanted to show off a little. Suddenly, from somewhere, someone came forward and said, "Hello princess." He heard that she needed holy water, and when she heard that, she answered honestly, "Oh yes, because her ankle hurt." The other person heard that and immediately made a suggestion. "So let him check your legs." He just grabbed her ankle, then used his other hand to cast magic to make the holy water wrap around her leg. After he finished, he immediately exclaimed, "Luckily, holy water can cure it completely." But after waiting a moment, seeing that her wound had not healed, he was bewildered and couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "It's impossible." Miss Dolores saw this and was worried and asked, "Why didn't the wound heal?" When he heard that, he stammered and said, "First please wait a moment, so he can invite the pastor to treat him." Joshua on this side whispered loudly to Lodi, it seemed that over there was also very confused. When she heard that, she wondered, and then she looked very strange. Hearing that, he replied, "That's possible. Furthermore, the fact that holy water cannot cure a wound like this greatly affects the reputation of the shrine. Anyway, if it was a pastor, the treatment would probably be effective." When Lodi first heard about the pastor, she wondered who the pastor was, so she immediately asked, "A healer?" Hearing that, Joshua explained, because what she explained was something that the pastor had injected sacred power into. If the pastor had directly injected that sacred power into the treatment, it would probably be more effective. Hearing that, she also agreed. Suddenly, the pastor they had just mentioned appeared in front of them, bowing his head. The servant of the gods asked for an audience with Princess Flottie. He heard that holy water had no effect on her. Hearing this, Miss Dolores immediately responded. Yes, the pastor next to him also saw it clearly. He heard that and continued to say, "So he will directly transmit the power for treatment." Okay, when she heard that, she nodded. The other person immediately knelt down on one knee, and then his leg glowed, but for some reason, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, I still want to comfort that person." Lodi suddenly felt nauseous. With a gulp, the pastor looked at the heroine worriedly and asked, "Princess, is there something wrong with you?" "No, nothing." Lodi quickly calmed down and answered, "Priest, what was that hangover feeling just now?" Hearing that, the priest continued his treatment. Fortunately, the direct treatment was effective. "Maybe when I return I won't need a wheelchair anymore. I'll ask permission to go first." Lodi closed her eyes and closed her mouth tightly as if she was enduring. Joshua looked at Lodi's expression and thought to himself, "There's probably no way he feels pain because of the sacred power. Well, Lodi feels a difference, I'm getting used to it so I feel okay again." Strangely enough, the treatment went smoothly right after that. "Well, that's it, can you try moving your ankle, it will probably hurt." Lodi thought so, gently moving her small legs. Oh, no pain, oh hi, that's good. Dolores exclaimed happily. So when we return, we won't need a wheelchair anymore, Pastor. Suddenly Lodi called out to the priest, making him turn to look at her. The female lead bowed her head and said politely, "Sorry for jostling you earlier, it's so cute." The priest exclaimed in his mind, smiling brightly in response. "It's okay, but I didn't expect Flotty to come to the shrine." Yes, although Flotty donated to the shrine the photo of the current Duke. Having never visited here before, Dolores also had the same thought. Oh hi, I think he doesn't believe in religion. That's right, to the point where there are rumors in the temple. Is it because the evil Duke is a demon? Of course, the princess coming here like this is obviously impossible. Lodi also quickly shook her head. Ahaha, that's right, it's a complete rumor. So we ask permission to go first, hoping the gods will bless the princess. The priest went out and suddenly muttered. How strange. What's wrong? He was silent for a moment, looked at his hands, and then spoke. It's nothing. Return to the shrine. The priest was rummaging through the bookshelf, looking for something very attentively. Couldn't find any similar cases. He picked up another piece of paper to search, and suddenly a voice rang out. What is going on? Ah, great priest. I need to find something. Because the great pastor stroked his beard and asked the young priest. Need to find something. Is there anyone who is filled with sacred power? The great priest heard what he said and showed a surprised expression. Haha, there can be no such person. He immediately denied it, causing the young priest to act as well. That's right, if it wasn't human then it could be. He spoke again. I mean demons. Haha, demons don't even appear in ancient documents. They disappeared a long time ago. Ho ho, so there's no such thing. But if you don't believe in religion, it's also possible. Even though we've never met before. The great priest said so while stroking the strawberry and smiling. Yes. The other priest also thought again in his mind. Although there are still doubts, they have partly been removed. Demons, but that's also possible. Then it would have been impossible to enter the shrine in the first place. And it cannot be cured by sacred power. Pastor. Another priest suddenly called out to the young priest. That person has arrived. He announced the prince's visit. Meanwhile, at the fruity mansion, Lodi was happily running around. How could it be cured like this right away? That is the sacred power. Joshua also smiled and said to the girl. The female lead was extremely happy and exclaimed. Then Lin is truly talented. The shrine cures illnesses this quickly. Why is there a miracle doctor with a form of medicine? Lodi asked as she returned. Dolores next to her gently spoke to the girl. It's all necessary, princess. Lodi was a bit stunned, suddenly there were fuzzy voices. Pray to him. They stopped in front of a group of people kneeling in front of a statue in the yard. They muttered. Oh spirit. Pray to him. Over there. Lodi didn't understand what was going on. Joshua explained to the girl. They are praying to the spirit. Among them were people who asked to be cured. Because holy water is expensive. Besides, meeting the pastor is even more difficult than buying holy water. Lodi felt strange hearing that. Isn't the shrine a place of equal treatment? That's right. But there are many sick people. While the power the spiritual priest can use is limited. Should instead. They prayed directly to the spirit. Lodi now realized something. Aha! It turns out I got priority because I'm Flotty's person. Oh. The female's eyes accidentally saw a scene. There was a little girl sitting next to a person praying. Lodi immediately turned to talk to Dolores. Miss. Was there still holy water there just now? Has. Here it is. Hey, sister. The other person was praying when he heard Lodi's call and quickly turned back. Hey, sister. Hello, lady. What is up? She spoke to Lodi a little timidly. And Lodi was kind enough to offer her holy water. I still have holy water. If so, will you use it? She asked again in surprise. Real? Really? Yes. If you can see it. The other person was naturally extremely happy and said. Tuat. Thank you, miss. Thank you. She bowed her head and thanked Lodi, making her a bit confused. After that, the two said goodbye to each other. Lodi waved goodbye to both sisters. Dolores saw it. Lean complimented Lodi. The princess is so kind. Not so right. Lodi quickly shook her head. This can be given, so I'll give it to you. But it's not that I'm kind at all. The female lead said as she touched her face and smiled. If I keep trying like that, I can also become a good person. Miss. Dolores applauded Lodi even more than before, making her blush. The princess also thinks deeply. That's not true. Don't pay attention. Then Lodi turned around and walked quickly. I want to go over there. Joshua chased after Lodi, anxious as he followed. Hey, if you run like that, you'll fall. How can you fall? Lodi paid attention to the back and didn't pay attention to the front. Suddenly something blocked the road ahead and she couldn't stop in time. Oh my. Lodi bumped into the thing in front of her and screamed. Yes. Lodi was still a bit surprised when a voice rang out. Must be careful. It's been a while since we last met, little lady. The person Lodi encountered was the prince. The atmosphere was silent for a moment, then Lodi suddenly shouted. Johann! Johann was walking with the other pastor, happily greeting Lodi. I didn't expect to see you here. Me too. Lodi's eyes looked behind the prince. Oh, that's the pastor you were here. Yes, princess. He also responded respectfully to Lodi. But how does the princess know Johann? Oh no, Johann. The prince's blood hit the priest. Call me Johann. Johann looked at Lodi warmly and said. Little miss, what's the matter with you coming here? Because my feet hurt. The pastor behind me helped me get better. You mean treatment? Yes, it is. But what is the pastor's relationship with Johann? The two quickly spoke at the same time. Just helping each other. Lodi Lucia. Joshua called the heroine. Why are you going so fast? Lodi saw that Joshua and the Marchioness were just now catching up with her. Ah, sorry. Oh, hello. Dolores exclaimed in surprise. No need for ceremony. Johann understood what Dolores meant, so he quickly nodded and whispered. Dolores was extremely nervous and uneasy. Why is the prince next to the lady? Ah, this is my friend. Lodi quickly introduced herself to Joshua. Both of them also shook hands and communicated with each other very friendly. Hello, I'm Joshua Sirith. I'm Johann. Lodi Lucia, how do you know that person? Joshua quickly asked Lodi about the panic. The girl also spoke honestly. Last time I met him when I arrived at the Imperial City. Joshua felt a little uncomfortable and spoiled inside. Why did it happen like that? Lodi Lucia knows how to panic. Let's not be like this. Or let's go sightseeing together. Joshua's arm suddenly reached out to Lodi. He pulled the girl into his arms and said, Lodi Lucia, I think we go well together. Huh, Joshua. After greeting Johann, he turned back to them. You two seem close, right? Yes, I am closest to Lodi. Joshua did not hide it and declared sovereignty right there. Johann just smiled without saying anything. It's not that I'm closer to Bihan. Except for my family, what else do I have? Loti also happily replied. That's right, Joshua spoke more seriously to Loti. You sometimes make others sad. Johan kept his feelings intact, telling them. Ah ha ha, so today I have to give in. Unless you specifically hate me. Someone I met for the first time today. Right? Johan had an intention behind those words. Joshua knew but just looked at him silently. Dolores quickly aligned between them. Haha, probably because the boy is naturally shy of strangers. How is Joshua today? Joshua and Dolores quickly ran after Joshua, who was very uncomfortable. I hate being together. The leader of the group of engineers who intended to kill him was probably Hong that. The prince is also a member of the royal family. I don't like that prince being close to my Loti Lucia. Joshua's heart was pounding, seemingly as impatient as his mood. But I can't say. Thump, the teacher went to comfort Joshua. Loti stayed with Johan to continue chatting. Oh, Johan is so tall. The little one, still the little one, right? I'm also much older. Ah, suddenly Johan remembered something and asked. Have you been to the village recently? Village, that village. Yes, I saw someone who looked a lot like a little guy. Probably just the same person. Loti was a bit startled and quickly denied. Absolutely do not let it be discovered. Maybe the fact that those people didn't kidnap me at the mansion will be exposed. Surely so? Johan did not question him further. That's right, that person has a different hair color. Loti thought she had avoided suspicion, so she laughed a bit awkwardly. So it can't be me. Right? Loti poked Joshua. Ah, that's right. Joshua quickly added. How could Flotty let the princess go out without a guard? Because they trust us, they allowed it this time. Yes. Johan still kept a smile on his face but didn't seem to believe what they said. Suddenly, inside the temple, there was chaos and the pastors were running around in chaos. Popping, their footsteps echoed continuously. There was such sudden chaos, Dolores was also quite surprised to see them scatter and run away. Johan grabbed the corner of the cloth on the pastor's outfit and asked. What's on the schedule today? You wait. I'll let you know. Bang. Suddenly a pair of adult feet walked towards them. Sorry. Everyone must leave, except the temple staff. The other pastor spoke to them with an expressionless face. Ah, when Loti heard that, she was a bit surprised. Unfortunately, Loti's hand holding Johan's hand loosened. Yes, but Johan held back. Joshua saw that, his eyes filled with jealousy. But I don't know how to do it. He spoke up. We have to go. Joshua also grabbed Loti's hand and pulled her towards him. Loti was pulled back and forth a bit confusingly. Suddenly Joshua is so strange today. Yes, let's go. Suddenly the prince spoke again, making Loti turn her eyes towards him. Do you still remember what I said last time? Next time you have to come see me. Johan smiled and said to Loti. They left, Joshua and them walking. What was that guy talking about just now? I don't remember either. Looks like we're not the only ones who have to leave. Dolores looked around and said. Could that be the case? Mom, what do you know? When I was a child, my mother also went to the temple. At that time, it must have been. Dolores suddenly remembered old memories, a few years ago. The Marchioness was quite hesitant, making both children curious. On the side of Johan and the priest, the young pastor held the prophetic paper and spoke. The prophecy has passed down. It is said that the great pastors have all received revelations. All content has been checked. Johan heard the news, thought a bit and then reached for the piece of paper. Show me. Ha? Impossible. The pastor tried to stop him but couldn't do it in time. Anyway, that's the content we know. But, not this time. What's up? This. Johann flipped it over and looked at the words written inside. The young pastor sighed and said, 2. I told you not to watch it. Johann's heart was pounding as if signaling something bad. Has hope ended? Johann's eyes were glued to the paper containing the prophecy. The boy's face now became uncomfortable. Was the prophecy delivered so clearly? This case seems rare. Prophecy arose from hope that existed only in ancient records. At that time, if there was only hope, there was only one thing that would happen: demons and monsters would disappear from the empire. He continued to say that this continues until now. Just like the prophecy. If so, then the prophecy must have been about demons and magic appearing across the continent like in the past. He looked at the paper and continued. Although we don't expect that to happen, there is no other analysis. The other person also feels a headache. How can this prophecy be revealed? Does the royal family believe it? What will you believe? Then he raised his head to look at the other person. It turns out you already knew. The boy continued. Did you know that the prophecy was passed down and kept this a secret? He heard that and said, we are also afraid of having to reveal this story, the boy replied uncomfortably. But now it can't be hidden anymore. Why? Could it be that the temple intends to announce this prophecy? The boy said no. The temple is also being cautious like the royal family when revealing this story. But even if you ignore it, in just a few years the prophecy will truly come true. Starting from the outskirts of the empire. Coming in and out on this side, they started talking. The girl said there was something going on at the shrine where there were still a lot of women. I also saw a person standing in front who I had met at the Imperial Citadel when I was a child. Bai Han heard that and said, so you must be very happy to say thank you, Mary. She immediately said there was nothing wrong. Then the boy immediately drank tea. Seeing that, the little girl had a hard time understanding that it was just water and didn't know what else was delicious. The girl also followed suit to drink water. Bai Han continued, you still don't know Vich, right? The girl replied, no, I also know that tea is good. Then at this time Mary poured another drink for the girl. Miss, how about this? The girl immediately drank this water and smiled and said it was delicious. The reaction was completely different from the previous 3. The girl continued, I want to learn how to pour Mary's tea. She immediately replied that hot water is dangerous. When you are old enough to hold a tea party, I will teach you. So the girl could speak immediately. Then she noticed something and asked Bai Han, do you have new earrings? The boy immediately touched his hand and said he wore it every day, but suddenly he didn't wear it anymore, so he felt empty. The girl immediately smiled and replied, that also fits very well. That's right. When he heard that, he smiled gently. Really? You have to wear it regularly to be able to wear it. Next, the girl walked down the hallway thinking that she didn't have a bracelet, that was all she had. They went to the girl's room and thought about buying another one. The girl looked up at the room and then looked at the maid's hand. Wow, the bracelet is so beautiful. When she heard that, she suddenly looked over and said, beautiful, right? Marie did it for me. I have it too. Really? Mary has? This girl looked at Marie and said Marie could sell this too. Hearing that, she replied, Miss, what are you talking about? Looking at their sparkling hands, the little girl immediately begged for one. But Marie said it's not worth carrying, lady. But the girl immediately replied, really, why can't you do it? Seeing the girl's sparkling face, she smiled wryly and continued, I see, can you give me a piece of jewelry that's not too expensive instead? Hearing that, the girl happily replied and then said, wait for me. She took something out of the drawer and took out a pearl and said, can it be made of this? This is a spirit stone, the color seems to have changed, probably because the bird has turned out, Marie smiled and said, "Of course it's okay." Then a few days later, Marie's bracelet was finished. The girl immediately took it and put the bracelet on her arm. She shrugged and said, "Because I can't keep you waiting too long." The little girl immediately hugged Marie emotionally. Then it was time to sleep, so Marie wished her good night and left. Lodi looked at her hand and felt strange. For the first time it felt cool and moist. But now it just feels cool. She thought it was because it had been in the new drawer for a long time. Or is it like this? Maybe the other bird took it out first for me. The little girl immediately fell asleep. In her sleep, she still heard some sound. What did she wonder? There was clearly something. It seemed like there was a sound. So you woke up because of my monologue. A strange word echoed around the girl. What was that sound? She was startled and looked around to see if it was in the room. No, at this moment something sounded again and the little girl was puzzled. There was a monster besides her. That voice continues to ring out, "Child." The strange words made the girl tremble in fear. On this side, the Duke was walking down the hallway when he heard a strange sound and immediately saw Lodi running to hug him. The little girl kept crying and said, "What should I do if I get eaten?" The girl said that a monster appeared in her room. When he heard that, he was stunned. He heard that and asked again, "What did you say, monster?" The little girl cried and said she was sorry for her child. She was in the room alone when suddenly she heard a voice. When I heard that, I was very surprised. He immediately signaled the servants to go into the room to check not to miss a corner. Then the little girl continued to hug her father tightly. He secretly hoped it wasn't something serious. A moment later, Veronica immediately reported that there was nothing in there and no signs of intrusion. Hearing that, he felt reassured and looked back at his daughter. The girl asked how the monster was. He immediately replied that his father had already captured and destroyed it. When the girl heard that, she was also surprised. Then he patted her head and told her not to worry too much. What should she do if it happens again? The girl asked him and he immediately replied that I had increased the guards so they wouldn't dare appear. Then the little girl asked her father if he could still sleep with him today. When he heard that, he was stunned and smiled. Of course it was okay. So the girl almost returned to his brother's room and asked. It seemed like this was the first time a girl proactively said she wanted to sleep with me. The first time we slept together was because I suggested it. When the little girl heard that, she asked. He continued, "At that time you said you could sleep alone." The little girl couldn't help but shyly say that she intended to act like an adult at that time. Adults can't sleep with their parents, but I think 4 years old is old enough. He immediately asked, so now his daughter is still very young and childish. The girl immediately replied that she was not small compared to that time, she was much bigger. What he meant to say was teasing. No matter what, my daughter is still very young. She immediately pouted and was afraid to wait. I will drink a lot of milk to grow up like Dad. He immediately picked her up and replied that this was so expected. If you want that, you must first sleep on time. So he immediately turned off the light and let the girl go to the forest to sleep. The girl felt calmer than before. It seems that having her father by her side makes her feel more secure than before. The girl immediately said good night to him. He was surprised, then smiled and said, "Yes, me too." Then he kissed her and said, "Today I'll do it before my daughter goes to sleep." The little girl was surprised and then realized that her father did this every time before going to sleep. And do it the same way. The next morning, the girl opened the door to her room. The girl looked inside worriedly. Absolutely nothing. Only Phoenix will be there whenever needed. The girl immediately laid down on the bed. In the past, I thought my father hated me so much that I just wanted to leave the house. The girl smiled and looked up. Now she no longer has any thoughts of leaving this place. My Flotty. Looking back, I realized that what I was thinking at that time was really funny. Things are very different from then. Suddenly, a voice rang out again. Hey baby. The girl was startled. What? What's up? The voice continued to sound. Because last night you seemed so surprised, so we started talking during the day. Here. Here. The girl immediately looked at her hand. Could it be the words from the spirit stone? It immediately responded. Right. The little girl understood. Yes, I started to feel cool right after Phonics left. The color also changed to navy blue. If so, then you are a high-ranking water spirit. It immediately responded. Yes. I am a high-ranking spirit of the country Neptunus, of the same rank as Phonics. The girl was surprised. Aren't there other people in there too? It's not just us in it. Hearing that, the girl immediately called out Phonics. I feel surprised because I called out a bit early today. As soon as he didn't understand anything, he immediately put his arms around him. The bird was surprised. Oh my God, it's impossible that people have forgotten me. The animal in his arms also cried out. I also thought that it had been a long time since you appeared, so I forgot. The girl was also surprised to hear that. At that time, there were only 2 people in the spirit stone. Is that true? The spirit stone replied yes. Phonics wanted to leave, so he accepted the set. It immediately responded. Then what have we become? She continued speaking. So then Neptunus was alone. It immediately replied, of course. Anyway, it's worth enduring. She thought about the feeling of being alone. She said, I am a witch. If so, wouldn't I be able to pull Neptunus out? The little bird immediately replied. The little contractor is so ambitious. Just the matter of making a contract with a high-ranking spirit is huge. If you don't have the ability, you have to abandon the little contractor. The girl seemed determined to say, but I want to help Neptunus out. Because being alone is very lonely. Neptune looked up and spoke. Contractor, that's impossible. The girl was confused. Why? Because the Covenanter has already made a covenant with me. The girl was silent. Then I leave Neptunus here forever. The girl felt she really couldn't accept that. Lodi asked curiously. If you make a contract with a spirit, can't you make a contract with a spirit of a different nature? Phoenix immediately replied. It's not like that. But the case of the contractor being young is a bit different. The attributes of lower-level spirits are inherently weak, so lower-level witches can also contract with spirits with other attributes. But Phoenix is a high-class spirit. That attribute is very strong. Moreover, conflicting powers are difficult to coexist. So no high-ranking witch has ever made a contract with both water and fire, even if they have similar attributes. It's not easy. Phoenix, your contractor, thinks deeply and emotionally. That's right. Lodi said a little thoughtfully. But emotions cannot help people get out of there. Neptunus lean said. You can make me feel less lonely. Like today, we just need to talk like this and that's enough. Instead, don't be like that in the future. Hearing that, Lodi could only sigh and agree. Okay, the girl thought. Just that alone is not enough. I have to say it's okay. Surely there will be a way. I really want to help Neptunus get out of there. Lodi walked into the study room and made up her mind. Is it possible that there isn't what I'm looking for in these books? Bihan was next to her and immediately encouraged her. I'll go out there. Just watch slowly. Yes. At moment later. Lodi read pile after pile of books but still couldn't find any clues. The girl said helplessly. Do not have. The books related to spirits are only novels. Lodi thought thoughtfully. So does Phoenix. This time it was the same for Neptunus. Both of them being locked inside makes me so frustrated. Lodi, are you looking for something? Bihan asked curiously. Lodi was a bit startled when she answered. Yes, that's it. The girl spoke honestly. Do you know where books about spirits are? Lodi thought. Bihan knows more about the books in the library than I do. Bihan heard that and asked, a little surprised. Spirits, if it's that, it seems like Lodi brought it all out, right? Hearing that, Lodi couldn't help but be confused. What? The girl quickly said. No, not novels like this. I mean books that explain princess maidens. That's right. I heard that in the old days there were witches. There are no textbooks here. Bihan heard that and replied. Those books are not available here. Because information about spirits is not needed in this era. That is also worthless information to us demons. Listen to these words of Bihan. Lodi could only sigh. 2. Really? Anyway, there should be. So that later, someone will need to find it. Bihan immediately continued. Because no one would have thought that in this era, Lord Damien's daughter would make a contract with a spirit. Lodi heard that and somewhat agreed. It's also true. Bihan spoke again. But without books, there is no problem. It's okay to ask. Lodi said disappointedly. I asked, but no one knew what I was wondering. Bihan heard that and sighed. Then it's useless to find books about spirits. The spirit will probably understand itself best. Lodi said slowly. Maybe so. Seeing Lodi looks gloomy. Bihan immediately rubbed the baby's head and teased him. She came up. My younger sister. Lodi still stubbornly asked if there was no way. Mary saw that Lodi was teasing her and asked. Miss, would you like some more tea? Hearing that, Lodi immediately refused. No need. Mary, can you leave me alone for a moment? Hearing that, Mary also seriously followed suit. Yes, if you need anything, just call me. Lodi immediately took out the rope and asked. Neptune, is there really no way? Hearing that, I was surprised and asked. Are you still wondering about that? Just your love is enough. Lodi thought to herself, but I haven't seen enough. The girl seriously asked again. If I made a contract with Phoenix, then all my magic power is fire, right? Neptune immediately replied. Maybe so, but maybe not. Usually depends on the strength of the previous generation. Is anyone in your family related to fire? Lodi pondered for a moment. Fire, none. I remember the magic my mother used to use. Mostly freezing magic. Come to think of it, it's closer to water than fire. So don't I also have the ability? Anyway, now my transfer of magic power to the spirit is not going very well. So what if I increase the total magic power I can use? If the total magic power increases, there is a possibility that the magic power in harmony with water will also increase. Must store Phoenix to increase total magic power. Lodi Lean immediately turned to Phoenix and asked, can Phoenix return to its original size? Hearing that, Phoenix was confused. You'll be tired. Are you okay? Lodi has always been determined. It's okay, it's better to adapt quickly. Phoenix immediately followed her will and returned to her old form. Lodi Lean immediately said, I will maintain this state all day. This one sentence from her startled Phoenix even more fans all day. It will be difficult to do. Neptunusus also agrees with Phoenix, I think so too. Lodi Lean stubbornly asked, how long will it take to adapt? So when will it be possible to adapt? Even though I have made a contract with you, if I can't? Phoenix asked seriously, you don't mind that I'm worried? Lodi clenched her hands and said firmly, I will know how to adjust myself so as not to overexert myself. Phoenix said, if they see the contractor overworked, his family will worry. Lodi felt a bit shaken when she heard that. That's true. Phoenix was silent for a bit, then finally made another suggestion. So let's do it like this, call the lower spirit instead of calling me because the one who contracted with the higher spirit is me, so I can also call the lower spirit without a contract. If you use a lower level spirit, you can adjust the intensity more easily. Let me go back today, I'm worried about my little contractor. Lodi heard that and confusedly said, Phoenix, it's not that I don't care about Phoenix, sorry for making you worry. Phoenix heard that and softened his voice and said, I know that, my gentle little cockmaster. Having said that, Phoenix immediately returned to the stone. Lodi had now made up her mind, even if it was just a small hope, to nurture it into reality. At this time, Eustace was seriously sparring with Joshua. After a long fight, Eustace won an absolute victory. Joshua could only admit defeat and prevent victory. The knights who were present throughout the match immediately applauded and praised, it was wonderful. My lord, I agree, I can't believe you can resist the captain's blade. When Joshua heard that, he raised his eyebrows and said, You guys are making me happy, right? Hearing that, they immediately laughed and said, Of course not, even we cannot compete. But first of all, you are still so fragile at such a young age, you don't know how much we have taken care of you, we are afraid something will happen to you. Joshua couldn't help but laugh and said, Thank you everyone for taking good care of me. The boy thought to himself, his life as a Cyrus has become more fun. After meeting Lodi, I didn't like my time here. Are you done? Dolores asked Han with concern. Joshua immediately said softly, Yes, you don't have to come out here to pick me up. Dolores then smiled and said, I will do anything just to see you. Joshua also sincerely responded to her words, thanking her. Looking at this harmonious scene, Eustace was a little frozen. Joshua said again, Father, hearing that Eustace couldn't help but be startled, huh? Joshua continued, Today I was trained very well, so can I stop by Flottie's house? I guess that's okay, let's go, Eustace replied. Joshua thought to himself, but the best part of being a Cyrus, be careful. Come see you, Lotiluja. Seeing Joshua coming, the servant said in surprise, Oh, Mr. Cyrus, where is Lotiluja? Joshua asked. She immediately replied, Princess Lotiluja is at the conservatory. Joshua immediately followed the instructions and went. He thought to himself, I don't see any servants around here, nor are the maids escorting me today. He opened the door and asked, Lotiluja, are you here? Yes. Joshua heard a voice ringing in his ear, We have a guest. Who is that? I've never seen that person before, is he human? Joshua immediately asked curiously, What is this? Lotiluja then appeared and said, Oh, hello, how long have you been standing here? Looking at this scene, Joshua asked suspiciously, Do you also cooperate with low-level spirits? Lotiluja immediately answered, Not really. You can summon low-level spirits without having to cooperate with them. You can't even find information about this species in books. Joshua gasped, so this was the reason why he didn't let people come near him. Lodi immediately admitted, Yes, you said I shouldn't announce my new ability. That's right, Joshua replied. The reappearance of the forgotten psychic, especially if he is the mysterious Lady Flottie with many rumors, will make you extremely uncomfortable. Lodi said a little hesitantly, He really hates all kinds of trouble, but he still comes to visit me often. Joshua didn't deny it, Yeah, I've never found you annoying, it's more important to hide your strongest things. Basically, don't show off your strength to anyone, look what you're doing. In his appearance like a young old man, Lodi immediately burst out laughing, Ha ha ha, but you are the exception, you are my first and only friend. Well, I suppose so, you have more friends than me, Joshua. Hearing that, Joshua stood still for a moment, then frowned and replied, No. Hearing that, Lodi was a little worried and asked Han, Yeah, so what should we do? You will live a long time, so if you don't have friends, you will be very lonely. You must quickly make more friends. Joshua replied arrogantly, He's not alone, I guess he likes to have many friends. Lodi gasped, Wouldn't it be better to have more friends, Joshua? Seeing Joshua still so upset, she felt a little disappointed, Forget it. If you don't tell me why you did that, I won't tell you my secret. Joshua was a little confused and asked, What's the secret? Lodi spoke directly, tell me why you act like that first. Joshua sighed and finally had to tell the truth, I just want to be your top priority, that's all. Hearing that, Lodi couldn't help but laugh, thinking why didn't he say this sooner? Seeing Lodi keep smiling like that, Joshua felt a little embarrassed and asked, why are you smiling? So what's your secret? Lodi immediately smiled and said, Joshua, I'm just telling you. Look, there's a spirit still here. Looking at this scene, Joshua was a bit surprised. I guess until now you still don't know because this spirit has an opposing attribute, but what does that mean? Lodi immediately smiled proudly. Actually, I was planning to go to Free Neptune. Joshua couldn't help but be dumbfounded. What, does anyone else know about this ridiculous plan? Lodi immediately approached him and teased him, saying that he was the only one who knew about it. How can you say this is funny? I'm serious. Joshua asked again, doesn't teacher Bihan know? Lodi immediately replied, no, Bihan and my father don't know. Hearing that, Joshua was bewildered, it was just me, really, do you have a plan? Lodi thought, can I tell him my plan? Lodi smiled and said, yes of course. Before Lodi's words, Joshua was a bit confused, I shouldn't have known that he had any plans. Hearing that, Lodi immediately knew he wanted to make me angry and said, stop it. Joshua gained momentum and continued to tease her. My name is Lodi and I don't have any plans. Phoenix on the side finally couldn't help but stand up to protect his master, don't provoke my master or anything. Lodi continued, besides, my efforts are also becoming useful. The number of spirits I can summon at once has increased. So why are you so busy today, Lodi Lucia? Joshua asked. Because her brother was out of the house, Phoenix replied. Hearing that, Joshua forced a smile, the teacher was sad, I guess the academy's vacation is almost over. Looking at Joshua's proud expression, Phoenix was a little confused, why was he so happy? Lodi was now a bit angry and said, I'm trying again, Everyone please calm down, I can't concentrate. Seeing that, Joshua immediately crossed his arms and calmly said, okay, just try again. Flotty's Lodi Lucia summons you, Neptune. At this time, water bubbles appeared in the campus. Lodi saw them and thought to herself, does this work? Suddenly the girl felt dizzy and collapsed. Joshua ran to see the situation. Phoenix also came, are you okay? Lodi rubbed her most painful head and then lay down on the grass. Joshua spoke up, isn't now the time to give up? Lodi doesn't understand, what are you talking about? I'm sure your efforts have touched that spirit, won't he? Please let him appear again. Neptunius didn't ask me to free him, I did it because I wanted to. Joshua thought it was impossible because she had made a contract with a high-level fire spirit and now wanted to do it. With high-level water spirits, if it's really possible, it's impossible for it to be a monster. Lodi woke up like a monster. Joshua realized that he had accidentally said I offended you, but I'm not like that. But Lodi actually wants that I like it, so he's probably called the monster Duke because he's very strong, right? So if I'm like that, that means I'm as great as him. Then time passed like that. Lodi happily practiced with Joshua and Phoenix, then played chess with Veronica next to the Duke. Everything went extremely peacefully until one day Lodi tried to call the water spirit to Neptunius. As soon as he finished speaking, a light appeared. I am Neptunius. The largest water stream of my water god can drown everything. I responded to the call of the Lodi Lucia people. Phoenix went to congratulate her, what a wonderful little master. Lodi was also very happy when she could do it. A stream of water appeared with a large fox-shaped head, happy to meet its little owner. In the end, Lodi finally succeeded in her wish with Neptunius. She lay on the bed complaining, the two of them were so small that always exhausting both of them. Neptunius praised her, but today she was able to retain our form longer than now so that we become smaller. Saying that, she returned both of them to their original form. Now I can endure the low-level spirit more freely. Many things have also changed, she thought to herself. What did I dream about last night? Maybe it was just some boring dream. When it comes to changes when I'm inside, perhaps the biggest change is that I'm allowed to go out without my father or Veronica. Lovely Lodi appeared at the door. Your father is home. The Duke asked her if she had packed everything she needed, looking at the worried faces of the fathers. I thought she would mature once she learned how to control the phoenix, but somehow she made a contract with two high-ranking spirits. Lodi looked at the Duke's face, looking at the other father's face, he was so worried. Damien hesitantly yelled at her, even if you make a contract with the Spirit King, I will still worry about you. At this moment, a voice rang out, Your Highness, the luggage is ready. Having said that, Lodi said goodbye to the Duke and went out. I still had to have a companion, but this was still a big improvement. The little girl pointed to a store and wanted to buy a gift for her father. A while later the girl returned to give Veronica a gift. The Duke sat next to him and said, I came home late today. Lodi explained, the driver got lost and spent a lot of time choosing accessories. The Duke heard that and looked sad and rich. Veronica immediately looked over and saw that the Duke was jealous. It seems like you like going out with Marie, now go out with me. Lodi panicked, then thought like that because you and Veronica were so busy that you weren't upset, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the Duke replied frankly, I think so. Hearing that, both of them didn't know what to say. After hearing what the Duke just said, Lodi was extremely surprised and felt like she couldn't believe her hands. Why? The Duke spoke sadly, I think I'm sad because of this. We haven't gone out together recently. I picked up and said you don't need your father anymore. Lodi immediately panicked, wait, it's because you and Veronica are too busy. You said you were going to the palace tomorrow, right? Why didn't you come with me? The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet before the Duke spoke up, okay. Making both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, the Duke and Lodi went to Lodi's palace wearing matching heads to look at everything before their eyes. It had been many years since I had been to the palace. Damien asked, Lodi, where will you wait for me? We can't contact like last time. Lodi thought for a while. Today I'll stay with you somewhere. Where should we go? Is there any secluded place I can go to? The Duke heard that and said, there is a place here, but it is a restricted area. It's only forbidden to outsiders, not to Flotty's family. After saying that, the two separated. The Duke went to meet the king and Lodi went somewhere quiet. At the royal garden, Lodi sat in a row of chairs and thought to herself, it's great that no one comes here. She raised her hand to create fire butterflies. They fly around her, I should let the spirits see this place. The butterflies suddenly spoke up, hey everyone, this is not the place we usually meet, what's going on? Lodi explained that this was the palace she summoned because she wanted them to see it. These human palaces are more beautiful than we thought, we would tell the other spirits, but the palace is so big, why are people stuck here? Lodi said, tell the others that I cannot be summoned in this place. I also want to show you other places, but I can't. I can only call you here because no one comes here. But the butterfly said, really, but I feel someone is coming here. Lodi turned to look and Johann came, it seems like I always see you in unexpected places, little princess. And unexpectedly, Johann could sense the appearance of spirits. The spirits are here, right? We can only see them in books. That's the first time we can see them directly. Lodi didn't know what to say. Johann spoke up first. Don't worry, I'll keep this a secret. That's what you want, right? Lodi happily said, thank you. Johann also understood why she had to do that. It's okay, you've received a lot of attention for being an ancient spirit, so I can understand why you wanted to hide this. Lodi doesn't understand, it really causes a lot of trouble for me, I can't imagine it. Johann said, of course the scholars will be very interested in him because he will become a great weapon in the next inheritance wars of the family, and the nobles will try to become friends. Or enemies with me, Lodi didn't expect, so this will be a big deal. I don't want to have more enemies because actually Flotty's family already has a lot of enemies. What about you, Johann? The girl asked Johann, smiling friendly. I personally will try to win the love of someone with such rare power. What do you think? Do you find me adorable, little princess? Lodi laughed loudly, you're cute even without trying. Hearing that, Johan felt very curious about what happened to the problem she had told him before. I'm so jealous, have you found that yet? Lodi didn't think she could do it, she just thought about it for a while. And I realized that it's not something I have to worry about, so everything is done, but besides that, in a year, anything can happen, right? Johan felt reassured when he heard that question. So what brings you here today? The girl said she came here today with her father. He felt sad because I haven't spent much time with him lately. Johan felt very happy because today they could meet again. He wanted her to come here more often. Having said that, he stood up. Actually, I was also sad. Last time we said goodbye, I asked about meeting again, but it seems you don't remember my little princess. Lodi objected. No, I remember, but it was true that Lodi had forgotten. Johan wanted to see her again the next time he came to this garden. That was really nice. Then he said goodbye, so let's go. See you again. Lodi also happily replied, yes, goodbye, see you again. The girl thought to herself, I ended this with another promise to him, but why did he come here? Does he also take care of this garden? Returning to the mansion, Duke Joshua appeared and asked, I heard that a few days ago you went to the palace and there was nothing for you to do there, right? Hearing that, Lodi replied, I was just walking around, it was an interesting trip. Joshua wanted to know if anything happened there? She remembered that Joshua and Johan didn't get along very well, so she decided not to mention his name anymore. Lodi said, I'm always sensitive when we talk about the palace. You didn't know that the Cyrus family is so incompatible with the royal family. But actually it's not what she thought, it was related to Joshua personally. The girl wanted to know more, but Joshua didn't want to talk about it anymore, and then he turned away. Suddenly Lodi Joshua that surprised him, I really didn't expect it. Are you planning to go out with me? Lodi is happy, after all, it's convenient and you should feel honored. I'm going to the garden to find some flowers to put in Dad's room. Hearing that, Joshua also took the opportunity to receive a flower from Lodi. The two went to the flower garden. Lodi gave him a chrysanthemum. This flower is beautiful, isn't it? She placed it on Joshua's hand. Joshua took that opportunity to show off his handsomeness. Of course he picked it for me after all. Lodi went into the Duke's room and saw a bouquet of flowers hanging on it. She felt it was very familiar. The girl looked for a moment and then suddenly realized it was her mother's favorite flower. It suited her very well, and it was also the flower she brought along with her mother's robe to the fruity lot. Did you know this is my mother's favorite flower? Then I looked at the bouquet of flowers I had just picked and wondered what to do with the flowers I had picked. The girl quickly took a vase filled with flowers and placed it on the Duke's desk. After finishing it, I was still happy and excited. They looked more beautiful in this gloomy office than in his room. I'm sure he will like them. Suddenly, a breeze blew and blew the altar paper away, so she rearranged the papers and made sure they wouldn't fly everywhere again. Lodi was happy. It's over now, I have to go. On the other side, Dahlia was trying on clothes. Her parents next to her complimented her, she looks very beautiful in this outfit. Dahlia appeared wearing a blue dress that highlighted her silver hair. It was beautiful but not too expensive. Her parents heard that and said, a child like you shouldn't worry about money, and if you don't wear it, it will become trash in the wedding. Dahlia feels that their family is a bit strange. No matter how you look at it, other than the meaningless title, our family is not rich at all. But for the first child of another family, we have that. Going to school is a privilege reserved for me because it is not something our family can afford. My brother is very kind. Even though finances are tight, my parents always make sure I have everything I need. The little girl lying on the bed thought, I love my family, but I'm also curious how these things could happen. They would be very sad if I asked them about the money. Then it became dark and I woke up, so I went back to sleep. Suddenly she felt a sharp pain. I had to endure constant headaches for a while. I thought I was fine, but it got worse. When will I be better? The little girl went to the door and saw that the light was still on inside. Why were they still awake? Inside, the couple was discussing something. It's all thanks to the donations from the Flotty family that we can raise our children well, thanks to them. Flotty, why do they donate to my family? Isn't it like nobles usually sponsor good children, but there's no one special in my family, so why? The next morning, Dahlia boldly went to the Flotti family. It was guarded so tightly that I couldn't see anything. Curiously, Duke Jody's family lives a completely different life from his family. The girl wondered if they would meet, but inside Lodi was happily playing with the water spirit. Neptunius, you're so soft and cool. Neptunius heard that and said, I'm too flattered, little friend. By the way, if you keep summoning me like this often, Phoenix will be very sad. Saying this she sighed, but it was difficult for me to leave Phoenix out for a long time. Neptunius speculates that means I'm easier to summon than Phoenix. Lodi feels it's true. It took me a long time to get used to Phoenix, but strangely, leaving him outside for a long time didn't make me lose much of my strength. Summoning girl, you see, summoning the smaller water spirits after calling you out isn't as difficult as I thought. Neptunius looked at his young master and thought, when it only took him 2 years to summon me, I thought he was just a monster, but now I know he really is a monster. Lodi is still mistaken. Because my first mascot was Phoenix, I thought I was compatible with fire, but now I'm thinking the opposite. You are compatible with water, so it's no wonder summoning Phoenix is so difficult for you. It must be very difficult for you. Neptunius comforted her. Lodi is happy. It's true it's hard, but it gives a better result, isn't it? After all, I have you too. Neptunius felt it was easy for her to say that, but I thought it was a miracle. People say humans are creatures of miracles. I was you too. Lodi froze when she heard that sentence, but it's not only humans who create miracles. Neptunius continued, not only humans but also have the magical ability to change the destiny of other creatures that are born. With predetermined limits, they cannot go beyond them, so only humans can create miracles, even though the line is an exception. Lodi thought Neptunius was in trouble because she heard about it in ancient times, but thinking back, Phoenix must have been very lonely, so she decided to return to him. Neptunius heard that and decided to return to his smaller form. Lodi gently returned the fire spirit. Phoenix appears as a small bird. Oh my god, you're here, Neptunius. I was the one who made friends with you first, but it seems like you two are closer. Lodi just laughed. No, it wasn't like that. Phoenix's eyes were looking forward. By the way, we'll be here too, so why don't you go out for a walk, too? Lodi thought that, but now I'm hiding you too, but Neptunius and Phoenix are so obvious that everyone around already knows about us. Lodi felt that the two were in small form, so it would probably be okay, so the three decided to go out. By the way, when will your evil brother return? Phoenix asked her. Lodi replied that he was in his final exam, even though the two of you argued all the time, but you must still miss him when he's not here, right? Hearing that, Phoenix objected, it was not true. Neptunius felt that Phoenix's nagging too much was being very kind. Lodi also agreed with that opinion. Suddenly Phoenix discovered a letter. Lodi picked up the letter and looked at it with question. The little girl held the letter in her hand and thought to herself, it's okay if I have to do that, it's not even mine. After saying that, she put the letter back in its original place. But the strange thing is that the next day another letter appeared there. It was still there, and then the same thing the next day. Was it another device that someone had left a new one? The next day was the same. Lodi went to ask the servants, did you know that you saw the letter placed on the fence outside? Everyone heard that and immediately replied, yes, it had been placed there for a long time. Lodi understood the problem. It's been a long time, so it didn't just appear recently? Then a maid spoke up, I think it had been there for a few weeks and then one day it appeared out of nowhere. Lodi thought it was a love letter, but the maid didn't think so. We discussed it together. But no one knows who the letter came from, so even if no one responds, someone still leaves those letters, which is why it's so mysterious. Lodi speculated that whoever left it behind must have been very bored. Many days later, when she went to check, there was still a letter there. That person must have been very bored. The girl picked it up and looked at it. It was probably okay if she just took a quick look. Phoenix appeared and raised his voice, saying again, here it's like an unclaimed letter, so don't you think about reading it right now? Lodi smiled cunningly, it seems you are more interested in this letter than me, Phoenix, although I am also curious about it. She opened the letter and read it, saying hello to the person who might read this letter. Today is a hot summer day, enough to make anyone exhausted. The inside of Flottie's castle felt the same, but somehow I imagined everything inside would be different. But I guess that's just my imagination. I hope you're always in a happy state and have a nice day, dear person who's always patiently waiting for you to read this letter. Lottie couldn't help but wonder, whoever like the Flottie family had left this letter was such a patient letter writer. Lottie finished reading and left the letter there. Phoenix didn't understand, why didn't he bring the letter with him? She planned to write a response after reading it. Don't you think the writer is waiting for an answer? And I'm also curious about this mysterious person. Many days later another letter was sent to Lottie holding a happy letter. I have been replied. Phoenix looked at her, he really liked her, Lottie continued, even though I didn't know this person, I couldn't help but look forward to a response. Neptunius wondered if Lottie wasn't curious who that person was. It's true that she was curious, but there was nothing more she could do, and having an anonymous friend wasn't bad. Phoenix speculated, what if the writer was a handsome prince? Lottie was extremely excited when she heard that, a handsome prince like in a fairy tale. Then I would really like to know his face. People say that if you see a handsome man, you will see a good reputation and always be curious about what it feels like. But it's not every day you meet a handsome man, Neptunius said. Lottie didn't understand who it was. Hearing that, Neptunius was also helpless. He met public servants every day, so he probably didn't realize how good-looking he was. If it wasn't for his personality, women were already lining up for him. Lottie decided to complete her reply, saying hello to the mysterious fairy. It's been raining all week, but I hope there's always sunshine in your heart. Dear friend, I hope this letter will not get wet because of the rain. The next morning, it was sunny. Dahlia looked around and saw a letter on the fence. Having found it, I guess simple outfits like this stand out around the castle. The little girl went into a beauty house. But all my outfits are simple and I wonder if I should disguise myself next time. I might look suspicious, but at least no one will recognize me. Dahlia held the letter in her hand. I planned to stop writing after the last letter, so I couldn't believe that I actually got a reply. The contents of the letter: Hello fairy, today is another peaceful day in the Flottie household. Actually, I'm a bit bored today. Your letters are a great source of relief for me. Is there anything fun today? I'm looking forward to talking to you soon. I send my regards to those who are waiting to hear the story. After Dahlia read the letter, I guess there's nothing too different between Flottie's house and mine. I'm starting to become more curious about Flottie's house, but I'm still really happy exchanging this letter, and now I'm more curious about this person than about Flottie's castle. Then another day the little girl in the hat continued the process of sending the letter to Flottie's house. Mom and I are out here. When the lady saw this, she told her, okay, be careful. Dahlia went out before the lady dared to say to the husband, don't you think Dahlia has become more active recently? Hearing that, the other person immediately responded, he thought her headache had improved a lot. Dahlia quickly ran to the fence and put the letter on top. This way no one will recognize her. I hope I will receive a reply. Suddenly there was a voice. Dahlia thought, does that mean the person who wrote the letter to me is here with me right now? And sure enough, Lottie arrived. Dahlia feels worried. How is the car? So we won't be allowed to exchange letters anymore because we've caught each other. At this time a servant came. Here is your lady, Mr. Joshua has arrived. Lottie heard that and was extremely excited. Dahlia heard the words lady. So why is the person reading my letter? Lottie, standing next to the maid, heard the rustling sound and immediately ran to the fence to see. Dahlia was lost in thought. If I get caught, he will think I look suspicious. As soon as I finished speaking, there was a voice. Who was there? Dahlia didn't think much and ran away despite Lottie's urging, waiting. Dahlia turned her head and looked at both of them, coincidentally looking at each other's faces for a moment. Then Dahlia ran away while Lottie stood still and watched. The maid also ran over and asked, what's going on, miss? Can I ask the guard to chase the child? Hearing that, Lottie immediately said, no need. She felt strange, as if she had seen that face before. Joshua held the letter with a confused expression. What letter is this? Lottie quickly put the letter away, not wanting to show it to him. She told him to wait a moment because she needed to write a response. Hearing that, Joshua looked as unhappy as if he had eaten sour vinegar, making Lottie not understand why he made such a face. Joshua cheated, I don't know, but it's because of you. Lottie didn't understand why she had to be idle, but looking at the boy's rare aggrieved expression, she helplessly sighed and accepted his request. Lottie hugs Joshua, is this enough? But Joshua took the opportunity to want more, just a little more, and he would be much better. Lottie smiled gently and pampered him. Joshua closed his eyes and relaxed, feeling that this feeling was really pleasant. Lottie asked if she should ask Mary to bring up the sweets. She took the letter. I'd better put this letter away so I can read it again. Suddenly Joshua appeared right in front of her. I hope you can focus on me while I'm here. Lottie replied, okay, that must be the reason he was sad because of this letter. Time passed and it was time for the two of us to say goodbye. See you again, Lottie Lucia. Lottie waved goodbye to him, seeing him again, then she told Mary to tell the other watchman to loosen the security around that fence area first. The maid obeys orders like that, yes. Lottie walked towards the fence and thought to herself, it's not like that elixir will never return after everything that happened today. On Dahlia's side, she returned home with a worried look on her face. I couldn't believe that I was exchanging letters with Miss Lottie Lucia. I don't think we'll ever see her again. Just thinking about this makes me feel warm inside. I hope we'll continue to write letters to each other. Another day, when Lottie was walking, she heard the maids talking and quickly ran over to ask, what are they discussing? The maids immediately replied, Our Lady has a question for you as to whose side the Duke will be on. Lottie confidently replied that her father would be on my side. The other girls laughed when they heard that, it was obvious. But what they want to talk about here is that two princes are fighting for the throne. Johann Bladus, the late queen's firstborn prince, and Gaiden Grace, the concubine's firstborn prince. The emperor loved his late empress, but she did not receive great political support and she died very early. On the other hand, the current concubine comes from a marquis family and holds great power. The emperor favored the first prince, who did not have much power, but most of the nobles supported the second prince. This is why there are many different opinions about who will become the next emperor. One of the maids asked, Have you seen the faces of the princes? You still visit the palace from time to time. Little girls have never seen them. It's not just because I come to the palace that I can see the princes. The girl felt curious about who her father would support. The girl who was super supportive of the person he supported didn't know if she should ask Veronica. Lottie went into the office to look for Veronica, but seeing no one there, she ran to the practice room. I think Veronica will fight the knights sometimes, maybe she's at the training room. The honest girl was behind the door looking at everyone inside. They are all practicing hard. Veronica is also here. Pretty Lottie walked out. Hi everybody. The knights there saw this and were all turned upside down by the girl's cuteness. What brings you here, young lady? Lottie looked around looking for Veronica. Although the knight had a normal face, he was deeply in love with the cheese stick owl's face. She's even adorable even when she's miserable. Suddenly she realized that Veronica had no interest in anything other than work. Lottie doesn't want to think anymore. I have something to ask the knights. I have something to ask the knights. Lottie clasped her hands together and said with sparkling eyes. The knights couldn't resist the heroine's cuteness, so they quickly responded. We will answer all your questions. Of course. Lottie immediately asked them. You guys know my father very well, right? Of course. We and the knight army honor him. I know him quite well. I heard there is discussion about who will succeed in claiming the throne. So who will you support? The other knight thought seriously. Father, the formula never showed a preference for any candidate. He always has an expressionless face after everything. Lottie thought silently in her head. But he often shows his emotions when he is with me. The other knight spoke up. I personally hope it's not the second prince. The other person nodded. I agree. Why not? He then recounted a scene he had seen while in the palace. The second prince said uncomfortably, "Hey, you just spilled water on me. Beat her and kick her out of the palace immediately." "I'm sorry. That was just an oversight. Please try to correct me." Even though the servant apologized, he was still fired. There was an incident. He said so. Lodi covered her mouth and was surprised. "I got it. The second prince is a bad boy. I have no reason to worry about this. Because I don't think the Flotti family is involved in imperial disputes." "Well, that's true." Lodi also admitted the same. "Our clan shouldn't worry about which prince to support. Because we're in a position where all we have to do is sit back and enjoy the fight. If anything happens, the heir to the throne should also try to gain Flotti's support." "I guess I was worrying for nothing." The girl left immediately after finishing asking the question. "Looks like I interrupted everyone's practice session. I will go now." Lady," suddenly that knight called Lodi over. "If you don't mind, could you visit us more often?" The knight looked like he was praying and said so. The female lead was quite surprised and asked everyone again. "Really? I don't mind you guys, do I?" "Of course not. We're even disappointed that you haven't come here recently." "That's right, absolutely right." Looking at everyone's reactions, Loti also understood. "I got it." Then the girl smiled. "Okay, so I'll come here more often." Lodi smiled brightly like a flower and spoke to them. "She is very lovely." All the knights there were overwhelmed and couldn't help but exclaim cutely. "Great, we will wait for you to come here next time." From then on, I started visiting the knights regularly. I came already. Lodi is still extremely lovely today, coming and visiting the knights. Everyone opened their mouths and eyes wide to look at Lodi. "She's really cute." Everyone had the same thought. One person said to Lodi, "Please come this way. We have prepared a place for you." "Place?" Lodi curiously followed them. "They have prepared for her a very soft and lovely purr-in seat. What do you think? You can lie down and rest." Lodi smiled extremely excitedly when looking at it. "Ha ha ha, what is all this?" "Thank you everyone." She had just returned from placing her letter on the back fence again. A knight approached and asked Lodi. The female lead responded very friendly. "That's right, I guess there's a rumor going around about me exchanging letters with someone." "Well, people always talk about everything you do, Lady Lodi Lucia." "Haha, I guess so." Lodi carefully observed the knights. They practiced extremely hard and everyone was strong. The girl exclaimed in her head. "Oh. That right." The House of Cyrus was also known for their army of knights. So Joshua must be training very hard too. She remembered when her and Joshua's hands touched his calluses. "A few days ago, I noticed that he had a lot of calluses. The training seems more difficult than before." The girl exclaimed. "That's because Gong increases the intensity of the exercise." The knight next to him said. "Really? Why?" "Haha, I don't know. It's probably just for Flotti's good." Over the past few years, he refused to tell us why while continuously increasing the intensity of his exercises. It seemed that the most outstanding men of Cyrus' army, those sent to the border, would know the reason. But we still don't know about that. So we can't do anything but ask ourselves. How long do I have to continue like this? However, I think I now know the reason as soon as I see Lady Lodi Lucia. Lodi is contemplating something, but still looks very cute. No matter how I look at it, I still feel like I'm bothering you guys. What do you mean? The knight asked in panic. If you're concerned about that, why don't you practice with us? Ha? I don't know how to use a sword. The knight quickly shook his head. I do not mean that. Aren't you a healer of souls, young lady? Do the knights also know about that? Loti was surprised. But it should have been kept secret. Ouch. Only then did he realize that he had missed his words and the others came and tapped him on the head. This. Stupid. Thanks. But. Please don't worry, ma'am. We will keep it a secret until surgery. When she came down for surgery, Loti was a little scared when she heard what they said. They don't need to talk so much. But if you're still worried, we can call a Dharma master. And help us sign a magic contract. In which we will use our lives as a guarantee. Or we could cut out our tongues. The other person quickly stopped him before Loti was too shocked. Enough. Or not. It's okay. You don't need to do that. Loti quickly said. People who respect my father will not do things that I hate. I believe in the people at Flottie's house. Miss. All three exclaimed extremely happy. Loti continued to say. Rub. Because you guys also mentioned it. Let me show you a spirit. The atmosphere seems a bit strange. The girl's hands summoned sparkling butterflies. They shouted in admiration. By the way, is it possible to cut souls with a sword? In response to the female lead's question, the knight explained. In fact, we cannot choose our opponents. We don't know if we will fight other knights. Or whether to face delinquents or even magicians. It's best to be prepared for every eventuality. I think that's also what the public wants. Loti sank back into her thoughts. Surely that's because Father knew that one day, the knights would have to face a monstrous creature from the evil world instead of facing humans. In that case, it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to practice sword fighting with the knights. Okay, the girl said, stepping up with one foot. Well then, I'll look forward to it. Loti smiled brightly and summoned more spirits. Loti waved her hand, but the butterfly fluttered around. The knight also looked seriously at Loti. The others watched intently. An average sword cannot destroy a spirit. But Lady Loti Lucia has never practiced sword fighting before, so she must have a lot of blind spots. That means the other person is capable of defeating her easily. But she used spirits to cover up all these blind spots. However, the other knight also realized that he could see a weakness. Oh no, he quickly rushed over. The sword quickly grazed Loti's face, and suddenly a small spirit appeared from her back. Loti was a bit startled by the knight's attack. The other fire spirit released a small flame at the knight. Loti quickly ran to him. Are you okay? You okay? The knight fell to the ground, but remained uninjured. I'm fine. But, why did more spirits appear? There were a lot of spirits that I didn't see at first. Loti immediately explained to him. Well, since you keep attacking my blind spot, I'll take the extra time. And you only defended yourself instead of attacking further, my lady. Well, I'm afraid I'll set the knights on fire if I attack. Loti, afraid, told him. Are you angry? Yes. The knight did not deny it, but quickly continued. I'm angry with myself. Loti was a bit surprised to hear him say that. I've been a knight for 10 years, like the person I should have protected. Don't need any of my protection. What should I do? Have I broken their spirit? Loti was confused when the knight remained silent and looked uncomfortable. He suddenly stood up and spoke. I did. Embarrassing himself in front of her, the knight bowed his head and spoke. At first I felt confused and I resented myself. But he said every word with great certainty as if he was declaring to Loti. I refuse to give up here. I will become stronger. Please let me prove it to you myself. Loti saw the knight's reaction and was still surprised but couldn't say anything. I know, something like this won't be enough to sway the Freudian knights. The atmosphere was extremely good as all the knights had the same will. It's so satisfying. Lodi tilted her head and suggested to them. Then please teach me how to use a sword too. The spirits can protect me in the best way. But I can't reveal my power publicly, of course. No, I will teach you. They started fighting with each other. What are you talking about? I will do. I do better. HUMM. So what about me? Lodi quickly shouted. I just need someone to teach me. So they started practicing hard. Lodi changed into her normal dress and put on a pair of boots to make it easier to move. This is too difficult. The girl spoke and breathed, sweat pouring down her face because she was tired. We should take a break, right? Lodi drank water to energize, looking at one place. Would bows and arrows be easier to use? The knight explained to the heroine. But using a bow requires more muscle power than using a sword. Actually, using a sword requires more agility than using a bow. But ICO is quite agile, so this would be a better choice. My lady, I guess I have no choice. Lodi's face seemed to make the knight obey ICO. He continued talking about how to use a sword. I'm not teaching you how to preemptively attack. I will focus on teaching self-defense and finding your opponent's weaknesses. I know, it's hard for me to become as proficient as you in a short time. The knight comforted the girl. But she also has spirits. My lady, in the worst-case scenario, remember one thing. Don't try to win the match by sheer force. Use your sword. To make the enemy lose her sword, it means she has one. After all, the sword will be the opponent's only weapon. But she is more than that. Dear lady. That's right, Lodi nodded in agreement. But I can't resist the feeling of greed. About learning more, not just stopping at self-defense. Okay, break is over. Can we continue? Lodi sat on the chair with her mouth open wide, begging for him. Me, I want to rest for 5 more minutes. Oh my god, Lodi plopped down on the comfortable chair. It's too difficult. Thank you guys for helping me cool my hands. The spirits surrounded the girl and spoke. You're welcome. I guess humans are just as crazy as demons. Look at how ruined your fragile hand is. Lodi also only knew how to respond to them. Know how to be. And my duty is to help Flotty's people achieve their goals. After all, I can use spirits quite well. So there is no better sword training partner than me. This is also an opportunity to help my father. And now I have more things to say to Joshua. The next morning, Lodi was on her way to practice when she accidentally met someone. Damien looked at the girl and smiled warmly. Looking at your outfit, I guess you're going to the practice room. Yes, are you going to the palace? Yes, do you want to come with me? Lodi hesitated a bit in the middle of a fun and painful training session with the palace. In the end, the balance tilted completely in favor of the palace. Of course I chose the palace. Okay, I'll go with Dad. I will use this opportunity to see if he is close to the second prince. I guess I was worrying for nothing. Lodi thought like that when going with Damien. As usual, father only came to visit the emperor. Bored, Lodi sat rocking on the chair. Now that I think about it, Johann told me to visit him while I was at the palace. Should we go? I'll go this way. Remember to tell my father. Lodi told the knight. He intended to stop her. But that direction was the prince's mansion, and the person next to him rushed to his shoulder. She's Miss Lodi Lucia from the Brody mansion. Okay, I'll pass on the message. The little girl walked in the garden, happily watching. There are so many flowers. Hello. Suddenly a voice rang out. You are Lady Lodi Lucia, who came to visit the palace today. The woman with red hair looked quite unapproachable, glancing at Lodi. The female lead still innocently looked at that woman and thought. She puts me down even though I'm from the Brody family. The only person who can do that is. Lodi quickly adjusted her attitude, bowed and greeted beautifully. The Brody family asked for an audience with the queen. The biological mother of the second prince is the current queen. Although she was initially the leading candidate to become queen. But she was eliminated because the emperor fell in love with the queen. Due to the queen's early death, she eventually became the emperor's wife. But the emperor did not give her the title of empress. At least that's what the teacher told me. She is trying to help the second prince win the throne. To be able to become a queen mother, you're as lovely as everyone says. The queen gave Lodi a friendly smile. But in his mind, he was considering the girl's actions. It seems that Lady Lodi Lucia is coming to the mansion of the first prince, Johann. Are the Brodus and Johanns in contact? Where are you going? Faced with the queen mother's question and critical gaze, Lodi still calmly answered. Yes, I saw a beautiful garden this way when I first visited the palace. Well, I can show you a more beautiful garden, will you? Because I like you very much, I want to show you this palace. Lodi quickly refused that meaningful invitation. I'm afraid I can't go anywhere else because I've already told you where I'm going. I got lost once in the palace before, you see. It can't be helped, since we're going in the same direction, I'll walk with you for a while. Ah, thank you. So they walked around the garden together. Lodi still seemed very innocent as she walked and enjoyed herself, and the queen was pondering many things in her mind. If I can get Duke Flotty on my side, I can worry less about the succession to the throne. And the fastest way I can unite these two families is here. She asked Lodi, thinking back, the Duke was missing a wife. Right? Yes, that's right. So he'll need a new wife. The queen mentioned that issue, making the heroine a bit bewildered. What? I said that because you were so young, you will need a mother. Lodi was a bit stiff but still smiled and answered in the most clever way. Yes, but your father has given you a lot of love. I don't need a new mom, and let's be honest. I don't want dad, love anyone else more than mom. The queen continued to persuade Lodi, but the Duke was still very young. It's time for him to find a new life partner. I can't believe you object to that. Don't you think you're too selfish? You're too old to keep acting childish. The queen frankly criticized Lodi, and then she chuckled in her head. This should be enough to take her down. Lodi lowered her face a bit, her mouth moving to say something. You seem to have crossed the line, Your Majesty. The female lead's eyes showed no signs of amusement. Whether or not father and son remarry is the Fruity family's business. The queen showed a rather unpleasant expression when she heard Lodi's straightforward response to her. Then she took out her ceremonial fan to cover her face and spoke. I'm the only one who cares about you because you're still so young. I guess I spoke too thoughtlessly. Please ignore me. Lodi still kept that expression and turned to leave. Looks like we just came here on the same path. I don't want to accept her apology for nothing. Lodi greeted the queen politely and left. Thank you for walking with me. I will go this way. The queen watched Lodi leave. Not knowing what to think, he looked at the girl intently and dangerously. He's not here. Lodi crossed her arms and said. Seems disappointed after arriving at Johann's villa. He told me to come visit. But he's not even here. Open. Lodi saw the second prince violently trampling on the garden. The girl quickly rushed to stop him. What do you think you're doing? The second prince was suddenly accused and was very surprised, but quickly shook Lodi's hand away. He looked at Lodi uncomfortably. Hung. Do you know who I am? Lodi was also a bit annoyed looking at the mischievous child in front of her. Who cares who you are? The problem is that you are destroying this garden. Don't you recognize me? If you apologize now, I won't punish you. Looking at the arrogant person in front of her, Lodi asked in frustration. What makes you think you can punish me? Despicable thing. That sentence was like an arrow piercing the second prince's stomach, making him speechless. He was angry. We are here to become human beings. But now it's no longer possible. I am the future emperor of Grandis. Lodi looked at him, declaring himself, and scoffed in her mind. A guy my age dared to mention succession. I guess he's the second prince. Don't you know that this can be considered treason? Meow rebel? The second prince was surprised. Lodi continued talking. You're not the emperor yet. There has been no official announcement as to who will be the successor. What do you know? Lodi still spoke to him very leisurely. Well, then you can try punishing me. But you won't be able to. Because I'm protected by someone more powerful than you. How dare you disrespect me? The second prince was extremely angry. Growling at Lodi. His hand tightly grasped the sword at his back. I will punish people with this sword. He rushed forward with sword in hand. But Lodi quickly dodged those immature sword demands. He is too slow compared to the knights Flotty and Nayas. She summoned the cone spirit, then suddenly used her foot to kick the second prince's leg. He was in pain and fell to the ground. The second prince was so surprised that his face turned pale, and he slowly sat up. How dare you look down at me like that? Well, Lodi gave a mocking smile. Now I know you're a big kid. The second prince was probably so scared that he accidentally put lipstick on his pants. His face turned pale. Well done, Nayas. She silently praised the water spirit, while covering her mouth and laughing, causing the second prince to freeze like stone. How dare you do that to me? He shouted. Lodi remained calm. As I thought, people like him should be treated with childish jokes. What do you mean? I did not do anything. The second prince was angry and his face turned purple. I don't know how she did it, but it's all her fault. I will kill people. Suddenly a voice came in. Enough. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. A shadow stood in front of Lodi. What do you think you're doing in my mansion, Caden? Give, Johann. Johann said to Caden with a serious face. We may have different mothers, but I'm still older than you. Older brother. The second prince still tried to point his finger at Lodi and defend himself. That kid insulted the royal family to ruin our reputation. That's all. Johann still looked at Caden with suspicious eyes. But according to my servant, you are destroying my garden. And Lady Lodi Lucia is just trying to stop me. The second prince now realized that she was Lady Lodi Lucia. Johann turned his eyes elsewhere, most concerned about Caden, and about the royal family's reputation. I think you're the one ruining our reputation. There are a lot of eyes on us, so I suggest you leave. Caden's face turned red. He quickly turned around and left with his servant. Let's go, VU. I guess he finally left. Miss, are you okay? Johann was immediately interested and asked Lodi, but the heroine remained silent, making him a bit confused. Lady, Lodi's face looks very strange. It's unclear what emotion it is. She thought to herself, is Johann really Prince Johann? She couldn't believe it, but he told her that he was from the garden. When Johann heard that, she defended herself. She only asked him if he was from the garden, so he just admitted it. He has never lied. Hearing that, she felt a bit angry. That's right, since he was the owner of this radio station, she guessed he wouldn't lie. Johann saw that she looked a bit angry and asked, Are you sad? She was indeed a bit angry but still pretended like nothing happened and denied it. Why should she be angry? She guessed that from now on she should call him His Highness. Hearing that, he happily said, she could still continue to call him Johann. Hearing that, she quickly asked, but won't she be arrested for insulting the royal family? He heard her say this but heard it was a joke, so he chuckled and waved his hand and asked again, who would dare to arrest a member of the Flotty family? It's reassuring to hear that, so she won't refuse Johann's offer. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something new, she quickly shouted and asked, "Wait, so you already know where she comes from, Flotty's house?" He still kept the smile on his face but didn't answer, just asked again, "Did she hide the truth?" Suddenly she continued asking, "So you're being nice to her because she's Flotty's person?" When Johan heard that, he quickly explained, "Well, just part of it, you said it before." He wanted to make a good impression on her. When she heard that, she exclaimed, "You're so honest." Hearing that, he was suspicious and asked, "Do you not like it?" She didn't answer but continued, "It was better to keep it a secret." He heard that and continued to explain. "But there's another reason besides the fact that you're Flotty's Lady Lotiluja." She was curious and couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Seeing that she was so curious, he quickly explained, "Because she was so adorable, little lady, of course he wanted to treat a cute child well." In short, you just saw how deceitful his younger brother was. Hearing that, she also agreed with his opinion, saying, "I guess compared to that kid, I'm a cute kid." When Johan heard her say that, he exclaimed, he accepted it so easily. He guessed that she had been complimented by many people before, and when she heard him compliment her like that, she immediately explained. "People say being too humble is also a type of arrogance, so you admitted if it's true." But making a good impression on her wouldn't help him because her father had said that the Flotty family always maintained a neutral stance. So she couldn't help him much with matters related to inheriting the throne. Even though Han heard that, he didn't take it to heart and still smiled brightly and said, "No problem. He said it before, he wants to make a good impression on you, not on the Flotty family." Hearing that, she was a little confused, because if it weren't for the Flotty family, why would this guy be nice to her? Although Han looked at her and smiled, he was kind to her because he believed that one day she would become important to the Flotty family. The second prince hurriedly ran back to the queen's palace to talk about what happened earlier. As soon as he entered the palace, he shouted loudly, "Mother!" When the queen heard that, she quickly asked her beloved son what was wrong. When the second prince heard that, to be honest, Flotty's people insulted him. She insulted him, she insulted her future emperor. Instead of her beloved son being bullied, luckily the queen still maintained her reason and told her son to tell her what happened. After hearing her son add salt and fish sauce to the story, she was extremely angry and kicked the table. With great sympathy, she said to her son, "She would do the same to me." Hearing that, the second prince was filled with surprise and asked, "Does she dare to insult her mother?" He knew the Floaties were arrogant, but most of all that stupid Johan was on her side. Hearing that, the queen explained, "That desperate boy, he did that because no one supported him, unlike him." When he heard that, his face was both angry and proud but determined. When he becomes the next emperor, he will not forgive them. Both Johan and the girl from Flotty, the queen, had the same angry expression on their faces. Very quickly the queen told this story to the emperor. The emperor was completely different from her attitude and just asked faintly, "Did something like that happen to Lady Lotiluja?" The queen now obediently replied, "Yes, even though she was from the Flotty family, this should be seen as a challenge to the royal family." Hearing that, the emperor objected, but this was something that happened between children, no one was injured, so it was not a big deal. The queen still wanted to get justice for herself, so she was extremely angry and said loudly, "Your Majesty, why are you acting helpless in front of Duke Flotty, why?" The emperor heard that and thought, "Why, their family, this empire and this entire continent, still exist because of the protection of Duke Flotty. They should bow their heads and ask for mercy." Thinking of this, the emperor shouted loudly, "Enough, go now." He didn't want to hear it anymore. The queen still stubbornly spoke up, "You are so cold, you are the prince's father, Your Majesty, you must stand on your son's side." Hearing that, the emperor immediately argued that he must first be the emperor of this empire and then a father. He cannot let himself be swayed by any personal emotions. On the surface, he said so, but in his heart, the emperor already knew that everything was definitely caused by the second prince. He understood this son's personality all too well. Hearing that, the queen had nothing more to say, so she immediately asked to leave. The emperor's room has been restored to silence. The emperor sat and thought for a moment and then decided that he should still write her a letter. The scene changes to a few days later when she is allowed to meet the emperor. The guard outside the gate saw her and quickly informed her. Lady Lothalusia of the Flotty family has arrived. She was a little worried and waited for the guard to pass the news. This was the first time she visited the palace without her father. She remembered that she was brushing her teeth when Veronica gave her a letter from His Majesty the Emperor inviting her to join him. After the guard returned the news, the gate opened. She silently consoled herself. She'll definitely be fine as long as she stays vigilant. She followed the guard to the Emperor's place. When the door opened again, the Emperor was standing right in front of her. She gracefully performed the ceremony. She respectfully greeted the Emperor. Meeting with the owner of the empire. Meeting the Emperor of the empire. Hearing that, the Emperor also greeted her. Hello, lady. He had heard many rumors about her, but he guessed this was the first time they met. Please sit. Then the two of them sat down to drink afternoon tea together in the royal palace's horse garden. She drank tea and thought nervously. That day, he summoned her because of what she did to the second prince. She didn't want to admit that she was wrong. Seeing her worried face, the Emperor spoke first. He had heard that there was an incident with the second prince during her last visit. Hearing that, she immediately admitted it. Yes. She thought that when the Emperor talked about this issue, he probably wanted to question her. But she did not expect that the Emperor immediately apologized to her. He says he wanted to apologize to her on behalf of his beloved son. When she heard that, she was extremely surprised. She thoughtfully looked at herself through the reflection of the tea in the cup. She said a little sadly. To be honest, she never expected an apology from him. Sir. When the Emperor heard that, he also spoke. The boy is his son. But he evaluated everything objectively. When she heard that, she immediately objected. No matter who looked at it, they could see that it was the second prince's fault. But that was just her adding to the lies. Lodi said curiously to the Emperor. Sir. Why are you apologizing to me? Just like you said, it was the second prince who was at fault. Your apology is of no use to me. Sir. The Emperor was also surprised by Loti's stubbornness. She's talking to someone of higher rank. But she is also becoming very strong. Then I will ask Caden to personally apologize to you. I guess it's not strange that she's a duke's child. They talked. Lodi made an offer and the Emperor did not take long to respond. I agree. But, he glanced at Lodi. As a human, I cannot help but be wary of a demon. Lodi placed the teacup on the saucer and spoke softly. Can I tell you the truth? Of course. The Emperor replied. Lodi did not hesitate to express her feelings. Your words are a bit annoying. Your father has always been loyal to the royal family. But you're saying you don't trust him. The Flotty family has shown one's loyalty for a long time. Even when hated by the whole world. Your father has no obligation to do so much for this empire. But he did it. I think it's time for the royal family to return the favor. Lodi looked straight at the Emperor and said. But it seems like instead of doing that you keep asking him for more. The Emperor also felt a bit guilty and then gave his comment. You look very similar to the Duke, Lady Lodi Lucia. Did my father ever say things like this to you? Your Majesty, it seems like all he did before going home was listen to you. The Emperor quickly answered the girl. Indeed it is. In fact, he treated me with absolute respect. He behaves like a true vassal of this empire. But even if he doesn't say it out loud, we can still see it. He gave us the impression that he only did us favors that he thought we deserved. I guess this makes me feel even more nervous. But don't you think my father deserves to act like that? I'm sure that's what he believes. But please be too worried. Your Majesty, Lodi's current words surprised the Emperor even more. House Flotty is a loyal vassal of this empire. It has been like that since the time of the former Duke and it will not change now. So you must also trust us. Your Majesty, the Emperor opened his eyes wide, looking at the innocent little girl in front of him who spoke with the most loyal tone. Okay, he said while smiling. I think I haven't thought this through carefully. There's no reason to worry about the floaties. As long as Lady Lodi Lucia remains in this empire, the Duke will never betray us. The Duke must be very proud. What a lovely and intelligent daughter. Lodi did not hesitate to praise her. The apple does not leave the tree. Your Majesty, you also have my father, a son more wonderful than me. Is your vassal. So you should feel even more proud. Ha ha ha, you act like you're praising me but you're actually praising the second Duke. Talking to you has been more interesting than I expected, Lady Lodi Lucia. I wish you would visit me like this more often. Lodi looked thoughtful. I will think more about that. That will probably be a bit difficult. The servant came and announced. Your Majesty, the second prince has arrived. Second prince? Yes, he insisted on meeting you, Your Majesty. Lodi kept an eye out and felt a bit uncomfortable when she heard about the tree. Why is that idiot here? The tree is outside, listening to the servant's report. Is my father staying with Lady Lodi Lucia? Yes, my prince. It's not like he helped train that brat to make her apologize to him. Great, quickly escort me to my father. He was still extremely arrogant and confident as he went inside. I really want to see her on the floor. Please forgive her. You guys quickly follow me. I will show you Lady Lodi Lucia crying on the floor before me. He clearly announced and called people to follow him inside. At least that was his plan. I'm glad you're here. Please quickly apologize to Lady Lodi Lucia. The Emperor told Kaidurin that and he was very shocked. Sorry? Why should I apologize? I'm a prince, why do I have to do that? Kaidurin was extremely angry and shouted, but the Emperor immediately warned him. And do you think that a prince can disobey my orders? No, Your Majesty. Kaidurin immediately gave in, holding his hands tightly. He was extremely bitter towards Lodi. Just how could she convince her father? Annoying little girl. Kaidurin thought so in his head, then turned away and apologized. Sorry? Are you satisfied? Lodi crossed her arms, silently evaluating this idiot. Not only is he dangerously arrogant, but he's also unbearably stupid. I don't accept your apology. Hearing that, Kaidurin became furious. What? Who do you think you are to refuse my apology? Father, did you see that I was sorry just now? How can he sincerely apologize when he has such an apologetic attitude? Can't you look more apologetic? Lodi was also very upset. You never learned how to apologize properly, Your Highness. Sniff, Kaidurin was about to shout but the Emperor quickly raised his voice. Prince? Father, Kaidurin hesitated but was also very dissatisfied. Why isn't Dad on my side? Why did Dad take her side? When I become Emperor, I will definitely not let the Flotti family control me. Kaidurin gritted his teeth and said every word. Destroy the garden. Lodi's voice was serious. You don't need to apologize for that anymore. The apology should be reserved for the Most High Prince. If you don't know what you did wrong, let me explain it to you. First, you raised your sword at me, even though I was just an unarmed young girl. Lodi came before Kaidurin and spoke frankly. And second, you even threatened to kill me. Hong had a headache and mumbled. I didn't know it was that bad. Lodi continued. You still won't apologize? I just took the time to explain everything to you. The second prince's face turned black. His eyes suddenly trembled and looked towards the servants. Everyone was talking and looking at Kaidurin. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a criminal? I didn't do anything wrong. How can I get out of this situation? What should I do? Kaidern hesitated and tore himself in his mind. Prince! The emperor's shout rang out again. Suddenly, tears fell. I'm sorry for raising my sword at you. And threatened to kill her. Kaidern cried and sobbed out every word. Lodi was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, Because you apologized with teary eyes like that. I will accept the apology. Dear Prince. Ah, Kaidern's scream rang out. A vase was thrown against the black wall and shattered with an angry shout. That little girl. How dare he embarrass me like that? Now she can behave like that because Duke Brodam and the Emperor are on her side. But she won't be able to escape for long. When I become Emperor, I will destroy you. Kaidern was extremely angry and declared so. The sound of horse-drawn carriages rang out. Lodi sat inside the car, looking at the scenery outside. And Kaidern's harsh voice seemed to signal more bad things. I won't forget what happened today. Lodi scratched her face and thought. I don't think I will have any business in the palace anymore. But why am I here? The little girl sat across from the emperor and spoke. Your Majesty, what is your purpose in revealing something to me today, right? He immediately said, Of course you are Lady Loki Lucia. We may not be able to have it. I have to make a good impression on you so you can appreciate me and your father. Do you think so? The girl felt awkward hearing that. Oh, I think so. In this aspect, that day was exactly like Johann. Then she looked to the side of the chessboard. When he saw that, he immediately asked if he played chess. The girl immediately replied that she played quite well. He heard that and said, Honestly, I'm a little curious about how you play and be so confident. So from that day on, the girl was occasionally summoned to the palace to play chess. The emperor continued. You played better than I expected. The girl immediately answered. I told you I played quite well, Your Majesty. The emperor continued. So you won't join the academy. What a pity. The girl answered directly. No, that's also the reason why I can come whenever you summon me. At this moment, the emperor also smiled at the girl's sharp words. Do you feel uncomfortable having to participate like this? The girl immediately replied. Even if I'm upset, I have no choice but to come here. That will also be the only way this man can say that he doesn't trust the Flotti family again. Hearing that, the emperor still comfortably said that you must be a very vindictive person. The girl immediately replied that most children are like that. The servant standing on the other side whispered to himself, No way, even though the king spoke so leisurely, he was still watching his every move. Chess is a game of strategy, and he is none other than the emperor of this land who knows how to evaluate the tactics of battle. So close and so far away, that's how good this young lady is. The girl suddenly spoke up, There it is, checkmate. When the emperor heard that, he admired it and said, Let's play one more game. She immediately replied, No, my father is waiting. The emperor immediately insisted that I will reward you if you defeat me and my assistant. Hearing that, she said, Do you want me to play 2 more games? The emperor immediately replied, No, it's not 2 separate games, I'll have to play with both of us at the same time. The little girl was surprised when she heard that, then she closed her eyes and said okay, she's very close to her father. Then she continued to checkmate both of them, she stretched out comfortably. At this point, he had already given up and said, It seems you have thought more about it this time, okay, what will I reward you with? How about a small territory? You can take it as practice when you need to rule your duchy in the future. Well, Bai Han will do it, but if you still insist, I'm very grateful for it. The girl did not hesitate to accept this reward, and the emperor continued, Okay, then I will prepare it for you. Is the duke busy now? The girl immediately replied, Yes, it's all thanks to you, Your Majesty. The emperor still laughed comfortably and replied, Haha, I guess you hate me very much for that. Then the emperor thought again, the duke is not a talented strategist because his power is so absolute that he doesn't need to strategize, but humans are very weak at that. Which means one day we'll need to strategize out. Miss Lo Ti is the right person for this position. But playing a board game and strategizing in real life are two very different things. The girl immediately spoke up, I understand, well if my father doesn't do it then I guess we won't participate. She felt it was a bit tiring, so the emperor immediately held back. Then the emperor continued, every year the Cyrus family has won until now. She continued to listen as she sipped the drink. That meant that the knights of the Flotti family were less skilled than the knights of the Cyrus family. The girl immediately replied, of course no, I guess Flotti's family should participate this year so there won't be any more misunderstandings. Hearing that, the emperor happily replied, haha, I'm very excited to see how well you can do, Miss Lucia. The girl immediately answered directly, you can look forward to it. Then she turned around and told the others what had happened. She wondered if they would be shocked. The others immediately replied, we will do it. Unexpectedly, that person immediately answered again. The Duke is not interested in events like this, so we haven't had a chance to show off our skills much. Miss, we have a chance now, we will do it, ma'am. In fact, our pride was hurt because we heard that the knights from the opposite house were better than us. Hearing that, the little girl was so happy that she was scared to do this. Then, after that, you'll join the individual competition. Hearing that, the girl replied, it's possible, I think I have to do that, let me try to practice first. Then, after practicing with the sword for a while, she got tired, I couldn't do it anymore. When the knight saw that, he could only stay silent and say that he had no choice but to continue. After all, the only time you can fight with us on an equal basis is when people are fighting with their spirit. Hearing that, the girl also thought, equal basis, but at that time I didn't even bring up Phoenix and Neptunusus. The girl immediately said yes, but when she saw the opponent still winning even though she was blindfolded and standing in one place, she couldn't help but fall. At this rate, she would lose in less than a minute. The little girl looked at them and refused to let the others see how pitiful she was. At this point, Lo Ti immediately stood up and said this was already expected. From the beginning I was trained to defend myself, not to attack. But the most important thing is that I believe in all of you. When they heard that, they were also surprised. The girl immediately reached out her hand and said, I may be weak but I know that my strong knights will bring me victory. You knights, please bring me victory. When those people heard that, they immediately stood still and laughed and said of course. Then she pointed a finger and said, so that's what happened and the knights were fine with this. The Duke, after listening to a guy, kept silent. She also sat tensely listening, he was silent for a moment then smiled and said, I'm honored, why don't we practice together tomorrow? The little girl heard that and asked, isn't that the case, father? He immediately replied that dad is busy but I will ignore this because I want to help you. Will you skip work with me? Of course, the little girl smiled when she heard that. She also thought she felt like her father was born a genius soldier. So can he teach me properly? The girl couldn't help but think at this moment. I have a feeling I was born a genius swordsman, so he can teach me properly. So at this time, I was immediately instructed by Duke Damien to practice swordplay. Keep your chin up and your waist a little straighter. He stood behind the girl and kept teaching her that she needed to pay attention to the strength in this arm. Then when it was time for break, the girl couldn't help but curiously ask the Duke, how can you teach so well? Where did you learn from? Hearing that, the Duke seemed to calm down and said, from my mother. Hearing that, I immediately asked, is she the person in that portrait? The girl pointed to the portrait. He immediately said, yes. Lo Ti couldn't help but think, she had blonde hair and red eyes, she looked like a member of the royal lineage. The Duke immediately spoke up, she is the third person I love the most. Hearing that, the little girl curiously asked, so who are the first and second people that dad loves? He immediately replied, you and your mother are always at the forefront of my heart. At this time he will smile warmly, then ask again, what about you? The little girl was stunned and then smiled brightly and replied, just like dad, mom and dad are number one in my heart. Then the little girl said, by the way, I can't believe that grandma is a sword teacher. She must be a talented swordswoman. Hearing that, he was silent and then replied, I can say that she was the best person in the empire at her time. The little girl heard that and immediately said, so dad is teaching me the best because he learned from the best person. I feel so honored, the girl smiled, I'm not saying empty words. Next, the girl continued the lesson. After her father taught her a few lessons, she felt more comfortable holding a sword. Lo Ti can put power into it. At this moment he looked at the girl and said, well, if you're lucky, you might win when facing an apprentice knight. Immediately worried about the arrest and asked, an apprentice knight? I think only true knights can participate in the competition. He immediately answered her question, which was that in case she was not allowed to participate, this year's contest would be more like a competition. It has a section for talented but not yet famous knights to show off their skills, even apprentice knights who have not yet received their title have a chance. You will be joining as an apprentice knight, Lo Ti. The girl then asked, so I will fight the apprentice knights? But not really, that also depends on the girl's luck, there are also many families that do not let apprentice knights participate. The girl immediately smiled, if I'm lucky and fight the apprentice knight, I will bring victory to my father. He couldn't help but happily hug her and say, I'm happy to have you, my daughter. I have big hands but I can have you and your victory. At this moment in her father's arms she was still thinking, so the biggest question was, which clan other than the pros would send apprentice knights? On this side, the Black Kai's mother couldn't help but be surprised, why didn't you participate in the contest earlier this year? It's hard for him to understand when he hears that, why do you have to do such careless things? Seeing his mother's seemingly thoughtful expression, he asked, do you have any plans? She pondered and then said, this contest is not just for fun for the nobility. He doesn't understand, isn't it just a place for lowly people to make a name for themselves? At this time, the mother just said helplessly, that's what I think is blackmail. The Black Kai immediately remained silent and did not deny. This competition is not just for nobles, meaning everyone including commoners can watch. So I'm saying it's a good place for you to show yourself to the empire. Seeing that, the mother immediately replied, yes, most people only have vague jealousy towards the royal lineage. The prince became a legend just because he was born a prince. So what do you think would happen if there was an amazing story attached to their names? He immediately followed his mother's words, I will be able to hide myself in everyone's minds. Okay, but how will I do it? She immediately told him not to worry, she had prepared all the necessary things. At this time at Duke Damien's mansion, Neptunusus spoke up, the servant did something today. The girl immediately replied innocently, perhaps they were making scented bags, which was a way to pray for victory for the knights. At this time Phoenix also spoke up, oh my god, so the servants will give them to the knights they like. Loti also thinks so. Phoenix then asked, by the way, don't you go tell that guy you will participate in the contest? The roses she heard were unnecessary, because he was also participating, he wouldn't go cheering for his knight or Loti, right? He immediately asked, have you told anyone else? The girl immediately replied, there was one person she hadn't said yet, that person was the boy with silver hair. She had never seen a beautiful boy like him. Loti couldn't help but dream, if I hadn't heard the bell ring. I will always think about that person, what does that mean? Phoenix immediately replied, doesn't that mean you care about that person? Who is that? The girl immediately refused to tell, saying it was a secret. The Spear Fairy is very concerned about Flotty's house, so I'll come cheer us on when we're about to take the exam. Neptunusus also spoke up, he would write another letter later. The girl replied, yes, I want someone to cheer me up. The girl thought, we made eye contact but he probably didn't know I was the one responding to his letter. Even if I said I would participate in the competition, he wouldn't think that I was one of the knights. He couldn't find out that he was Lady Loti. The person she was thinking about here was also surprised, what, Miss Loti will participate in the fencing competition? In his letters he said he often went to the practice field, but what was she thinking? She sat on the table pondering, should I make him a scented bag? But my luck is very bad. But I remember Loti's face, but if I give him a scented bag, maybe it will give me a chance to meet him. For some reason, every time I see him, I feel safe and secure. I wonder why. Right now in the arena, if you're not sure, just give up before the match starts, Lodi immediately replied. But then the Flotti family will be embarrassed, and you will give in after it starts. The knight standing next to her saw her so calm and couldn't help but speak up. She didn't think she seemed too calm about surrendering to A. She has no other choice. If she were to fight a real knight, she knew she wouldn't have a chance of winning. But everyone is strong, she believes that everyone will overcome her failure. At this time, the Duke still looked at her with confidence. My daughter is very brave. The man standing next to him also agreed with this. Next, Lodi immediately put on her hat and said, I'll go inside, see you later. The girl immediately said goodbye to everyone. Those around her, seeing Lodi's small appearance, couldn't help but think. He's an Asian knight in training, but even so, he's too small. Lodi couldn't help but feel nervous. I was so nervous, because this was a real match. The little girl standing among the people around her couldn't help but feel nervous, reminding herself. No, I don't have to worry. I just need to participate in individual battles, and my knights will win using me. All I need to do is lead them in a hypothetical match to win. There is nothing to be afraid of, I have to do this to achieve my wish. The girl thought to herself, should I go watch other matches before my match starts? At this moment a voice rang out, a small hand placed on the girl's shoulder. Please forgive me. The person's words startled the girl. This is the end of the movie. I hope you will support it with a like and share to be motivated to make more special movies.